cause I don't feel no pressure. Spend 50K to show my love for the crew. I don't need no extra. Search this world, ain't no one better. Cause that's LeBron James. That's him. Who wanna be as great as him? Who wanna be influenced? Take over, perform on the stage like him. Gotta stay focused, can't lose it, cause I gotta be in a place like him, I swear. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
A long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Beat money. It's on. A long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Beat money. Oh, yes it will. It's on. A long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Beat money.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Oh, man. Salute, man. See y'all in the chat, man. Well, what is going on, man? What is going on? Look, man, this is like, I mean, it's been so fun to just sit back and watch Stephen A. Smith kind of implode because this is literally everything that Stephen A. has asked for. And I think here's the thing, y'all. When LeBron pulled up on Stephen A. at that Knicks game, I think Stephen A. in his mind envisioned this playing out a completely different way. And what's happened with Stephen A., y'all, is he, over the time, and this is just something that just naturally happens. Anybody that gets that rich and that famous, you just naturally, you get super disconnected from reality. So Stephen A. Smith don't know how to say, he don't know how to really move or navigate this situation because he's been so disconnected from reality And so every step of the way, he's just fumbling this. I'm going to show y'all where this all started, right? And I'm going to show y'all where Stephen A went wrong. I'm going to kind of take y'all through this, and I got plenty of things to go through. But I'm going to show y'all where this all started. And this all stems from Stephen A's just complete disconnect with reality. Because you go on TV, you put on this persona, this character. You're trying to pretend that you're something that you're not. And I'm going to explain what I mean. And then when these things start to come to fruition in real life, you don't know how to handle it. I'm going to show y'all where this all started, because many of you guys know this already. But I think Stephen A. Smith forgot where this all stemmed from and how this started. I'm going to take you guys back. I'm going to play this for you real quick. This is where it all started.
At the Staples Center. And Kyrie rolls up on me. He taps me on the back and he's like, "You still got that same energy face to face?" I said, "I'm standing here, ain't I?" Never saw me at games for the better part of the last 25 years. I've been at an average of 120 games a year. You ain't seen me. You didn't see me sitting courtside with your former owner. You didn't see me at a couple of Phoenix games. You didn't see me there. Kobe could vouch for this. D-Wade could vouch for this. CP could vouch for this. Melo, others. There's a lot of people that could vouch for this. All you got to do is come talk to me.
That's it.
I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to. We could cuss each other out. It doesn't matter. He's a man.
Right.
And it's like you're going to deal with him on the real. MJ, another cat. Real. Let's not ignore the level of physicality that once existed in the NBA. These brothers Molly would roll up. They'd find you in a hotel lobby or a restaurant before the game. It wasn't talk. In the game, it was physical. Off the court, it would be physical. I mean, they saw each other. You see what I'm saying? LeBron and I had to deal with that. You could come to me, and it could be real. If I say something publicly wrong, I'm not going to apologize.
The problem, and y'all remember, is some of y'all remember this, because I was on Locker Room's channel about a year ago, and Locker Room was going off on some tangent about Kevin Durant. And I said, Locker Room, I said, if Kevin Durant was standing right in front of you, are you going to use this same verbiage? And similarly with Stephen A. Smith. You get so much confidence and you got all this bravado in front of a camera. So much confidence and so much bravado that you even invite players. You invite players to pull up on you wherever and whenever, however. This is not left for interpretation, right? All these people that are trying to defend Stephen A. to say that LeBron did it wrong. Even Stephen A. himself is running around saying, "Oh, you could have called me, or we could have talked about it in the back." No. You said, "I'm at the games. You can roll up on me at the games." What Stephen A. forgot, Stephen A. didn't play the numbers game. Like, when you say something like that, you got to kind of play the numbers game. 450 players in the NBA. If I invite all 450 players in the NBA to come roll up on me, one of them might be crazy enough to roll up on me. So this is where Stephen A. went wrong, y'all. He invited players to confront him publicly. Not realizing that somebody might take him up on that offer. Now you got to collect on all that shit you've been running, all the mouth you've been running, all the checks you've been writing. Now it's time to cash the checks. So no matter why LeBron James rolled up on him, and that's something for another discussion, whether you feel he was right or wrong, whether he was talking about Bronny, whether he was confronting Stephen A for his comments on him being as a father. Stephen A's trying to make this about a whole bunch of other things. Oh, LeBron lied. He's telling y'all it's about Bronny. Really, Bron ain't really came out and told nobody anything. I mean, really, the first time we heard LeBron James talk about any of this is when he was with Pat McAfee. But at the end of the day, no matter what Stephen A wants to cry and say LeBron lied about, no matter what he wants to say, oh, LeBron's telling you about Bronny, it don't matter why. The whys in this don't matter because it's not on us. It's not on us to dictate how another man feels. If you open your mouth at any time in your life and you say something about another grown man, you then cannot dictate how he's supposed to take that. And then if you open your mouth and say, you can pull up on me anytime because everything that I say, I stand on it. Well, then you then can't get mad when said people say, all right, I'm now going to cash the check that you wrote. And so he gets rolled up on at the Knicks game. And what did we all see with our own two eyes? Because I promise y'all, everybody in here, we've been in high school, we've been in streets, we've been in bars. I've seen what a confrontation looks like. I've seen what a standoff looks like. I know the body language of somebody that's willing to fight. I promise you, and I would bet anything I got that Stephen A. Smith, when LeBron James rode up on him, had the bubble guts. That nervous feeling when you on a roller coaster, when you at the top, and that roller coaster about to drop, that's the same feeling that Stephen A. Smith had in his chest and in his stomach when LeBron James rolled up on him. He can pretend after the fact, but because it all reality, y'all, let's just put it to you like this. It's not even a punk move to admit that you were nervous in a confrontation, especially if you're getting confronted by somebody that's 6'9", 260. Right? The common everyday person ain't walking around ready to throw bows and fight. We ain't naturally just walking around like UFC fighters, and when we get thrown into confrontation, we just ready to fight. We know what to do. We know how to make it look perfect. We know how to square off. That's why a lot of street fights look crazy. And sometimes a little nervousness is what helps you win a fight. But Stephen A., his ego is so caught up into this, he ain't even willing to admit that. And after LeBron James, and we're going to go through the interview where LeBron James was on the Pat McAfee podcast. LeBron James, again, he's so embarrassed because you got to think about it like this. LeBron, I 100% believe that this was calculated on LeBron's part. He pulled up on you, not in LA. He pulled up on you in your own neck of the woods. He pulled up on you in New York. This is your backyard, Stephen A. Smith. This is where you say you from. This is where you say you hooped. This is where you say you were raised. This is where you say you got boys in all of the boroughs. So LeBron James said, I'm going to pull up on you in your own neck of the woods in front of all your people. And I want to make sure that the world and your people see me check you. Not only did he proceed to check Stephen A. right in front of the entire New York City in Madison Square Garden, then he proceeded to walk your team down after being in a deficit and hit one of the biggest shots of the game to help seal that game. Then stared you and your crowd down and then walked up out of there. LeBron James literally punked the shit out of you in front of Madison Square Garden. So everything that y'all see from this point forward from Stephen A. Smith is Stephen A. Smith trying to redeem himself from literally getting punked out in front of his own city. How do we know this? This is how we know he is now trying to paint himself in a completely different picture so he don't look like the punk in this particular situation.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Stop the cap.
Immediately swung on him. Immediately. You fire!
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
So let me ask y'all, man. Who says this type of stuff in real life? Like I done seen all types of altercations, people on Ticket TV, people on this channel going back and forth. I'm telling y'all, man, I know the look and the words and the sound of somebody that ain't willing to fight. If you're willing to throw a punch, you just throw the punch. Because what's the number one thing most of our parents taught us if in a confrontation? You always throw the first punch. This is how we know Stephen A. Smith was never built like this, especially if you're the smaller guy. You gonna wait for LeBron to put his hands on you? What are you gonna do once he puts them hands on you? This is crazy.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
In what world? I said that, man.
Get more fruit. Yeah, push.
This man, Stephen A. Smith, as a rebuttal to LeBron James and everything that LeBron James said, because ultimately all LeBron James said was, this man just went on a Taylor Swift tour. We all know that everybody and their mama called Stephen A. Smith out for this. Stephen A. Smith pretending as if once this incident happened, oh, I wasn't going to talk about it on ESPN. Would y'all believe me? Right? All the shit I've been talking about some of these players. Let's say Hakeem Olajuwon. Let's say Hakeem Olajuwon watches the channel. And somehow ESPN catches me sitting courtside at a Rockets game. And y'all see Hakeem Olajuwon walk up to me, get in my face, and check me for all the shit I've been talking about Hakeem Olajuwon. Y'all think I'm going to come on the podcast the next day and act like everything normal? See, Stephen A. Smith, now you just playing us like we stupid. Oh, what better do you have to talk about? You don't really talk sports. You don't really break down the game. All you do is dive into the messy side of these topics. Why the hell would you not dive into literally the messiest topic in this sports circuit. LeBron James, for the first time in his career, checking a news reporter, and it happens to be you, the guy that invited players to come check him at games, anywhere, on the streets, behind the scenes, in the bathroom, at the bar. You literally told everybody, I'm accessible. And then when you get checked, now you want to play victim. And to me, and that's the sorriest part of this whole element right here. You get checked after inviting people to come check you, and now you want to play victim. Thank you, Rap Guy Reloaded, which is the funniest element of it all. He went the Kwame Brown route. Because the one thing that you do when you really don't really want a confrontation is you play victim. You try to make people feel sorry for you. At the end of the day, I think Stephen A. Smith needs to realize you've talked so much trash and you've done so much dirt. One, we're not going to believe you, right? We labeled Stephen A. Smith a shock jock on this channel years ago when we did our Shock Jock series. And then so now what we see is now, because Stephen A. Smith, because now he got punked out in front of New York, in front of the country. And then he didn't even calculate it. He went in front of the world and said, if LeBron would have put his hands on me, I would have swung on him. He didn't calculate that when he said it.
At the Staples Center, Kyrie rolls up on me. He taps me on the back, and that man put his hands on me. I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Stop the
Calculate that, y'all. He didn't calculate that. He said it thinking it was cool. He's detached from what's real and what's fake. He's detached from us, the people. Because remember, y'all see him walk into those games. He walks through the players' tunnel. He has a stride and he has an outfit on like he one of the players. He don't think he one of us. He not with the people. He don't know how these situations really go. He walks around with bodyguards. He too detached to understand these things. So he gets on a podcast and says, he puts his hand on me, I would have swung on him. And then to double down on it. So, and then this is what makes matters worse, y'all. Then when the internet world, including LeBron James, makes him a laughing stock for saying that, playing his boxing video, when he throwing a punch, and literally his shoulder, his chest, his neck, his cheeks, and his forehead are all moving in one motion in unison together. It is just like, my God, come on, man. And so everybody turns his comment into a troll. And then he follows it up and says this on Twitter. So after the world clowns him, because he's trying to do damage control. Everything that he does, because he's so detached from what real people would actually do or say. He thinks he's gonna get us on his side by saying, I would have swung on him. That don't make you sound or look tough. It make you sound and look dumb. So he tries to clean it up by saying this. Nice try, folks. On my show, I said I would have swung on King James if he had slapped me. If he had slapped you. Like a lot of y'all said, I was scared he would have done a few weeks. If I was scared, he would have done a few weeks ago. He said, I also said immediately after that, I would have gotten my ass thoroughly kicked by the 6'8", 250-pound Goliath. So he makes this statement trying to show the world that he's tough. I would have swung on him. Because you're so detached from reality, we don't believe nothing that you say. We saw your boxing video. You don't interact with us on the day-to-day level. There's a plethora of videos out there of you just pissing on regular people who walk up on you for interviews or photos, right? You think you wanted NBA players. You walk and talk like you wanted the stars. But then in these situations, you want to play like you wanted us, like you wanted the regular people. And then when we ain't feeling what you got to say, talking about you would have swung on LeBron James, because we all know if you would have swung on LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith would be folded up in some hospital bed somewhere. You don't have to tell us that you would have got your ass thoroughly kicked. We know you would have got your ass thoroughly kicked. But we knew that a long time ago when you invited all these players to pull up on you while you was playing this tough guy. So now you have to do damage control to what you thought people would connect to. Oh, the people gonna he thinking like the people gonna love me if I say I would have swung on LeBron. I ain't no punk. No, you got punked out in front of your own city. Because the time to swing, the only saving grace, the only thing that would have saved Stephen A. Smith, you got to swing on him right then and there. You rolling up on me while I'm at my game, at this game, and I'm having my piece and I'm doing my own thing. Swing on him. Get off on him right there. But you said, Stephen A., you signed your new contract. You work for Disney. You had too much to lose. So don't in one breath, when this initially go down, tell us, oh, I signed a new contract. I work for Disney. I can't conduct myself like that in public. And then when you get clowned on the internet and LeBron make you look like a fool on the Pat McAfee podcast, then you want to come tell us, oh, I would have swung on him if. No, you wouldn't have swung on him. If LeBron James would have done anything with any physicality to you, you would have folded up like a pretzel. There would have been no swinging. You probably would have flailed. And you probably would have folded, especially if he was really serious about applying some real punishment to you. These are the things that we know would have happened. This is coming from somebody that in his show today, all he did was say LeBron James lied about a whole bunch of stuff that LeBron James did not even talk about. LeBron James did not even address. See, so Stephen A. Smith needs to understand you are starting out on the losing end of this whole conversation because you invited players to come pull up on you at games. And you didn't give a checklist of reasons why they can pull up on you. Oh, the conversation has to consist of this. You said pull up on me if you got an issue. He pulled up on you, he had an issue. You did nothing. You said nothing. And you set your ass down. And then you came on your podcast and said you didn't do anything because you didn't want to lose your job with Disney. As soon as you said that, that was our number one indicator that you was not willing to throw a punch or fight. And generally, people who have very quick excuses to not fight are the ones that can't fight. Especially if somebody rolls up into your own personal space. So we're going to get to this Pat McAfee interview, y'all. We're going to go through a little bit of it, and then we're going to go through Stephen A. Smith's response. All right, and we're not going to do the whole video. I just want to get through just the meat and bone parts of it, because I know there was a lot that you can talk about in these conversations. But we're just going to talk about just the Stephen A. Smith element. And then we got it right here. I'm going to put it on the screen so we can see it. We're going to walk through this, man. This was so funny, man. I don't know what's wrong with these people, man. I don't know what's wrong with these people, man. You're running around challenging NBA players. You playing rough and tough. You walking around like you wanted them and now you're still trying to recover and recuperate your reputation. This is why LeBron was sitting back on the podcast laughing. We all knew you wasn't really about nothing other than just running your mouth on ESPN and saying a whole bunch of shock value stuff, shock jock stuff. And then when one player finally pulls up on you in public, not in private, in public, and checks you in front of the world, now you can't deny it. Now you can't manipulate the story. Now you want to play victim. You went from being Stephen A. Smith to Stephen A. Brown. Might as well change your last name to Brown. I mean, Kwame Brown right now should be having a field day with you, with the way you folding with this LeBron situation. Let me share my screen, y'all.
Which leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift
tour
run right now.
Oh yeah, we're watching it. Yep. We're all seeing it.
Oh yeah,
you're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it, but since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Are you?
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you can address it, it's your ass. Like,
and my biggest thing, y'all, is why can't Stephen A. just own that? Oh, you should turn the volume up. All right, hold on. So why can't Stephen A. just own it? All right, let me run it back. If y'all didn't hear it, I'm going to run that first 30 seconds back. Let me see. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it.
Which leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
he's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh yeah, we're watching it. Yep. We're all seeing it.
Oh yeah,
you're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it, but since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Are you?
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you can address it, it's your ass. Like, seriously.
And what I was saying, y'all, was why can't Stephen A. just own that? Like, you start off on this high horse, like, by you acting like you would have just ignored it and went about your day-to-day life. You acting like you're pretending as if people pull up on you all the time, and this is how you handle it. Oh, this is normal to me. People confront me all the time. I almost get in fights almost every day of my life. You pretending, man. Just own it. You got to come on here and say, oh, I wasn't going to talk about it. That now makes you lose credibility with us.
And like another, he completely like missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job, to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players.
Now, what's wrong with that? Why ain't we applauding that? We got Willie in the chat. He says 2011, we lost credibility. That's fine. If as a basketball player, if you lost hope in LeBron James because of 2011, that's fine. Just don't get mad at me when I say I lost hope in Jordan in 92 when he got benched. Don't get mad at me and when I say I lost hope in Jordan when he retired the first time to go address his gambling addiction and to go sit on trial and testify against gangs in North Carolina. I lost faith in Jordan in 1995 when he choked versus the Orlando Magic, 2 back-to-back turnovers. I can say a whole bunch of things. Like I can go with all these players and say and pretend as if I lost faith because of a basketball moment, Willie. I lost faith in Jordan when I saw him go out in his very last game as a Washington Wizard, go stat pad. When you're down 20, you're sitting on the bench, your team is getting barbecued. You come back in the game where the other team intentionally fouls you just so you can get 2 more points so you can average 20 points per game on this season. I lost faith. He lost credibility with me then. I can make up all these credibility things if I just want to point to flaws in somebody's resume, Willie. You run into 2011 with LeBron is just showing how desperate you are and how unattentive you are with regards to just staying on topic with what we're talking about. Which, again, is another reason why, Willie, after months, you have still never hit the link on FYF Sports. You always pretending that you're at work. You always pretending you got something to do. But every time I look up, you on Goat James Kingdom show in a robe in the darkness somewhere ranting and raving. Y'all sad, man. Y'all are sad. And all he's doing and all Willie is doing, y'all, is exactly what Stephen A. tried to turn this into. So Stephen A. knew that if I stick to just what happened, I said something about LeBron as a father and his son. He checked me about it. If you just stick to that, and if anything, you just apologize. You know what? You're right, Brian. My bad. I shouldn't have went at you as a father. We'll keep it basketball. The world would have stopped talking about it. But one, I don't think Stephen A. wants people to stop talking about it. 2, he's trying to play this tough guy role to try to win the streets over. You got to realize, Stephen A., you've already lost in the streets. LeBron already punked you out in front of millions of people. You've already lost there. There's no street credibility. You get no street credibility for going onto your podcast telling people, oh, I would have swung on him if he would have put his hands on me. There's zero credibility you gain from that. You've already lost. You already look like a punk. Maybe there's another element. And so because Stephen A. knows, well, I lost. I look like a punk. He punked me out in front of my own city. Well, I lost again when I told everybody I would have swung on him. The whole world laughed at me and pulled up my old boxing videos and said, sit your dumb ass down. So what does Stephen A. do now? He's lost. He's down. He's already 0-2. You've already lost on 2 fronts. Actually 0-3 because LeBron has now already one-upped you. Because not only did LeBron go to an interview on ESPN, on your own network, he went to the guy that you have the biggest beef and gripe with at ESPN because that guy makes more money than you. He went to Pat McAfee's show. He didn't come sit down and do an interview on First Take. He didn't do an interview with you. He didn't give you that clout. He went to a guy that we all know, and it's rumored that you hate. And we all heard the fake love that you were trying to give Pat McAfee on ESPN today, pretending as if you were happy for him, when we all know deep down inside you were pissed like a motherfucker that your enemy at ESPN had to sit down with LeBron James about what happened, and the whole world is laughing at you now. And double E, that is facts. Stephen A's running around here trying to give out parenting advice. Me looking at the James family, I think LeBron got the fatherhood pretty much down pat. I think he's doing you can criticize him about missing jumpers, airballing free throws, not being clutch. The one thing, if you don't give him credit for nothing, he did a hell of a job so far as a father. He ain't got sons running around getting caught on people's webcams snorting cocaine in Europe. He ain't got kids running around getting in car crashes, getting caught with fentanyl and all types of dope and pills on them. He ain't got kids running around looking at the 90s, looking at your 90s teammates like it's Tinder. You know, his sons is just really running through his 90s roster, just swiping right and shit. Okay, who was he dating? Let me swipe right. Motherfucker swipe right and then found your teammates, your teammate's ex-wife date tendered out the 1990s Chicago Bulls. This is what we comparing it to. But you want to come on airwaves, and you know, y'all know the funniest thing about this is Stephen A. Smith is the one that tells you how rough and tough and how hard the grind was in all these other eras. LeBron James basically says, you know what, Bronny? This ain't going to be easy. It's going to be hard in the NBA. You're going to take some L's. But you're going to have to figure this thing out. So when LeBron James, instead of coddling Bronny, putting him in a safe situation where he can't get criticized and where he ultimately can't even get better as a player, he just says, you got to sit your ass in this fire. You're going to have to learn how to play. So LeBron James, who puts his son in the fire, says, you got to take the heat and you're going to have to figure this game out because it's not easy. But then what does the world do? All these 90s people that claim it was so rough and tough in the 90s and you got to get it out the mud, all of them are running around saying, Bronny, he should have stayed in college, man. It's too hard in the NBA. These guys are too good. Why are you doing this to him? We don't want to see him go through this anymore. Oh, what happened to grind? And what happened to toughness and physicality and all this fake toughness that y'all be putting on? It's fake. It's crazy, y'all, man. And so when LeBron James basically says, Bronny, you got to go through the fire, y'all want to pretend as if he's doing the wrong thing. Y'all running around acting like y'all about to call CPS on LeBron James because he got his son drafted and he has to go through the fire of playing in the NBA. The more y'all talk about Bronny James, it really exposes how soft y'all are. You can't get better playing against slouches. This is it's one of the reasons why a lot of you guys in the chat, it's especially the people that run around acting like you hate LeBron James, is one of the reasons why a lot of you guys are complete bums in basketball and in life. I know, that's why I say I know for a fact a lot of you guys can't hoop. You ain't taught nobody how to hoop. You ain't done nothing with a basketball. Y'all acting like LeBron's a bad father because he's making his son do it the hard way. Staying in college would have been easy. Telling Bronny James to go leave the Big Ten and go to a mid-major school where it's easier, that don't make him better. That make him mentally softer. Staying in college is challenging yourself. Is how you get better. I mean, all these pretend 90s fans, y'all the ones that run around talking about y'all went to the park and y'all played with the older players. Did y'all really go to the park and play with the older players? Because I tell y'all what it's like when you go to a gym and you have to play with older guys. You got to sit your ass on the side. It's going to take you about an hour and a half to 2 hours to get on the court. And when you get on the court, you better have a 5 strong enough to stay on, because if you lose, you're sitting right back on that wall and you're done for another 2 hours. And you might as well go home if you ain't willing to sit for another 2-3 hours. Y'all so soft mentally. Y'all so weak. Y'all don't understand what y'all asking of Bronny is opposite of what y'all pretend to be. That's the saddest part about it. And Stephen A. Smith is the leader of this silliness. Why are you putting through this? The man just had a bad game in garbage time versus the Philadelphia 76ers. What the hell are you putting him through? He acting like LeBron James told this man to go join the Ukrainian army and get on the front lines and charge into Russia or some shit like that. All he did was say, hey, Bronny, we got about 4 or 5 guys out tonight. We need you to come hoop. Versus a depleted Philadelphia 76ers team. Put him on the flight. He gets on the flight. No practice, no shots, jet lag and all. Steps onto the court, has a bad game, and LeBron's now a bad father. How stupid. And that's what I say. Stephen A. Smith says these things. He don't think them through. And so when you start to attack LeBron as a father because of the decisions he's making to hopefully mold his sons into men, you don't expect them to be offended? You would think out of all the people that appreciate what LeBron James is doing, it would be these 90s Jordan fans. What did I tell y'all? I've told y'all this a long time ago. I said these 90s Jordan fans are the softest human beings that you will ever see in person, on the internet, anywhere in life. They are walking contradictions. I told y'all this a long time ago with the Draymond Greens. I said, look at all the hard-nosed players of the day. And it'd be 90 fans that called him out. Oh, he can't make a jumper. What were these sorry-ass Jordan fans saying about Giannis before he won the championship? Oh, he needs to get a mid-range jumper. Wouldn't you applaud a man that's just putting his head down, getting to the rim, scoring at the rim? Wouldn't you applaud a guy like that, not settling for all these threes? Because they're the ones that complain they're shooting too many threes. But the man that puts his head down and scores at the rim the most, y'all call him soft. Y'all are like walking contradictions. And what makes it worse for Stephen A. Smith is after having this fake emotional plea, Bronny doesn't belong. Bronny dropped 17 in garbage time versus the Milwaukee Bucks, and now he's on national TV. Well, I think I might have been wrong, guys. What the? You have zero credibility, man. This is the problem with Stephen A. Smith. You can't stand on your points. You blow it to win on your talking points. You can't stand on nothing. That's the sorriest reality of it. This is why we call him a shock jock, y'all. He can't have a basketball take and stand on it. It's just sorry. I'm telling you, y'all. I want y'all to look at the mentality of these guys that proclaim the 90s was his greatest era. I want you to go find them all. You can gather them all up. None of them have kids that are successful at playing basketball. None of them themselves are successful at playing basketball, because most people that can hoop, that aren't running around trying to be shock jocks, have some form of appreciation for what they see today, especially LeBron James. Look at Mannon. He says 17 points in a blowout loss. Well, Mannon, with all the trash that y'all was talking about Bronny James back in July, if I would have told you that he would drop 17 points versus the Milwaukee Bucks in February, you would have laughed at me. If I would have told you he drops 39 points in multiple 30-point games in the G League, you would have laughed at me. If I would have told you he would average more points per game in the G League over Quincy Oliveri, the guy that you guys were heralding, y'all would have laughed at me. All of those things are now true. And the only thing that you idiots do, like Madnon, is every time Bronny James overcomes a hurdle, you move the goalpost to a new hurdle. First, Bronny James starts dropping 30-point games in the G League. You guys say, oh, it's just a G League. Then he's consistent with it and gets his points per game over 20. Oh, they all bums in the G League. Then he steps into an NBA game, gets opportunity to play because the Lakers are decimated by injury. And when what you want to look at is, don't even look at the 17 points. Just look at the first half. Because in the first half, the game was competitive. This is before it got out of hand. They were only down 10 points at half. Bronny James was the leading scorer. With efficient numbers. Because before, when he was dropping points, y'all would say, oh, it's not efficient. So in a game where, so an entire half of basketball, he led the Lakers in scoring versus the Milwaukee Bucks. And put Giannis Antetokounmpo on ice skates. And if he hadn't got fouled, that would have been the highlight of the year. Y'all sound dumb. Because it really wasn't a blowout, Madnon, until late in the second half. That's when it became a blowout. See, but y'all too stupid to really put things into context. Y'all stupid to think logically. Y'all too stupid to give credit where credit is due. Y'all so hyper invested in just slandering LeBron James that you try to tear down everything around him. So much so that I hear idiots running around talking about Rich Paul. Oh, he's only rich. No, Rich Paul is the elite at what he does. He's the best agent in the NBA right now. And he doesn't just do NBA. He's all over all sports. Y'all don't give no credit where credit is due. Y'all all proclaim Bronny wasn't ready without knowing nothing about him. A lot of y'all have just as much basketball knowledge as that, as that light-skinned retard sports tee who was running around talking about Bryce is better. A three-star guy better than Bronny coming out of high school, who's a 4 or 5-star McDonald's All-American on his own merit. Type of retarded takes y'all be having. We got So Kill says Lamar's on LeBron payroll. You don't so cute, so cool. Why do we got to be on the payroll just to have a common sense basketball take? Just because you too stupid to have a real basketball take, we got to be on payrolls. Mari says, go back to the Stephen A response. This is all a part of the response, Mahari. This is all connected. This all goes hand in hand. But I'm gonna show you, and I want you guys to hear this nonsense. I want y'all to hear this because Stephen A is the one running around pretending as this was his opportunity to pretend to be all high and mighty on some high horse, to be father of the year and tell the world, and especially tell LeBron James how to run his household. And this is where, and this is what he's trying to backtrack from. This is where he's trying to pretend, oh, I wasn't criticizing Bronny while he was criticizing Bronny. Watch this.
To the Sixers, but didn't come without Bronny James seeing some decent playing time. In the first half, Bronny went 0 for 8 with 3 rebounds and 1 assist. JJ Redick spoke candidly after the game on the young star's struggles and the decision to play Bronny in the first quarter last night. JJ.
Just felt like on a back-to-back, just him giving us energy, I think, was the goal. I maybe put him in a tough spot, flying up yesterday and, nationally televised game and Philly, all that stuff. It's, you know, he didn't play well, but he's been playing great, you know, in the stay ready games, and he's been playing great in the G. So I have confidence in him, but obviously didn't provide that at a high level.
All right, so JJ trying some things out there, Stephen A. in Philadelphia, given Bronny first quarter playing time. Why the face or the hand or the everything that's happening?
I'm really, really trying to be as respectful as I possibly can be.
When you say that, if you have to preface your statement by saying that, then you're not going to be respectful. We all know that. If you have to preface your statement by saying, I'm going to try to be respectful, that means you're about to say something potentially disrespectful. And Stephen A. Smith, the last time I checked, when you say something disrespectful, this is when you need to be wary that your temperature might get checked.
Towards LeBron James, one of the top 2 or 3 players in the history of basketball, number 2 in my eyes, a treasure to the game of basketball that we should and will all miss when he is gone. I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this. We all know that Bronny James is in the NBA because of his dad. The first game of the season, opening night, the Griffies in attendance, father-son duo playing in an NBA game for first time, an absolutely positively wonderful story. And then reality sets in. We love what we're seeing from him in the G League because that's where you belong. As you hone your skills and you get better and you legitimately earn, which I believe he has the potential to do. I am rooting for Bronny James. It would be cruel to root against him. It's a wonderful kid. I wish him nothing but the best. But he's LeBron James' son. And everybody knows what attention that brings. Molly, Doggy.
I want y'all to listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying, y'all. This is a 90s Jordan fan pleading or fake pleading. This is too hard, man. The NBA that he claims is so soft. The NBA that he claims is not physical like the 90s, right? If this league is so weak, this league is so unlike the 90s or any other era, why are you crying that LeBron James is allowing his son to potentially play in this so-called weak era? This is how we know it's all an act. And you cannot believe nothing that they say, because everything that they say, all of their takes, they have an agenda, and once you start having agendas all over the place, you start to contradict yourself all over the place. And I'm going to go through all of his contradictions later in this whole situation.
Put them up on the screen because I want to see their face when I say this. Right now, Bronny James is averaging 0.3 points, 0.3 assists, and 0.4 rebounds. You know what people are saying. You know what they're going to do to this kid. In 13 games, he has played 44 minutes. He has scored 4 points. He is shooting 1 of 16 from the field, 0 for 7 from three-point range. How are you doing him favors? We know that he's not ready yet. And I'm.
Do y'all hear the stupidity in this? A lot of y'all in the chat, if you play high school basketball, if you make the JV team, so for example, this happened with me when I was a sophomore. I'm on the JV team. I played well enough at the JV team to where there were certain games where the varsity team where I would dress for varsity and play in the varsity game. And sometimes I would get in the game, albeit sometimes not very good. My numbers didn't look right. But the coaches knew, well, going into his junior year, if we're looking to start preparing this guy to play varsity, we're going to have to start bringing him up to play varsity games. And he has to go through the growing pains of this faster pace. You don't get ready for varsity by sitting around on a freshman team. They bring you up sometimes and you dress varsity. They bring you up sometimes and you get minutes. And I know in Indiana, you can only play 4 quarters. So there are some games where they would make me play 2 quarters varsity, and I would play 2 quarters JV, and then I would play another 2 quarters varsity, because you can only play 4 quarters in Indiana. I can't play all 4 quarters varsity and then JV and then play all 4 quarters in the JV game. So you have to split your time up. This is how you prepare. You have to start, you develop players by putting them in the fire. You know, the first time I defended a good player, Eric Gordon and the Mike Conleys, the first thing I said to myself was, when the coach threw me in that fire, first thing I said to myself, y'all, was, I said, how the hell am I supposed to guard this guy? Because the first time Mike Conley was in front of me, y'all, his crossover was so fast. In my mind, I'm thinking, how the fuck do I guard this? Like, I have never in practice, or I've never in anywhere I've hooped, I had never seen that type of speed. But I can only start to prepare for that level of play by experiencing that level of play. I wouldn't have never knew how good some of these guys were, how fast they were. I wouldn't have never knew how to practice or what to even prepare for if I don't go experience it in person. If the varsity coaches don't bring me up, put me on the court and let me experience it in person. This is how you develop players. But see, what Stephen A is doing, y'all, is he's playing on the stupidity of a lot of people in the chat, like Madnon. Stupid guys that didn't play high school basketball, that guys that don't know anything about how to develop players. And you guys think that players just grow out of the dirt. Peter Bagjuice says Lamont was out there getting flame broiled. See, but Peter Bagjuice, any hooper is going to tell you that at one point in time, you have to get flame broiled. If getting flamed ain't a part of your basketball journey, then you ain't a hooper. Which is why, Peter Bagjuice, if that's the first thing you think to say, that's how we know you not a hooper. Everybody has that story from high school, from college, where shit, I ran into this guy. This dude was a pro. If you want to be one of them fake bums that run around the court acting like you cooked every time you stepped on the court, that's how we know you never hooped, which is why you was running around in the chat using basketball terminology from the back pages of Google. When we hear the locker room talking about foul baiter, I know you didn't hoop. What the hell are you talking about? This is how we know. And this is where Stephen A. Smith, this is why a lot of people call his basketball journey into question. How did you hoop at a high level, yet some of the things you say they just not lining and adding up? You say you was a lethal sniper, but every time we see you in the gym, whether it's boxing or shooting a basketball, He walk around moving like somebody glued his shoulders onto his body, and he ain't got no mobility or flexibility.
Saying this with compassion. I'm asking the greatest player in the game, one of the top 2 players in the history of basketball, an ambassador for this game, the face of the league, a 4-time champion, a guy that's gone to 10 NBA finals, one of the greatest we have ever or will ever see, who is a basketball savant. You know, better than me, better than Doggy, better than JJ Redick, better than Rob Pelinka, better than any basketball analysis or analyst that exists. You know what these numbers mean. You know what it's going to do to your son, to people who are missing out on opportunities, that are busting their tail on other NBA teams in the G League, in Europe, and everywhere else, what kind of opportunity they're starving for. You're exposing your son like this.
So what Stephen A ain't telling you is this, and what LeBron knows is this. This makes him better. Because we don't have the 39-point performance in the G League if they don't put Bronny into the fire so he knows what to prepare for. We don't have the 17-point outburst versus the Milwaukee Bucks if they don't put Bronny into the fire and let him, because you gotta know what you're about to go up against. You got to know what you're working for. If you don't know what you have to go up against, if you don't feel the speed of NBA level guards, the pace of the game, what the arena feels like, you don't know how to prepare. So he said this. Bronny, since Stephen A has said this, Bronny has literally gotten better. So much better that Bronny is now in the conversation for G League MVP. So first, Bronny went from not being able to, not even being drafted. Then he went from, he didn't earn his contract. Then he went from, he can't even play in the G League. He's overcome all these things that you've said. Now he's in the conversation for G League MVP, top 5 in voting. He stepped into an NBA game and he's played with confidence and wherewithal and look and shown some semblance of being a quality NBA guard. And the only thing Stephen A. Smith had to say was, I might be wrong. This is why you have no credibility. This is why you have absolutely no credibility. And for all the idiots in the chat that say nepotism, this is why. This is how I know y'all are complete idiots. John Stockton getting his son drafted by the Utah Jazz. That was nepotism. You're talking about a guy that barely played at Gonzaga. Not even barely played. He played at Gonzaga, but he wasn't even a factor at Gonzaga. He wasn't even, he wasn't even a prospect. At least Bronny was a prospect before the cardiac arrest. Bronny was on draft boards before cardiac arrest. He was a McDonald's All-American. He had accolades to back up and justify where he was at. There is true nepotism in the league. You guys don't care. A lot of you guys are just super inflamed with LeBron James. And I'm surprised that some of you guys, if you haven't already, aren't running around following Savannah James looking for something on her. We got LaShawn Watson. He says they think LeBron is an actual king. Don't speak any negativity on LeBron nor his bloodline. Nobody said that. We're talking about the Stephen A. Smith dilemma and LeBron James dilemma. We're talking about two people. And where y'all criticism goes wrong. Because the funniest thing about it, LaShawn Watson, is that I don't see y'all going to Carcino's channel or Man Down Sports channel. And I don't see you putting those same comments in reverse on their channels. When are you going to go over to Carcino or Ticket's channel? All these channels where they constantly scap attack, uncut hoops. All they do is talk negative on LeBron James. They have no real basketball takes. Yet none of you guys, you always want to come to FYF Sports and say us talking to the good is wrong. But there are people that talk to the bad 24/7, and y'all be over there in the chat kikiing and throwing emojis and partying it up. And y'all pretend as if y'all victims. Have y'all noticed that too as well? Have y'all noticed that as well? That all these LeBron James haters, just like Stephen A. Smith, run around pretending that they victims. Oh, these LeBron fans, man, they always messing with me. No, nobody's messing with you. Because a lot of times when I get to questioning y'all, I'll be like, okay, drop some names. Who is it? Who are these people? Who are these LeBron James fans that do these random acts of stupidity to you? Well, I don't want to say no names. Well, let's say names. We love saying names here on FYF Sports. Drop names. Well, I'll remember all these people. Oh, so you're just making it up.
I know I'm not questioning LeBron James' intent as if it's dishonorable, doggy. It's incredibly honorable. It's a wonderful dad. I swear to y'all on everything I love. I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way. I'm simply saying to have that moment on game 1 of the NBA season is one thing. To propel it to a point where he's on the bench, he's in uniform, he's taking up a roster spot, and now you're giving him time in the first quarter, and you see the absence of...
See, this is the stupidity. Who deserved the roster spot over Bronny? Who? Where are these players at? Are these players, why are they not shining in the G League? First, y'all tried to say it was Quincy Olivari. Quincy Olivari fell off the map into irrelevancy. You can't ride that train no more. Who are all these players that he took a spot from? Name one. And then let's compare that player's G League and NBA stats to Bronny's G League and NBA stats. When y'all come up here, if you feel like Bronny took a spot from somebody that's more deserving, give me that player's stats. And ultimately, he couldn't have took a spot from nobody if the other player you're talking about has a spot in the G League and is affiliated with an NBA team. I mean, if you look at the two guys drafted after Bronny James, were they more deserving? Should I pull up their stats? Maybe the guys that were drafted after Bronny James, maybe they deserve to be Lakers. Maybe if I pull up their stats, maybe they're having stellar G League years. If we look at the 5 guys above Bronny James, are their numbers comparable to Bronny James? Are they doing a little bit better? See, when we start looking at the numbers and what they're actually doing, all it's going to do is it's just going to expose how stupid y'all are. One, you're not going to know any of the guys because you don't care about any of the guys that you supposedly say LeBron James is taking a spot from. Just like Stephen A. Smith don't know any of the guys that Bronny James supposedly took a spot from. If the only way Stephen A. Smith would know, he's going to have some producer in his ear typing it in, telling him over some earpiece microphone so he can blurt it out on ESPN. if you look at this entire draft, first round and second round, and you rank the players based on performance in the NBA and G League, where do y'all think Bronny James falls right now? I think some of y'all would be scared to do that. Because the one thing I know for sure, there's a plethora of first rounders who've been getting sent down to the G League, and Bronny James's numbers far surpass those guys. If you pair Bronny James's numbers up, NBA and G League, versus this entire draft, where do you think he falls? Because really, we can only judge you on production. When you're this young into your career, we can't judge you on winning like the idiots who talk about, oh, the Lakers lost to the Bucks. Oh, Bronny has a good game, but now you want to judge him on winning. Now, as a 55th pick in the second round, he's supposed to go out there and win games by himself. Do you see how stupid y'all are and where y'all stretch and move the goalposts? We get Stephen A off the screen, man. We get Stephen A off the screen. So Cool says, I ain't even defending Stephen A. I wouldn't really care. And if it called for, and the funny thing is this has nothing to do with Stephen A. Smith, because there have been times where I've defended Stephen A. Smith. This is not about picking a side and defending any particular person. This is about defending right versus wrong. How I was raised is you cannot run around and open your mouth about other people and then try to define what they should accept as disrespect or respect. If you open your mouth and you say something about another person, that other person then has the opportunity to define what you say as respect or disrespect and then handle it according to how they see fit. And then you don't get to dictate how they handle it. If they want to walk up to you and slap you in your teeth, that's how they chose to handle it. If they want to confront you, that's how they chose to handle it. But see, Stephen A. Smith, because he's so detached from reality, he wants to create the argument of calling LeBron James a bad father. Then he wants to, oh, you can't confront me. Do it behind the scenes because too many people see it in the Madison Square. So now he wants to confront how you react to it. Then he wants to try to control it after the fact. Going on this, just like LeBron James said, a Taylor Swift press run. How can Stephen A. Smith deny it? Did y'all hear the audio that got leaked? Here, from his own employee. His own employee called him out for this. Hold on, let me play this for y'all. Let me find this video real quick. But y'all check this out. So y'all don't think it's just me. People who work with them say the same thing. People who work with them say the same thing. Oh, let me show y'all this right here. Hold on. Gotta add the audio in, y'all. My bad.
We have this one guy, his name is Stephen A. Smith. He plays the angry black man on TV. The angry black man stereotype is basically you're loud, you talk over people. What you say is not necessarily important. It's more how loud you are and how you deliver your speech. He does that pretty well. I think the higher-ups at ESPN and Disney see that. He's like this angry black man. He goes on Fox News probably like once a week and he'll talk about like Gaza, and he has no idea about Gaza. Talking about like his views on Gaza, and we're like, brother, you were just talking about the Lakers like 3 hours ago. Like, what do you know about Gaza? Stephen A. had been talking about LeBron's son for like a while. LeBron like confronted him at a game one time, and then ever since that, Stephen A's been on like 4 different podcasts, basically like, I thought it was a weak move, like coming up to me and whatnot. It's just this whole like embarrassing thing that we're all like rolling our eyes at. They just think he's crazy, just trying to create attention, you know, which is his job, I guess. He gets paid a lot of money to do that. So. To like create chaos, to create like controversy, like an argument. That's like his job, basically.
So he's like an investor?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Very much whoever's buying my shit, I will sell you my book. Which is like Fox News sometimes. We have this.
Y'all heard it right there. And it's real. Stephen A. Smith even responded to it on his channel with more BS. I think when y'all see ESPN, y'all don't realize what's the first word in ESPN. It's entertainment. And when people call out Stephen A. Smith for just being used as a prod to entertain, well, Stephen A. Smith, don't get mad. Let's be honest. We don't watch Stephen A. Smith because he's an elite basketball mind. We watch Stephen A. Smith because he's entertaining at times. His claim to fame was the entertainment. We don't remember Stephen A. Smith, the beat writer. We don't remember, maybe there's a few people in Philly that don't like him, like Allen Iverson, but we only know Stephen A. Smith nationally because of the persona that he puts on when he gets in front of a camera. And just like his own producer said, it's his job to just say random shit, whether it makes sense or not, just to be entertaining. Which is why his statements and some of the things that he say are so hypocritical and conflicting every time he says something. He'll big up the 90s, say it's rough and tough. But then he'll blame LeBron James because he's making his son get it the hard way. You'll cry about Giannis. Oh, he can't make a jumper. He can't shoot threes. You'll cry about Draymond Green. Oh, he can't make a jumper. He can't shoot threes. 2 shows later, they shoot too many threes in the league. They don't play enough defense. It's just stupidity, just all around the board. Stupidity all around the board, man. We got Madnon. You a hypocrite, calling others hypocrite. Well, I don't know what that means. If you want to hit the link and explain that, if you feel like you can make sense of that, when I drop the link, come up here and feel free to explain away without sounding stupid, Madnon. But the whole main point of this, y'all, is that Stephen A. Smith, y'all, he got upset because LeBron James basically came and checked his temperature. Well, what we call it was come smell your cologne. Well, we've heard that statement before. Basically came and smelled his cologne. Right? Maybe, y'all. Maybe Stephen A. Smith, man, y'all know what he needs to do? Stephen A. Smith should have had his, if he would have had his spring fling sent on from Dossier, y'all, if he would have had the spring fling on, maybe LeBron James wouldn't have been so hostile, right? If you're a 90s fan and you want to make sure that these confrontations that you have with real people, don't, if you don't want to make sure they don't go wrong for you, you don't get beat up. If you want the other person to kind of tone it down and calm down because you've done so much to piss them off, make sure you go to Dossier and get your sense today, man. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I got to run a short promo for them before we drop the link. But Stephen A. Smith, if you're watching, make sure you go get the new sentence out, Spring Fling, right? It's enhanced. It's enhanced with certain scents that naturally calm people down. It's enhanced with magnesium. It's a relaxer. It will calm people like LeBron James down when they come to smell your cologne, when they come pull up on you for all the stupid shit that y'all say. Make sure y'all go check them out. Link is going to be in the chat. Get y'all sense today, man. Colognes, high quality, infused with magnesium to keep the temperature down, man, because we know that a lot of you guys, man, I'm telling y'all, and look, if you can't afford it, because as Johnny says, a lot of you guys are broke. You don't pay child support. You're bad fathers. You guys are violent. If you need a free bottle, let me know. Look, I'm willing to give you guys I'll do a giveaway. If you need a bottle, I don't want to see people like Mad Now coming onto the panel beat up. Right? I don't want to see y'all coming here. I will give you a free bottle of Spring Fling, man. Right? To check it out. They have to be, Johnny, man. They have to be. Right? I mean, really, at the end of the day, they're not changing. So this is going to be your armor to calm people down that get angered, right? When you disrespect them. Y'all do so much disrespecting. Spring Fling, man. Dossier. Make sure you get your sense today. Link is in the chat. Use code FYF Sports. Buy one, get one free, and 25% off your order, man. It's in the chat, man. It's in the chat. Just go check it out, man. All right? Let me get this link together. As we drop the link, y'all, this is for the Jordan fans, y'all. Right? Hold on, let me get this. Because I gotta, at the end of the day, as much as I kill y'all Jordan fans, I have to give y'all, you guys are so dumb that I have to give you, I'm gonna have to give you strict commandments to go by and follow so you guys don't find yourselves beat up, scared, running around somewhere trying to explain yourself away as to why you got punked out or beat up because you was running your mouth, disrespecting people. What I need to give y'all is, before I drop the link, I need to give y'all Jordan fans some commandments to live by. All right. And I want y'all to take these commandments. I want you to write them down. And I need y'all to start abiding by them. All right, man, let's get to these commandments, y'all. Let me get this off the screen here. This is for the Jordan fans only, y'all. Get your notes out. Get y'all notes out. Commandment number 1. Thou shalt gamble thy rent check and call it competitive spirit. Jordan wasn't addicted. He was just trying to win. Even when losing half his savings in 18 holes of golf. Write that down. Lock it in. Thou shalt gamble thy rich check and call it competitive spirit. Commandment number 2. Thou shalt not snitch unless subpoenaed by the feds. Michael Jordan was in court with mob ties, and he was like, I know that man, Your Honor. Make sure y'all write that down. Thou shalt not snitch unless subpoenaed by the feds. Commandment number 2, man. Commandment number 3. And Jordan fans, y'all will need this. Remember thy mistress and keep her name off TMZ. Jordan had a plethora of side chicks, and he allowed it to ruin his marriage. Lost a good woman. Commandment number 4, y'all, for Jordan fans. We're trying to we want y'all to maintain at least some level of good livelihood. We don't want y'all running around broke, busting, and disgusted. The definition that Johnny has created for you guys is too accurate. We need y'all to abide by these commandments. Right now, y'all just are running amok with no type of guidance. Commandment number 4. This is very important. Sports, rants, and fitness. This is for you. Honor thy tequila and thy $300 cigars. Jordan didn't sweat, right? He glistened. He didn't sweat, he glistened. Remember, y'all Jordan fans, y'all don't look at Jordan when he sweated. Y'all don't say he sweated. Y'all say he glistened. And he had nicotine pouring out his cells, right? But he did it too publicly, and it was in shame, and it ended in high-end alcoholism. And we start to see that in Jordan's eyes, in his body. Honor thy tequila and the cigars, man. Don't overdo them. Jordan fans, commandment number 5. Thou shalt raise thy sons to retire early. Jordan had 2 sons with air in their name, but they both tapped out. Tapped out at a game of basketball. Like many of you Jordan fans in the chat, I talked to y'all about it in the chat. Y'all tapped out. Y'all couldn't cut it in high school. And y'all took that bitterness from y'all coach cutting you, and y'all have now brought it to these basketball circuits, man. Don't have to let it go. Commandment number 6, and this is a very important one. Thou shalt not covet thy ex-teammate's wife, unless it's Scottie Pippen. Marcus Jordan caught the Holy Ghost for Larsa. She was the 7th ring that his dad never got. Jordan fans, man, make sure you're not running around coveting other people's wife. We see how y'all look at Savannah. We see how y'all foam at the mouth over Savannah. Can we please not do that? Number 7. Thou shalt not pass. Thou shalt not pass unless you're just trying to pass judgment on LeBron James. MJ fans, they talk killer instinct. Like they saw Jesus crossing up Karl Malone or something out there. Make sure, y'all, thou shalt not pass the ball. You can only pass when you're trying to pass judgment on LeBron James. And make sure when you do it, you're doing it in very private, secluded circles just to get it out your system. Just to get it out your system. Because we know that you need some type of outlet. So if you got to go in the bathroom somewhere by yourself, and you need an outlet, pass judgment on LeBron quietly. Commandment number 8. This is very important, y'all. Because we've had a number of you guys get locked up. And I know you guys get locked up and you come here and tell us you were selling dope and you was doing all this other stuff. But we know that's not what it was for. Commandment number 8. And this coincides with one of the earlier commandments. Thou shalt gamble with known drug lords. But when you gamble with known drug lords, you have to say it is just a bet. Don't allow them to use you for money laundering or all these other crimes that will get you locked up. Thou shalt wear jeans bigger than Jordans to maintain accountability. Commandment number 9. And I think a lot of you guys like Matt and I, you already have your big jeans. And big jeans are kind of coming back in style. And the most important commandment is commandment number 10. We'll drop the link to bring you guys up here. This is the most important commandment, y'all. Thou shalt be like Mike. And just like A. Johnny says, even if it means robbing, killing, and shooting people over retro 11s. Because nothing says GOAT like fans catching bodies for Concords while screaming LeBron is trash on fake burner accounts like we see in this chat. I will say that one more time. Thou shalt be like Mike. Even if it means robbing, killing, and shooting people over retro 11s, man. The link is in the chat, man. I hope y'all wrote that down. I need y'all to do y'all best to abide by these things, man. Because I'm tired of seeing y'all go out sad like Stephen A. Smith went sad. Stephen A. Smith went out sad, man. And he's now on some type of weird tour to try to repair his image as if he's going to get credibility back in the streets, man. It's over with for Stephen A. Smith, y'all. We got so cool. He says, man, you're going out sad, man. I know. I don't know what that means. So cool says Stephen A. Smith makes more money than you. What does that have to do with anything? Hey, what's up, man? We got you on the panel, man. What's good, man?
What's good, Lamont? What's good?
Man, what you got on this today, man? What's going on with Stephen A. Smith?
I don't know what's going on with this guy. It's crazy. How are you going to bring some, like, he brought it to a completely different degree. It ain't had to be personal. Like, talking about this man like he fought about him being a bad father. Like, the implication is that Bron is a bad father, right? When you sit here and talk about, oh, I'm pleading to you as a father. What, he's a bad dad because he got his boy into the NBA? Like, wouldn't you do that if you could do that? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if you're like a father. Like, if you were in the NBA and you had a shot to get your kid into the league, would you do that?
Hell yeah.
Exactly. Like, why would you blame? Like, it doesn't make Bron a bad father if he wants to, like if you want to call it nepotism. If he wants to get his boy into the league, like, that's not a problem. Like, that's not something that I would like condemn.
And,
right?
And the saddest part about it is that Stephen A. had a chance today on his show to do a lot of damage control. And the only thing he proceeded to do on his show today was he didn't talk about the LeBron, like the actual confrontation, what created this, how we all got here. What he then proceeded to do was he's created a completely new narrative. He's completed a completely new narrative that none of us had heard him say before. Now he's saying, oh, LeBron is doing all of this. Bron is mad at me because I didn't say he was the GOAT. So now it's about the GOAT conversation. It ain't about LeBron being a good father. It ain't about him attacking him as a fatherhood and none of these other things, being disrespectful, going on front of national TV, trying to denigrate this man and disrespect him, which Stephen A. himself in his own video said this might be disrespectful. Or he said, I'm going to try to say it in the most respectful way. But he went on national TV and said, hey, y'all, the real reason why LeBron is doing this, because I said he number 2 all time, not number 1.
But wait, Lamont, it's like you just said. You literally just told us, like, that's his show. He doesn't get held accountable to anything. He just says random shit. He just says random stuff. Like, that's his whole thing. It's just saying random things. Like, it doesn't shock me that he comes back after this whole, like, LeBron fiasco, and instead of addressing it and actually giving an apology, he goes on a complete deep end and starts talking about random things. Like, it's like you said, like, that's his show. He says random things. He's not held accountable to anything. Like, it is what it is.
Man, that's crazy.
Hey, what's up, Lamar? How you doing, brother?
Good, Mahar? I'm chilling, man. What you got on this, man?
Hey, man, listen, you're this close for making me not become a Michael Jordan fan because of what you did to them damn commandments, man. You're a damn fool for that shit.
Man, look, man, I'm trying to help him out, man.
I know. Listen, I get it, bro. But let me stick to the subject at hand here. I actually was watching a Nightcap the other night, and I don't always agree a lot with Shannon Sharp says most of the time. But in this case, when it comes to this particular topic, I actually agree with him on this. I think it's time for Stephen A. Smith to drop this and let this go, because all he's doing right now, he's creating more damage to his reputation and everything about himself by continuing this rampage, by trying to prove that he's basically a macho type of personality. Bro, listen, you're not that light, man. You're not that light. LeBron, check your temperature and put you in your place. Just take your L and move on. That's all you need to do. And I do believe that a lot of it has to do with the fact that Stephen A. got that huge $100 million deal, and now he thinks he's above, the NBA players. He thinks he's above everybody. And LeBron pretty much reminded you that you're nothing more than just a guy who doesn't know anything about sports. You're just nothing more than an entertainer. Like, you've forgotten where your roots came from when you were working for the Philadelphia Inquirer, writing all those derogatory stories about Allen Iverson, Terrell Owens, Donovan McNabb, all of them Philadelphia athletes when you were covering sports back in the day. So listen, I think it's just time for Stephen A. Smith just to stop this, let this go, and move on to something else, because all he's doing right now, he's making LeBron look more and more right, and you're making yourself look more and more real bad. That's all.
No, you ain't lying. And so the funniest thing about today's show is because Stephen A. went up there with this whole, LeBron is mad at me because I won't make him the GOAT. And
right.
Then Kendrick Perkins hit him with this bomb right here. Watch this.
Look, let me say this, Molly. MJ is petty as hell too. Now, if you go in my closet, it's nothing but J's. I keep J's on my feet. I was signed to Jordan for about 2 years when I was playing, okay? I wore J's throughout the course of a few years of my time in Oklahoma City. After that, I used to get boxes in the mail all the time of the J's before they even hit the stores. I started my media career as soon as I said that LeBron James was the GOAT, those boxes stopped coming.
All right, let's go to break.
He just exposed the whole play right there. Yeah. Stephen A. came on to try to out LeBron as this guy that's vindictive about people and where they rank him. But then Kendrick Perkins actually comes in with a real life story saying, hold on, I was signed to Jordan. As soon as I came on the ESPN and said I thought LeBron was the GOAT, that whole contract and all the shoes I was getting, that ended. So who's really vindictive? Like, who are you really out in here, Stephen A? When you start to bring up these narratives that LeBron has this vindictive nature against people who don't claim he's the GOAT, which I haven't seen yet, because D Wade don't say he's the GOAT. D Wade has came out publicly and said he thinks Jordan is the GOAT. They seem to be the best of friends. So at the end of the day, it's hard for me to even side with Stephen A on that when LeBron James, one of his best friends, even Chris Bosh, they don't even have LeBron as the GOAT. So that logic by default does not even make any sense. And I think Stephen A, all he's going to do is he's going to open up a rabbit hole for people to kind of really expose how vindictive Jordan is and real life stories on how he's shown himself to be the one that's obsessed with where he's ranked. Right? He was the one that sat down with Wilt Chamberlain and had an argument about who was the GOAT and why who was the GOAT over who.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Day, you got to stop, man. Like he needs to stop while he's ahead. Hold on, we got somebody in the chat. He says, "Don't forget."
Oh no, that's my no. Yeah, that's from my YouTube page. No,
okay. That's good, man.
Comment, yeah. Peace to the platform. Peace to everybody on in the chat. Peace to you for having the platform and all of that. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First things first is Stephen A. Smith played himself on multiple levels. The first thing is Stephen A. is intelligent. He prides himself on having an expanded vocabulary and presenting himself in an articulate fashion. So the problem that we're all having with Stephen A. is really that for the first time, we're catching him trying to play stupid. So it's not as much as him trying to play victim. What he's trying to do is play stupid because he understands that if you say you're being fair and you reference the fact that, like, so LeBron is making it clear that this is about him critiquing him as a father. That's where the problem comes in at. Stephen A. Smith has to play stupid and try to make it seem like it's another conversation. He's trying to change the narrative in real time, because if we are able to open up Pandora's box and critique LeBron as a father, because LeBron is a basketball player, because LeBron is a GOAT, because he's a public figure, or because he's whatever, Michael Jordan is in all those categories. And if we open up the conversation to critiquing Michael Jordan as a father, shit hits the fan very quickly and rolls downhill. It just goes super crazy at that point. The other problem is Stephen A. Smith has revealed that he is the person, like he's been projecting who he is on LeBron this whole time. He's been saying that the reason why this is all going on is because Stephen A. won't acknowledge LeBron as the GOAT, when all the real time, what's really going on is Stephen A. has been hating LeBron because LeBron will not acknowledge Stephen A. as the GOAT. Stephen A. believes that he is the GOAT of sports media. And because LeBron has never sat down with him, LeBron has never paid him any attention, LeBron has never did an interview with him, and Michael Jordan will entertain him and show him a certain amount of love and respect, he's had this disdain for LeBron that I want to go on a limb and say that he possibly may have damaged his career permanently with what that tirade he went on today, because today he revealed to everybody that he's been lying to the audience all this time. All this time you've been saying, oh yeah, well, it's LeBron just, he's hating because I won't acknowledge he's the best player and blah, blah, blah. Nah, bro. Today you know how sometimes like you might be in a relationship and you just one thing happened and then all of a sudden you just let it all fly. Like, well, look, your feet stinking, blah, blah, blah. You just start crazy. Stephen A. just let the cat out of the bag, talk about LeBron as a backstab. Like that was elementary school. Like, what are you talking, Stephen A.? We're surprised, we're appalled, we're ashamed of you right now. Like you just went to a whole new low that we didn't even think was possible. And everybody just saying, like, bro, cut your losses, man. cut your losses. You talking about you gonna be around long after LeBron, bro. In case you didn't know, Bronny just led the Lakers in points and had a career high in the G League. So what that means is even after LeBron is finished, LeBron's not finished. There's a LeBron James Jr. that'll be around getting buckets. And then we're forgetting that Bronny is only 6'2", 6'3". Bryce is 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". Bryce is on the way. So you done painted yourself into a corner where you're not going to be able to articulate basketball or commentate on basketball at the level that we're used to, because either your commentary is going to be taken as biased, which you revealed today that's been biased this whole time. So we're not going to be able to hold you in the same high esteem. Like, I don't know. I'll leave it to the floor. I've taken up a lot of time and said what I said, but I just think that Stephen A. made a big mistake today. He made a big mistake today. I don't know if he could come back from that.
And that's the thing. That's why I said, this is what I said at the beginning. I said, if Stephen A. would have thought this through, and tell me if you agree with this, his best option to put out this fire would have been the first thing when as soon as this happened, just to come out publicly and say, LeBron, you're right, my bad. I shouldn't have went that far.
Super facts.
And I promise you, if he do that, it's dead.
Yeah, that would have trumped LeBron. That would have been like
trumps him.
Yeah, that would have. And I'm with LeBron on this, but LeBron would have looked like he was in the wrong, and LeBron would have kind of took an L if Stephen A. would have just said, if he would have went to the mature adult role. Yeah, he would have killed LeBron with that. But
where Stephen A. is in his career, that response is more fitting of him anyway.
That's a fact.
You coming onto your show talking about, oh, I would have swung on him if he put his hands on me. like that ain't.
I was gonna bring that up. I didn't think you were gonna bring that up.
Hold on one second. No, I talked about it earlier, but what I'm saying is, we like at this stage of Stephen A.'s career, we know that ain't your MO. Like, and it's just like, we know like the people that throw blows at this stage and who won't, you know, and Stephen A., you just ain't one of them guys. Like, not one of them guys that's just gonna take it there. So like his persona has been the professional route. He wears the suit and tie. He's on national TV. He came out in the beginning and said, I didn't want to act the fool because I work with Disney. And at the end of the day, I kind of respect that as somebody that I've worked in places where you can't act a fool. So I respect that to a certain degree. And he doesn't realize
that now that's a lie
that we respect. And now it's a lie. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yo, that's crazy. You can't say I just did my $100 million deal and blah blah blah, and I'm with Disney, and I would never do this, and then go on a side podcast and go, yeah, but you know, if he would have made a move, you know, I was ready to make a move. Like,
no, now you lying.
That's
all the while saying LeBron's a liar. Like the video ESPN is saying LeBron's a liar. All he did was expose to us. You was lying the whole time. And it's just like, come on, man. And his post, when, and now just one last thing, and I'm gonna let y'all cook on this. He came out, right? And I'm gonna tell you how crazy it is. He came out and tried to say, LeBron, I didn't talk about you not being at Kobe's memorial, right? And he posted it on Twitter. I want y'all to go look at his post on Twitter. It got flagged by Twitter. And the post says, correction, LeBron was at Kobe's memorial, and then it cites the source, LA Times, Washington Times, and New York Times. So that's even killing his credibility. Like, he keeps going down these roads of just following bad takes that you just embarrassing yourself along the way. Like saying, oh, I didn't talk about this or I didn't talk about that. And it's,
Lamont, didn't he get
and the saddest part about it is I think Stephen A thinks we're dumb. Somebody's memorial is very different from somebody's funeral.
That's a fact.
Right? Because I put it to you like this. When my dad passed, my dad had a funeral, but he also had a memorial, which I didn't attend. To the family, the funeral is the most important thing. The memorial is generally for the people that can't attend the funeral. And so when they try to conflate and put the two together, because when you hear a lot of people talk about this, they'll try to mix memorial and funeral and try to use them as one as if it was the same thing, and it never was. Because Vanessa's already acknowledged that LeBron was at the funeral, which was private and only for a few people. But the memorial was something for the world, for the public. That's why they televised it. You see? And so that's completely different. And so I think when you hear people try to attach themselves to just trying to really desperately go into takes and stuff, that's just bad takes, bad logic, not sourced, ignoring sources. It's one of the sorriest things I've seen, man. One of the sorriest things I've seen. But you know what? I'm gonna have to clip that your take, man, because what you said on Stephen A. Smith, I haven't heard anybody say it to that degree. As far as LeBron not acknowledging Stephen A. Smith as the GOAT of his profession. Yeah, and when you think about it,
yeah,
that's true.
That's a very good point.
And Lamont, can
hey,
you?
Lamont, don't. That's a very good point.
That's a good.
You know, to further that point, as far as about Kobe, like if you watch First Take today, and you watched his podcast last night, and at the end of his podcast, he was, oh man, this is so much I got on LeBron that I don't want to leak out. And to get on First Take in the first 5 minutes, your intro is, oh, why weren't you at Kobe's memorial? Oh, why didn't you attend D Wade's ceremony? And it's like it's logical answers to both. His son had cardiac arrest and was you know what I'm saying, had heart surgery the week of. You know what I'm saying? So it's like to go on TV that adamant about it, and like I said, to open the show with that, I thought that was disgusting, yo. Like that was definitely personal. That was more personal than as a father to me, because now you're questioning my character as a man. You using a deceased man to degrade my character, saying, implying, I don't want to say he said, but implying that he didn't go to Kobe's memorial on purpose. Like that, man,
hey,
the whole...
D-Reed, if you can you reset your mic real quick? Because you got like a noise coming through like every 2 seconds when you talk, like a noise will come through that kind of interferes.
Okay, my fault.
The people kind of saying something about it, but man.
My fault.
We got low in the chat too.
Let me add this too. Add this little piece about the Kobe thing, because I didn't even get to. It's so many crazy things that Stephen A. has done. That's just, he needs to really stop. Like somebody, maybe one of his contemporaries, maybe one of the executives has to pull him to the side and go, bro, it's time to pull the plug on this LeBron thing, because what he did with the Kobe thing. So here's the other part to the Kobe thing. And I'm sure there's many parts, but here's one of the intricate parts that you got to pay attention to. Stephen A. is the master of creating narratives. What he tried to do with the Kobe Bryant thing was he tried to get the Lakers fans to turn against, like, because Kobe is maybe the most beloved Laker of all time. Like he may not be the greatest Laker, but he might be the most beloved Laker of all time by any metric. So by trying to make it seem like LeBron somehow violated Kobe, like that's, he trying to attack LeBron's fan base. You know what I'm saying? On like Stephen A. just looking like a real greaseball, like the further he goes with this, because you're taking all types of shots, like, and it's looking like desperation. Like you're doing a lot of things that just is, it's not basketball related. It's not commentator related. And we know you never would have did none of this kind of stuff to Jordan, because Jordan kids look a hot mess right now. So we don't never hear nobody discuss Jordan as a father, because, hey, Bronny is shooting the ball. Michael Jordan's son shooting 8 balls. Like it's crazy out there right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's just Stephen A. got to stop because you're opening up all kinds of doors. You know, there was a lot of Magic Johnson wasn't the only one partying back in the days with basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a lot of different things that was in Michael Jordan's era and in his life that would prevent him from really being viewed in the same way as LeBron is. We just got to love LeBron right now while we have him. And, you know, Stephen A. got to let this thing go because LeBron still has things that he's going to do. And to be honest, if we want to just go super crazy, Giannis would have had 250 points if he played back in the 70s. Them dudes was like 5'8". Like, what are we talking about? Giannis is 7'3", all muscle, like almost like a bodybuilder or one of them. Like, come on, bro. Everything Stephen A. said today was just incredibly inaccurate.
I mean, his lying is it's getting to a point where he's almost being sued. I mean, Lamont, you covered this. Do you remember when he talked about the whole KPJ situation? You remember that? Yeah, like it's to a point, and he
my bad. My mic was muted. Yeah, no, ESPN is still facing a lawsuit because of the Kevin Porter Jr. situation, the way they allowed Stephen A. and Molly to attack him with a whole bunch of bad information. They didn't fact check it. And because a lot of people were wondering when Josh Giddey, the white guy, had his situation, why ESPN went silent on it. I said because they don't know how to approach these situations with logic and reason. They always want to jump to some extreme to cater to fans, as opposed to always, especially in these situations, we've seen time and time again where you have to take the air of caution, because Deshaun Watson situation, KPJ situation, and it's a plethora of situation I done went on where these men have gotten lied on, and you just go crazy. So of course KPJ is about to get 30. But I mean, so far, I mean, from the last time I checked the lawsuit, ESPN offered Kevin Porter Jr. An undisclosed settlement amount, and there were some people saying that settlement amount was around like 33-34 million, which was what was left on his contract with Houston. And so I don't know what he's going to get, but
they could avoid all of that, though. Like, they could avoid having to settle $33 million if they just fact check their stuff.
Oh, but you know, the guy who was talking earlier, he made a good point, but he said the producers need to pull Stephen A. to the side. The way it looks to me, it looks like the producers want to see him crash and burn. That's what they want to see. Because at this stage, this is the era of watching their top dog get barbecued. Let them crash and burn. At the end of the day for ESPN, this is only making ESPN richer and richer. They're getting so much money and publicity out of this. Stephen A.'s talking about the producers are telling me to talk about this, which they're going to let you crash and burn. You think they don't know what he's going to come on these shows and say the next day after LeBron talks? Let his ass crash and burn. They killing on social media right now. They killing.
I mean, like, but
you know why you right?
I remember watching that video that you made on the whole Josh.
Hold on, let him cook. Hold on 1 second.
I was just gonna say, you know why you right? Because his OG, so to speak, or his mentor, his you know, the guy he credits with much of his success is Skip Bayless. And the whole world just watched Skip Bayless crash and burn on this same hill. I don't know why Stephen A. is not like, you saw what your man did. Now you know, like, sidestep this, because this is a huge landmine and it looked like it's exploding already. You might have lost a leg already. Now you might want to get patched up at the VA hospital and see if you can maintain this thing on crutches, but he might have already lost a leg stepping on this landmine. That might be a hot take right there, because the executives might be pulling a Drake on him, like, yo, this might be time for them to get rid of Stephen A. at negotiation. They may not have to pay him that whole $100 million.
and you know what? This is why I think ultimately Stephen A. is just going to take a huge L. And this is why I think Stephen A. is trying to change the narrative and make this something else. Because no matter what happens, he is never going to be able to overcome the heel of a father defending his son. And there are too many communities that respect LeBron just for that element. You might not like some of the basketball elements or whatever, however you might feel about LeBron as a basketball player, but there are too many people that appreciate him standing up for his son, like we see so many parents do when they go to these schools and talk to these principals and they doing all this. He's winning just from the sheer amount of people that just like the fact he's standing up for his son to a guy that ultimately is just really not very liked anyways, which I think Stephen A, I think he has a flawed perception of how people view him. I think he thinks people view him in a positive light. I don't think he understands that people on this level of YouTube, that we kind of look at him like a clown. And he's not, like some of the things that he says, he's not very respected. We don't take what he says as fact, and we don't take him very seriously. Which is why it's odd to me that a lot of these people that love Michael Jordan are now, who were once Stephen A haters, as soon as he goes toe-to-toe with LeBron, they are loving everything that he says now. And it's just like, damn, when did Stephen A become this credible source of information all of a sudden? And, it's wild, but I hope that he can get this resolved, but I don't see him bouncing back from this. But I don't think LeBron will let him bounce back.
But yeah, of course he wouldn't, because he will not let this go. And I think it goes back to what I said before, what Shannon Sharp said. He basically should have let this go.
Mahari, your mic's cutting out. Your mic's cutting out, Mahari.
The same thing.
You hear me, Mahari? Something's going on with your mic.
Hey, is that better? I'm gonna let me real quick because I'm in an inside location.
Lamont, do you remember?
My point is that.
Oh, well, hold on. Kirk Royce did say, hold on, Mahari. I'm gonna let you fix your mic real quick. Now, Kirk Royce says something. He says, now the most interesting thing that LeBron James said in that interview with Pat McAfee was about the draft. Like Stephen A, like if Stephen A could have just deflected and went and talked about that, because I thought that was the most important thing he said when LeBron talked about his own draft. And he says, look, he says, you really think me getting drafted to Cleveland was a coincidence? D Rose getting drafted to the Bulls, a coincidence? Ewing going to the Knicks, a coincidence? And he said, me going to Cleveland was the identifier. Look, the league is trying to put me in a certain position, and there's going to be a level of expectation placed on me that I got to live up to. The fact that he came out and said that publicly was wild, man. And that just tells you right there, man, this NBA thing is crazy. But the fact that he came out and said, look, I don't even think this was no coincidence that I land in Cleveland, which is crazy. But that's crazy. Crazy to even think of.
Hey, Lamont, is my mic better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Is it better now? Okay. So let me say this, my point real quick, and we'll go back to that draft thing. But as I said before, I agree with Shannon Sharp. Like, bro, you just got to let this go, bro. Like, at this point, LeBron pretty much checked your temperature and literally just roasted you. And now you're trying to go on this emotional tirade. You just got to let this go, bro. Like, at this point, you already made a fool out of yourself, and you're trying to create another narrative to try to make yourself look good. And I see it as the same path that Skip Bayless went through when he burned bridges with Shannon Sharp after the whole DeMar Hamlin situation and that whole Tom Brady situation. So let this go. I'm just saying, Stephen Smith just got to let this go and move on. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Stephen A's ego will let him walk away from this. I think because he has so little to contribute with regards to just talking basketball that he's going to have to hang on this until the playoffs start. He's going to have to hang on something, because right now, no NFL. March Madness is not as interesting this year as it was in years past. No WNBA, no major sports to talk about. I mean, usually around this time of year, the NBA we're just trying to get the season over with right now. And so during this dull moment of sports, he kind of needs this. If he can make his shows about LeBron for the next 2-3 weeks as we get into the playoffs, that's going to be a win for Stephen A. I think for him, he's always looking for ratings. I think he's going to have to milk this because I don't think he knows how to talk the game well enough to get into anything else between now and the playoffs.
Let me add this, big bro. Let me say this real quick, big bro. I believe in God. I know everybody may not, or some people atheists, some people agnostic, but I believe in God. And I'm just saying, with the way the sequence of events happen, where Bronny has a game high in the NBA, a career high in the NBA, and then goes and has a career high in the G League, then LeBron does this interview, which is an absolute showstopper. Then Stephen A goes crazy, and then LeBron hits the game winner that's not even supposed to be a game winner. Like, that game winner right there was supposed to be like, that's like a sign to Stephen A. Smith. Like, if you believe in God or some sort of intelligence to events, that tap-in game winner was like, bro, LeBron tapped it in so you could tap out. Like, that tap in is so you could tap out. Like just stop right here. Like, just the basketball gods or God in general, like, the powers that be are not on your side, bro. Like, you need to just on a whole nother level. Like, you gotta stop. Like, it's not happening for you, champ.
It's not, man. It's raps. And we got Low. I think Low did one of the is Low still up? Yeah. And Low did one of the best videos I've seen in his reaction. Low, man. What's your thoughts on all this, man? What's going on with Stephen A, man? What you think he should do, man?
Man, it's getting bad. If my audio is bad, let me know because I'll just go upstairs real quick.
Nah, you good. You sound good right now.
Man, Stephen A, bro, he gotta let it go. I didn't think it was gonna get worse because after last night, I was watching his whole segment on his own little show on YouTube. But then I did not know he turned around, bro. Me waking up, seeing him having a crash out of a lifetime, sitting there, because I don't know if y'all know, literally yesterday on his show, he said, I'm not the one who's lying. It's LeBron. I'm not gonna lie. And he turned around and led the next day a first take with a lie. And I'm like, bro, yo, like, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing? But he's lost the plot. I mean, making hypothetical physical alterations between y'all two and what you would do hypothetically, then playing with the Kobe and Bronny situation and D Wade. It's like, bro, you playing, bro. And what's crazy is I've been trying not to say this, but bro, he sounds like some of the fools on YouTube, bro. He genuinely sounds like that,
bro. I ain't lying. And this is what I never thought I would wake up out of my sleep. I woke up at 3 a.m. and this is literally the first thing.
Man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
In what world?
I said that, man.
Yeah, push.
This is crazy, man. I never this. Like this is how you know he's mad too.
Yeah.
Like now he's gotten to the point where he's saying I would have fought him. It's just like, bro, you derailing from some of your own stances. First, you wasn't gonna fight him because you're with Disney. Now you would fight him, and it's just like, my God, man, sit this one out, man.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Braun actually checked him up on
y'all
that.
doing exactly
if
what
he
I thought
sees
y'all
him
was
next
gonna do.
time, bro, and he checks him on that, he's like, I thought you said he was finna hit
Now
me
hold
if I
on,
pressed you.
we got Mr. Winners, the ultimate Jordan fan.
Zesty
Winners. Hold on. We're gonna keep a count. I give Mr. Winners 7 minutes before he brings up 2011 Bron in the NBA Finals. Well, I could be wrong. Mr. Winners, yes. What do you got on this, Mr. Winners? Because I'm assuming you're on the side of Stephen A. Smith. What do you got on this, man?
I'm on no one's side. I don't pick a side. This is a cat fight between two grown men that act like females. But y'all are doing exactly what y'all are always do. Look at him. I can't even talk, man.
Go ahead. Let him talk,
no, bro, I'm not gay, so your hopes are dashed. You can't get with me, fag. Now shut up.
So, can y'all let Mr. Winners talk? You know, please let him talk.
Yeah, like of course, all I hear is Stephen A. need to chill. Stephen A. need, and nobody says anything to the king, right? Nobody says anything to their king. He's just always right, 100%. You can't give him any backlash. You can't criticize him. You can't see where he went wrong. It's all on Stephen A. Correct?
But no, let me ask you 1 minute. Hold on, Mr. Winters. I did preface this by saying, I said you can have your own opinion about LeBron confronting Stephen A. at Madison Square Garden. I said you can think that's right or wrong. I said the one thing you cannot dictate, because Stephen A. said it on his own show before he went on that diatribe about Bronny. He said, I'm going to try to be respectful, which means you're going to say something disrespectful. And when he says something disrespectful, once you say something that could potentially be disrespectful, you then can't control how another man chooses to handle it. He could choose to ignore it. He could choose to slap the shit out of you. He could choose to confront you. He could choose to beat you up. But at the end of the day, if you say something about another man that's disrespectful, and as I showed at the beginning of the show, you've publicly, and Stephen A. Smith, you've publicly come out and you've told players like Kevin Durant, I'm at the games. You can pull up on me at the game. I'm accessible. So you also open the invitation for players to confront you at the games because you sit courtside, because you're so accessible. Well, how can I be mad at LeBron for literally cashing a check that you wrote? And how can you be LeBron? Because LeBron chose to handle that way. I can have an opinion about maybe I would have done it different, but at the end of the day, if you say, look, you can confront me if you see it at the game. How is he wrong for doing exactly what Stephen A. invited people and players specifically to do?
Okay, so this was done in the middle of a game during a timeout. Everybody on this chat knows.
At the Staples Center, Kyrie rolls up on me. He taps me on the back and he's like, you still got that same energy face to face? I said, I'm standing here, ain't I?
Never saw me at games for the better part of the last 25 years. I've been at an average of 120 games a year. You ain't seen me? You didn't see me sitting courtside with your former owner?
Yeah, no, because Lamont was playing something I want to talk over if Lamont was playing.
No, I was just letting you know this is what Stephen A. said. I'm at the game.
That's what he said. That's what he said at the game. All right. So now LeBron waits till the third quarter in the middle of the game during the timeout to go confront him. And we all know when anybody in the crowd or a coach says something that LeBron doesn't like, he goes over security and gets them removed. If he would have said something to security to LeBron James that he didn't like, he would have had the referee eject LeBron James. LeBron James would have had the referee eject Stephen A. Smith. You know that. So of course he's not going to sit there and do that. And then at that point,
why would he get Stephen A. ejected?
The same reason why he got other folks ejected for saying, did he get?
Most recently, let's just go off what happened most recently, the one that we can remember, when he got the lady kicked out because she said she wished death upon his son Bronny.
Okay. Are you wait, I'm gonna be clear. Are you trying to correlate when he gets people ejected when they say something in real time in contrast to someone else saying something because when he gets someone ejected, it's because the fans in real time say something crazy to him in real time, not something that he's about to go address from somebody else. I think you're conflating two different things. But I still want to understand if someone is, because what Lamont is saying is correct. If you are inviting me to come address you at these games, why? If I then do it, then what is the problem?
Okay, well, Stephen A. also said, let's talk about it later then, after the game, where the game is over. You know what I'm saying? Not during the game, not when somebody can get ejected. Not when let's talk like.
But
what
is there to talk about though? I'm gonna say I don't think.
Yeah, but once I check you, we don't need to have a long conversation if you're getting checked.
That's what I'm saying.
Getting checked is very short and sweet.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. Like I said. He did his email Udoka. He walked over to Ime Udoka, said something to him, and what happened to Ime Udoka? He got ejected for saying something back to him. So that's what LeBron does. Stop playing, acting like y'all don't know how LeBron gets down. He can buck at you, but when you buck back at him, he goes and runs to get the white.
No, hold on, but hold on, Mr. Winters. Mr. Winters, we're not talking. Well, here's the thing. if Stephen A would have bucked back, we would have saw it on camera. Here's the problem. Stephen A didn't buck back, and all he did was go on his podcast and give us a hypothetical of what it would have looked like if he would have supposedly bucked back.
That's like scary. That's like the most scariest thing on the planet. Like the most scariest dudes do that. They'll literally get scared the moment you press them, and then they'll go back and say, "This is what I'm gonna do." Stephen A is scared. Press them,
oh, no, y'all we can't hear y'all. I can't hear. Plus, I wanted to get low because I wanted to get on low. Lowe's the one to drop the video, man.
Well, but I want to be clear though. Look, this whole hypothetical of them fighting. Bro, neither one of them are going to fight. They have way too much to lose for either one of them to fight. So, like, us even
come on, man, stop acting like y'all don't understand what people. Yes, Stephen A. had a poor choice of word, a poor analogy. But
that's what I'm saying. I don't even want to. What he was clearly saying.
What he was clearly saying to me was, in my opinion, he was clearly saying I wasn't going back down from LeBron James. I'm not scared of LeBron James.
That's fine. But the reason why it's a poor choice of word, because I think the bigger issue with Stephen A. and this goes even beyond LeBron, is that he is in a constant battle with trying to justify his masculinity to the world, because he does the same thing with his blackness as well, where he gets all offended when people question his blackness, because that's the only reason why you would even dare set a hypothetical up trying to justify who you are in terms of which we know that neither one of y'all are going to do anything. So that is the reason why it's silly, is because everyone knows that neither one of y'all are going to fight. So why would you even dare even approach that conversation? Is a silly one. However, the point still stands. I get what you're saying about the way in which you want to do it, but I don't understand why Stephen A. Smith is allowed to dictate the terms in which he allows himself to address and approach people. But then if I want to do it on my terms, it's all of a sudden a problem. Be very mindful that there were already conversations being had behind the scenes about what Stephen A. Smith was saying, and he doubled down on it after having those conversations about it before. So we've already attempted to have this conversation with you privately. You then decided to continue to double down on it, and then when we had the conversation privately, you then said, "Oh, I ain't afraid of y'all." You allowed that to even be a part of your big macho man ego about it. So since we've had the conversation privately about it, and you still then took the private conversation and then aired it out about how we had the private conversation publicly, then I'm going to address you publicly on my own terms. And if I deemed it necessary for me to approach you in the middle of the game, who cares?
That's similar to me, Lo. Let's say I do a Legend of Winning exposed video. I would have to then expect his response is also going to be a very public response. What are these people that they say things in public, but then they want people like LeBron to address them in private where nobody can see? Because that's what happens with Stephen A. Stephen A. wants people to address him in private. So, because what happens when he addresses when you address him in private? He now controls what the story actually is. Yes. So now he can go on this show, or now he can go on this podcast and say, "Oh, I talked with this guy off the behind the scenes," and he's going to paint it. He's going to paint a picture to make himself seem like he was this big, bad, tough guy. And I stood up to the NBA player, and he confronted me, and I stood my ground, and I didn't back down. And he's going to paint. See, but now what we saw when LeBron James does it in front of thousands of people in Madison Square Garden. Now we see what it really looks like when you get checked. You look like a guy that's going to fold and sit down very quickly when you get checked by an NBA player. That's what happens.
Don't be surprised.
I like what happened. I like how Glenn Robinson checked him back then.
Opens things up. Don't be surprised if this opens things up to more NBA players.
Let Mr. Winters cook real quick. My bad. I'm gonna come right back to you, y'all. Go ahead, Mr. Winters.
We have seen in the past where Skip Bayless, for example, has said when he has revealed that the ESPN is a certain way about stars, and they tell you to be a certain way about stars. And if you offend a star, if you say something to a star, we have seen Shannon Sharp apologize or have to apologize because he was on the sideline and had a run-in with NBA players. They're going to side with LeBron, and Stephen A. smart enough to know that. So if I do buck back at LeBron, LeBron's going to cause a scene, make a real big deal out of it to the point where, okay, now it's getting me in trouble at my job. So, okay, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait. I'm gonna go on my show. I'm gonna go on my show, First Take, tomorrow on ESPN. Be professional. But when I get on a platform, which is a LeBron platform, on Gils Arena, then I'm gonna air him out. That's the smart thing to do. He's not gonna mess up his money and mess up his job.
Really, dude? You sound dumb.
No, you don't work. You must not have a job.
Bro, you sound dumb. You sound dumb. At the end of the day, bro, LeBron acknowledged it the way it's supposed to be done, and Stephen A. Smith got embarrassed. He's not going to go out and embarrass himself in front of everybody. You know what I mean? But the only reason why he says it on his platform is because he knows LeBron's not going to be there to check him. That's why he went to Pat McAfee to address the issue.
You know why?
How many times have we seen LeBron go get somebody to throw somebody out of a game?
That has nothing to do with
it. We saw that in Indiana, dumbass.
Look at how mad he is. Oh, this Indiana dumbass.
Because you're out there saying dumb stuff right now. You're saying dumb shit because you just don't like LeBron James. Period.
No, you're just emotional. You emotional over your king.
and you're zesty.
Hold on one second, Mahari. So what I was saying was, listen, Winners, I don't think the two go together. Getting somebody kicked out of game versus a media personality saying something about a player on air and then going to a game. Like LeBron can't go to security and say, oh, Stephen A. Smith said something bad about me on ESPN. Can you kick him out, please? They're going to look at him like he's crazy. But if you're being disruptive like the lady in Indiana, if you're making comments about Bronny saying he should have died. Hold on one second, Mr. Winters. Mr. Winters, hold on, Mr. Winters. Hold on. Because she even admitted she said it. And just go read it.
Oh, my God.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Just go read the Indianapolis Star. They even interviewed her. She apologized for saying it. She got banned from at the time it was called Banker's Life, but she got banned from Pacer games. So she even admitted she said it. But at the end of the day, if you say something that crosses the line to a player, I don't have a problem with a player asking for you to be ejected, right? Because sometimes these fans get out of body and they'll say some reckless stuff. And the players, if you have the power to get them kicked out, well, make them waste their money and get them kicked out. Fine, I'm fine with that. You can have your own opinion about it. But Stephen A. Smith at the game, I cannot be mad at LeBron for doing exactly and handling it exactly how Stephen A. Smith asked for players to handle it. He said, if you see me at the game, you come. He said, we can even argue. We can cuss each other out, X, Y, and Z. He didn't say, wait till we go behind the scenes. No, wait till after the game. He didn't say, wait till he basically said, I'm in the streets. He basically letting the people know I'm out. I'm in the streets.
Right.
I'm accessible. And so when LeBron looked down and saw, oh, you accessible right now. Not only did he check him in front of Madison Square Garden, then he proceeded
while the game was going on. While the game was going on.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. You saying while the game is going on is you trying to dictate the terms in which LeBron checks you. You don't, when you disrespect somebody, you don't get to dictate the terms of what happens after the fact. If that person runs up and slaps you in the back of the head when you're not looking, that's how they chose to handle it. Now you got to address that. So at the end of the day, once you disrespect somebody, all the dictating the terms is off the table. Because anything goes. How do you disrespect
somebody? How do you disrespect LeBron? Please tell me.
Well, he judged him as a father. He judged him as a man.
LeBron felt. Hold on one second, y'all. LeBron felt like at the end of the day, if LeBron felt that Stephen A. disrespected him, it's on LeBron to address it. And the one thing we cannot control, Mr. Winters, is if another man feels disrespected, then that's how he feels. And it's not on me or you to change that. It's on him to address that with that other man. And they'll hash it out. So no matter how you feel about what Stephen A. said, Bron felt disrespected, and he chose to handle it the way Stephen A. said for players to handle it. How can I be mad at the player for addressing it and handling it exactly? Because Stephen A. is the one that tried to play big bad wolf, pull up on me at the games. Then somebody pulls up on you at the game, and now you want to play victim. I'm not trying to hear the victim card today. That's all I'm saying.
No, listen.
Thank you.
I didn't know. Don't stop asking. I didn't ask you about how LeBron felt. You said he was disrespected. You didn't say LeBron felt he was. You said he was disrespected. How was he disrespected?
I'm saying. Well, I've already said my personal feeling about it when it first happened before LeBron even had checked him. I came on this show and I said that's disrespect. I said it's crossing the line when you go on national TV and you're trying to tell another parent how to parent their child. And so you going on national TV, basically, you going on national TV with this fake empathetic plea, trying to say, Bron, please stop this. Look what you're putting Bronny through. No, because a good parent is going to put their kid through the fire. A good parent is going to let their kid go through growing pains where they see fit. Because at the end of the day, LeBron James is the one that knows more basketball than most of us. LeBron James is the one that knows how to train someone to be an NBA player. Who the hell is Stephen A. Smith, a guy who didn't play one game as a college basketball player? Who is he to step in and try to tell LeBron James how to mold Bronny into an NBA player? So at the end of the day, and as we saw, just like my guy said, it's funny how karma works, because as soon as you go and make this fake impassioned plea, you now 2 weeks later have to retract your entire statement talking about, man, I might have been wrong about Bronny, because Bronny not only is destroying in the G League, now Bronny went into the NBA, dropped 7 on the Milwaukee Bucks, and dominated a half of basketball.
And then went 0 for 4 the very next game.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
So
it don't matter.
So he's right.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Don't matter. Don't matter.
Okay, so with everything that you just said, Lamont, you just said a good parent will put.
Ask Mr. Which is a question. Do you have children?
I have 3.
Perfect. All right. So let me ask you this. Have you? Okay, that's fine. But let me ask you this. Have you allowed your children to go through the growing pains to understand how to get through what they want to get through in life? Have you allowed that?
Of course. And I don't protect. I don't protect them from criticism.
But that's not okay. Fine.
Okay,
that's
fine. What was doing? Okay, then.
Mr. Winters,
okay for LeBron to go through that.
Mr. Winters, here's a key thing that you're missing. Okay, now let's take those same children, right? They're going through their growing pains, but then somebody else, a third party, pulls up that don't even know you like that at all, that doesn't know you at all, and challenges you as a father. He's criticizing you as a father for letting your children go through those growing pains. How would that make you feel?
See, this is the
so he's just not even going to
see, Winners. You're trying to deflect away from the question. Answer the question.
He said he's going to answer. Let him answer. That's a very good question.
It's a very good question, but it's at the same time. See, this is the mistake that y'all always make. You're always comparing athletes and actors and artists.
Can you please just answer the question, Mr.
I'm answering the question.
No, you're not. You're deflecting the question.
No, you're not.
Okay, hold on. Let him
answer
his way. Hold on, y'all. Let him answer his own way.
Lamont, I got him here. I need
let
him
answer.
No, I'm answering this question
directly.
Let me answer it. First of all, you're comparing an athlete to a regular guy.
That has nothing to do.
They are regular guys.
That has nothing to do answering the question.
Let me finish. If I was a guy that had my child on national TV all the time, pumping him up, then there's plenty of celebrities that leave their families away from TV. Now, those are the ones that have a right to be upset when you criticize their kid. But when you put your wife, your children, and all that out there on the national TV for everybody to see, they're fair game. That's the way it goes, unfair or not.
Lamont, let me answer. Hold on, Lamont. I have to answer this. Okay, so first
off, nobody criticizes.
Okay, first off, Mr. Winters, you did not answer my question. I asked you a specific.
Well, first of all, you cut me off because you're emotional.
No, I need you to answer. No, it's because I'm not allowing you to.
Hold on. Let me do this, y'all, so we can get clarity here, because I want to get to everybody on the panel. I know D. Reed, and everybody wants to get their take in. So, can you just please, just to keep it simple for Mr. Winters, so we don't confuse him. Ask your question as you asked it before. And Mr. Winters, I understand that you want to try to put context to it, but just before you do context, just answer his question. And that way we can at least get an answer before we go into the other stuff. So ask your question one more time. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So my question is since you have 3 children and you allow them to go through growing pains, imagine a third party that you don't even know, doesn't even know you at all, criticizes you as a man and as a father on how you're raising your children because you're letting them go through those growing pains. How would that make you feel, Mr. Winters?
How it make me feel depends. It might make me mad. It might make whatever. But either way it goes, that's life. That's the way it is, especially in this sense. When you are a celebrity and you are a number one guy in a sport and you are the top guy, everything you do gets put under a microscope. So you know that. So you putting your child on television, you know how much you get criticized. You know how sensitive people are when you get criticized. You know how sensitive you are when it happens to you. So by knowing that, why put your son out there if you can't handle it? You guys sit up here and babysit LeBron because he can't handle being a star.
It's not that,
what it is.
Mr. Winters.
Hold on. Let's just so we can keep it organized, Mr. Winters.
See how he circled it back to LeBron? There you go.
Hold on.
It's about LeBron, you jackass. Are you dumb?
Hold on, y'all, Mr. Winters. Hold on,
though.
y'all. So Mr. Winters, you keep taking it back to criticism. And even LeBron came out on Pat McAfee's show and said, this is not about criticism. He says, I would never tell someone in the media to not criticize Bronny. It's not about criticism. I don't think it was ever about criticism. I never even thought for the first second it was about criticism. I always, just like Draymond Green said and a couple other NBA players, as soon as I heard Stephen A. go on First Take in front of national TV and try to criticize how Bron was as a father, I said, whoop. I said, that's a good line crosser right there. That's a good level of disrespect where you can break some relationships and really, cut yourself in a few places. So at the end of the day, you just said, and let's not even go with his question to you. I don't even want to ask you how you would handle it. Would you, if I criticized something you were doing with your kids, and I came out publicly and I said you're a bad father because of how would you, no matter how you would react to it, would you consider it disrespect?
If you tell me a bad father, absolutely that's disrespect. But that didn't come out of
Stop right there, because that's all it takes right there. And my whole point is, once you criticize somebody as a father, and we both understand that it's disrespect, from that point forward, you no longer get to dictate how that person handles disrespect, because everyone handles disrespect in a plethora of ways. And once you run around trying to dictate how LeBron handles disrespect, that's just you and your feelings of not liking how he handled it. There's a lot of people in jail for how they handle disrespect. I don't like how they handle this. My uncle, I don't like that he killed a crackhead and ended up in prison because the crackhead disrespected him, but he did it, right? I don't like it, but that's how he chose to handle it. Everyone handles it differently. So what I'm saying, just stop at disrespect. And once you stop there, you have to say that LeBron is right. That's where you have to say Bron is right, because from that point forward, that's just you being mad at how he handled it.
No,
you can be mad at how he handled it all you want. We can argue that. We can argue that to the end. We can say LeBron was wrong. You said maybe I would have did it after the game ended. Maybe you wouldn't have done it in the third quarter. Maybe I would have done it before the game. But at the end of the day, he handled it, and we both stop at where we both agree, as you just admitted, it was disrespect. That's where you have to stop.
If you say he's a bad father,
hold on. The criticism that Stephen A. gave, and I all of us here on the panel, we can go through everybody one by one. We can all agree that what Stephen A. said in that fake emotional plea about Bronny James was disrespecting Bron as a father.
Of course,
if we can all agree there, then we need to stop.
About it, so you're on his side. Of course you are.
It's not about being a side. This is about.
You didn't say that when he said it at first. None of these guys.
Yes, I did. Hold on, Mr. Winters.
No, you did. They did.
Mr. Winters.
How do you know what?
I know. Hold on. Let me hold on.
You never talked about it.
Hold on. Let me go to the guy below me real quick, and then we're gonna go to everybody else because we heard Mr. Winters' answer. So ultimately, we all we heard from Mr. Winters is that he agrees with us. He just doesn't like how LeBron James embarrassed Stephen A. Smith after the fact.
Bro, I didn't say that.
Mr. Winters, respectfully, bro, you sounding as wild as Stephen A. right now, because you're assuming to know what we said or what we didn't say. That's number one. Number two, if you're saying that this critique of LeBron, and this is the problem that I have with the zealots when it comes to Jordan, right? If you're saying that what Stephen A. critiquing LeBron as a father is okay, why hasn't Stephen A. been so vocal in terms of critiquing Michael Jordan as a father? Because when we're talking about fatherhood, we're not talking about LeBron grooming Bronny as a basketball player. When we're talking about fatherhood, we're talking about LeBron grooming Bronny as a man, as his son. That's what a father is doing, is raising his son. So if we're talking about LeBron as a father, We're talking about the job that he's done raising his son. So if it's fair to critique that, and that's Stephen A's place, and you feel like we're all out of pocket, we're all, Bronosexuals or whatever the case may be, because we're saying Stephen A is out of pocket, and this is what a commentator's supposed to be doing, and blah blah blah. Why hasn't Stephen A been so vocal with Michael Jordan's job or lack thereof as a father? Where was that criticism at all this time when we see the run-ins with the drugs and the Scottie Pippen X and the where's the criticism about Michael Jordan as a father all this time?
Do I get to answer that question?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Because again, Michael Jordan is not plastering his kids all over the place. Michael Jordan is not tweeting about his son all the time. Michael Jordan is not having his connect that ESPN put out highlights of Marcus Jordan scored 2 points all the time. Michael Jordan is not putting media narratives out there saying that I'm going to play with my son. The point I'm trying to make is LeBron put Bronny out there in the celebrity space. So Bronny is subject, or whatever, whether it's fair, whether it's right or wrong, his fatherhood is subject to being criticized. If I slap my wife on TV,
Mr. Winters, just for facts, just so we can be factual, let me ask you a question, because you said you did make the statement that LeBron was always tweeting about Bronny. Now I have it in front of me. How many times did LeBron tweet about Bronny?
It doesn't matter.
No, hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Mr. Winters, I have the answer in front of me right here, because you said he's always talking about him on social media. Always. Like it's a daily occurrence, like he's always doing it. So I have in front of me right here, I have 2 tweets. Not 50, not 60, not once a day, not 365. I have 2 tweets, one from 2023 and one from 2024. Now, the first one was March 7th. LeBron tweeted, man, Bronny, definitely better than some of these cats I've been watching in the league. And then February 26, 2024, in response to ESPN's mock draft adjustments, LeBron posted, later deleted tweets urging people to let Bronny be a kid, emphasizing that mock drafts don't matter, highlighting the importance of hard work. Those were the 2 tweets. Now, was it the 2023 tweet that bothered you and made you feel like that tweet was so shocking that it felt like he tweeted it every day for 365 days? Because hold on. So essentially, all I'm saying, just for factual purposes, he only tweeted about Bronny James one time, and that was back in 2023, and you're so hinged and holding on to that one tweet, you're so embedded in it that you feel as if where you could come on this podcast and make the statement that he tweets about him all the time, as if he's flooding the media and he's flooding the social media world with information, trying to confuse the masses and tell everybody that Bronny's this superstar that he's not. So where are these other tweets that I missed? Where's this other information on social media that I missed where Bron is just flooding us with so much information about Bronny? He's trying to trick us into believing he's a much better player than he actually is.
Regardless of whether he's trying to do that or not, the bottom line.
That was one of your strongest talking points, though, Mr.
You just based your answer on You just based your answer on the fact that it's okay for Stephen A to criticize LeBron as a father because of all this publicity that LeBron has been giving Bronny via his tweets and his Instagram posts. Now that you find out it's actually only 2 posts. So first of all, that tells us that you don't actually have real opinions. You're only repeating what you hear other people saying. That's number 1. Number 2, now that you find out that there's only 2 posts.
Tell me what I repeated. Tell me what I repeated.
You're repeating this narrative that you're hearing from other platforms. Actually,
like
you're
what platform?
repeating from Stephen A. Let's be specific. You're repeating exactly what Stephen A. been saying about, LeBron's been making these posts comparing his son to NBA players. Now, what I wanted to also get back to and say, going to the fatherhood thing. Hold on. This is another thing about fatherhood. LeBron is a proud father.
Okay.
Bronny is giving LeBron pride, and as a proud father, he's sharing every so often. That's a proud father sharing, because there's nothing scarier in life than losing a child. The natural order of life is that children are supposed to bury their parents. Parents are not supposed to bury their children. So for Bronny to actually technically die, that's what cardiac arrest is, when your heart actually stops. So for Bronny to actually die and then come back and still be able to deal with this, deal with the hecklers, deal with the Zesty Jeffries, deal with Stephen A, get to the G League, get to as a father, he's
where Stephen A said he belonged.
Oh, as a stop that. As a father, he's Stephen A. Listen, Stephen A. backtracked. Don't give us the backtrack without the initial statements. He said that he didn't belong. First of all, if Stephen A. thought he belonged, stop that. If Stephen A. thought he belonged, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now, because the whole premise of him saying about LeBron and his fatherhood and all that was that he's unjustly putting Bronny in a position that he cannot handle. And that position is as a young NBA player. So let's knock off the games. Listen, what I'm saying is Marcus has not provided Michael with any proud moments. Marcus has been having cover up after cover up until the cover ups got so crazy that they wound up on TMZ. So there is no gushing moments that Michael has to say, oh man, my son's doing such an amazing job. Let me let y'all know how good. He doesn't have those moments. So we gotta really take this to another level and talk about how Stephen A. as a black man, to get to his position and his platform, is on a whole nother level, not supposed to be criticizing LeBron for getting his son to the NBA. What are we talking about right now? like LeBron as a father got his son to the NBA. That's what we're supposed to be doing as black fathers out here. We're supposed to be keeping our children out of trouble. We're supposed to be keeping them out of the way, and as best as we can, we're supposed to be using everything we know, all the connections we make as fathers, to put our children in a good position. And now we have Stephen A. trying to criticize LeBron for putting his son in a good position, and then trying to make it seem like this is fair game to critique him as a father, when it can only be demonstrated as fair game if he's doing that all across the board. And since we see that Michael's son is a cokehead, we clearly know that this criticism is not all across the board. Because if that's the case, he would be talking about Michael Jordan's shortcomings as a father, not LeBron's. And lastly, when we talk about brand ambassadors, because when we talk about the face of the league, that's what we're talking about, brand ambassadors. There is no metric that you or Stephen A. could sum up to say that Michael Jordan is a better brand ambassador for the sport than LeBron James, because there was a lot of different things that the league had to cover up for Michael Jordan himself. There was rumors of his drug use, and the rumors of the gambling and all that, the illegal activities was everywhere. So when it comes to being a better face of the league, absolutely there's no competition when it comes to brand ambassador, who's been doing a better job of that. And getting your son to the league with your next son following, Bryce getting ready to be even better than Bronny. So getting both your children to get to the league. No.
My bad, y'all. My daughter was calling.
Go ahead, Mr. Winters. I know it's springtime. You got your time running out.
That was my youngest daughter.
As a black man, Mr. Winters should feel sad about
Blame, bro.
Like, this is just crazy. Like, he just over here just defending Stephen A. Snitch. Like,
I'm not defending nobody. I don't care about.
Let me finish.
That's what you literally been doing this whole time.
The first thing I said was they are both females.
Now, to be honest, I gotta let Del De Niro cook. But Mr. Winters, that might be one of your worst cookings on FYF Sports, man. That might be one of your worst barbecue sessions, man, because Man, I mean, now you can. So you have an opportunity, Mr. Winters, just like Stephen A. Smith had an opportunity. You could gracefully bow out and basically kind of fold, or you can keep fighting this losing battle. Now, you have a very vivid example of how Stephen A. Smith is fighting a losing battle. Are you going to keep fighting this losing battle? Because from your talking points, he didn't cook you based on any other. He cooked you based on your own talking points. The tweets. Remember, I just fact check information. The fact check of the information supported it, and then you tried to backtrack off of your own take, off your own information, because the facts don't support it. Mr. Winters, are you going to gracefully bow to this one, man, and just concede to defeat, man? Because man, that might be one of your worst.
He's promoted. He's promoted Bronny. Has he not? Has LeBron promoted Bronny? Yes.
My question to Mr. Winters is like, why don't you like? Don't you think like LeBron is human, just like the rest of us? You know, like don't you think he has like the right of any other like human father to feel some type of way when being judged as a father? Don't you think that?
I'm sorry.
He doesn't feel that way because he's not.
He can feel how he wants to feel.
Hold on, y'all. It's on Del Dinero though. It is on. Hold on, y'all. It is on Del Dinero. I told him he can go next. My bad, y'all. I want to cut you off, but I told him he can go next. Go ahead, cook. Go ahead and cook, man.
Oh no, I was just saying like the hate that Miss Winters got for LeBron. You know, it supersedes anything else he got to say. It supersedes all of any humanity he got for LeBron. But pretty much all I got to say is, I mean, y'all been cooking him the whole time. It's sad. Like as a black man, he should feel ashamed of himself. Like there's no way you sitting up here trying to defend Stephen A. Smith.
God.
Yeah, you
black too.
You a black man. We are black men on here. You should feel ashamed of yourself defending Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Snitch. All LeBron has did since he's been in the league, he ain't never got in trouble. He ain't never did anything illegal. All he did is dedicate his life to basketball, and now he's at the point.
And you know this how?
What you mean? I know this how?
How do you know this?
LeBron doesn't have any. He doesn't have no criminal record. He never got arrested. He never got in trouble. He never got caught doing no coke or none of that shit that Jordan's son or Jordan be doing off the court.
His son was smoking weed as a minor online on his close friends. So yeah,
we gonna compare weed to coke.
Wow, when he's a minor, like I said, he's a minor.
He's a minor.
Tap out, but wait, I mean, wait, this is even worse than what I thought. I ain't even get real quick. Like this.
I know low pulled up.
I didn't compare nothing. LeBron, Mr. Winters, real quick. This is even worse than I thought because now you're willing to not even give LeBron like the basic right that every other human has to feel some type of way when being judged as a father. But now you're just defending Michael Jordan for his inadequacies as a father.
I didn't say a word about Michael Jordan. I said he brought up LeBron, and I said his kid was caught smoking weed online as a minor. So,
yes,
like
which is an inadequacy. Michael, yes, that's an inadequacy. Like for Michael Jordan as a father, though. That means we should be able to judge him.
Y'all. I want to go down another angle.
Said that because I brought up Jordan's son snorting.
No, hold on. My biggest thing. The reason why, Mr. Winters, I heard you say something earlier, and I'm gonna go to Lowe and a couple of other guys, and there's a couple Haskell up here, and I want to make sure we get to people that haven't said anything. But the reason, Mr. Winters, I heard you say why you bring up race, and so you know what? Normally, I would probably say something similar, but I was watching a podcast. I forgot whose podcast it was yesterday. Somebody had clipped it. It was like from some show, and there was a girl on the show. It was a black girl, and it was another black dude on the show. They was kind of going back at it back and forth, and she was slamming him. She was basically slamming him. She was like, "Oh, you not this, you not that. You was raised by two parents in a good home. You can't be the, like," she's basically saying, "Oh, you can't be one of us. You can't be a real black dude because you was raised by two families. You had a nice home in the suburbs." And it's just like
basically saying he's whitewashed.
So basically what I was saying was it's just like the reason why race kind of plays is because there is kind of a brainwashing going on where people think that because they call it silver spoons or something like that. They think that getting raised right is a negative thing, is a negative thing. And it only happens with black people, man. Like, man, man, when I was little, bro, you know how I would have loved to be in a suburban home with a basketball court outside and quality meals every day. And I remember leaving basketball practice. Shit, I didn't even know who was going to pick me up from basketball practice sometimes. I remember going outside and shit being the last one out, man. Shit, I don't know when they going to get here. Dark outside, all types of crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, it matters, especially with LeBron, and race does matter. And I think Stephen A. Smith is not considering the race side of it, because if we're going to say LeBron is the face of the league, which Stephen A. Smith accepts that, then there comes something with being the face of the league, and the example you got to set. And when you look at the example he set, I mean, criticize what you want about the basketball player, but shit, he doesn't really have any scars as a father from what we can see. And he's putting forth a really good example in that element. So I think when you come after him as a father, I think based on where we've put him as the face of the league, I think he has to fight that. I don't think he can sit by the wayside and just accept that because of his placement as the face of the league.
Well,
Hey,
not only
Lamont,
that,
can
Lamont,
I
but
say-
not only
can I
that, to
say
add on
something,
to that,
Lamont?
to add on
So
to
this
that,
is about him, not
Hey,
about
let Lo speak, man.
this guy,
Lamont,
LeBron James, he just not
Lamont,
only
can I
is a
say something before
superstar
Lo
in the
goes?
NBA,
Because I'm
he's a
chomping
regular,
at the
he's a
bit, bro.
regular man. He's just
Hold
a
on,
regular person as well.
Let me go to Peter Bag Juice.
Oh,
We
my
got
bad,
Peter
my
Bag
bad.
Juice in here.
He's a sensitive person.
Yeah. I'm chomping at the bit, man. How everybody doing? Good evening, everybody.
How you doing?
What's good, man?
Y'all can say good evening just because I don't like LeBron. Y'all, goddamn, we can we?
Yeah, I said how you doing?
They saw it. Look how
What's
mad
up,
they
man?
get.
How's it going?
It was,
You don't like my team, man.
What's up, man? How's it going?
How you doing? How you doing?
Bro, don't nobody know you, man. Don't nobody up here know you, man.
Man,
Just
y'all,
get your thing off.
I have a reputation. Y'all don't know me, but I have a
No,
little bit
you
of
came
a
up.
rep.
Hold on, y'all. If you look at my 10 Commandments, right? If you look at my 10 Commandments, right? This is why we don't know you. Because if you look at my 10 Commandments, the 10th commandment, or one of my last commandments, let me pull it up here, was that you guys, this is what I said. The 10th commandment, thou shalt be like Mike, even if it means robbing, killing, and shooting over retro 11s, because nothing says GOAT like fans catching bodies for Concords while screaming LeBron is trash on burner accounts. And when we look at your account, when we put you on the big screen, this is not your regular account. You've changed your name from Peter Bag Juice to Haskell. You no longer want to go by the name that we know you as Peter Bag Juice. You've come in under a burner account. So I mean, I do got to give you.
So how did you know? So how did you know I was Peter Bag Juice?
I do because I'm very astute. So I do got to give you some credit for trying to very quickly get to the standards of the Michael Jordan 10 Commandments. You came in on a burner account, but again, I'm very astute. I know your voice, right? I know your voice.
So you do know me. You know my voice.
But at the end of the day, I do give you credit. I do give you credit for at least attempting to try to hide who you are, so people don't attach you to a lot of the bad takes that you've had in the past. So so again,
Listen,
y'all, this is why I call you by your name. I said, y'all,
I'm
this is
proud.
Peter Bag Juice.
I'm exceedingly. Listen,
that's his real name, y'all. Peter Bag Juice.
It's not my government name.
That is your government name. I looked it up.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm Jamaican. Bag juice is literally juice in a bag in Jamaica. That's what we used to drink. It's not, none of that weird sexual stuff that they say in the chat.
Wait, what?
Anyway.
Wait, what are you talking about, man?
Get him excited.
My handle is Peter Bag Juice. So some guys have made some innuendos about that, saying it's weird.
Hey, you
so
get Mahari excited over there, man.
Huh?
Get Mahari excited over there. Don't think you watch what you saying.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I just want to make a quick point.
Now, this is where I'm having an issue. The narrative about this attack or Stephen A. indicting LeBron's fatherhood. From my vantage point, it's a complete straw man. Now, you can say that his opinion is completely off base. That's fine. One thing that we should be all in accordance is that LeBron leveraged his power to get LeBron in the league. And to that end, I've seen a little video that he spoke to that, and that it is nepotism. But if many of us were in the same position, we would leverage our power in the same way. So if we can all agree, at least, even if we're on opposite sides of the aisle, as far as what that means, we should be able all to agree that the reason why Bronny is in the league is because LeBron leveraged his power.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
Wait.
No, hold on. Let's take it one step at a time. No, let's take it one step at a time. Because even if first of all, how Bronny got into the NBA or how any player gets into the NBA, completely irrelevant to this conversation. So the fact that you're starting off by saying you're trying to create a foundation of that Bronny doesn't belong. So your foundation. No. My point that I'm going to make. Hold on. Because the only reason you would be bringing this up about how Bronny got in.
You cut off all the guys that.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I'm trying to talk. So if you're gonna, your foundation is Bronny doesn't belong. He got into the league because of nepotism. So I think we would be fools to believe that LeBron James didn't have some role in him getting drafted to the Lakers. We're not dumb. So, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of players where outside forces have some role into either where they get drafted, who they get drafted by. And the brother who was talking before that cooked Mr. Winters, he made a good point. That only becomes relevant if you judge by that criteria across the board with others. And as I've shown, you haven't done that with John Stockton and John Stockton's sons. You did not do that with Big Oso Iguodala with the Phoenix Suns this year, whose stepdad drafted him to the Phoenix Suns in the second round. You did not do it with Eddie House, getting his son Jalen House an opportunity with the Boston Celtics. So there were a plethora of examples of nepotism outside of Bronny James.
Highlights either.
Yet you did not care about it, right? And so the fact that all of a sudden nepotism or how you get into the league is this big deal because it's Bronny James just shows that you have a bias towards LeBron, not nepotism and how people get into the league in and of itself. So at the end of the day, that was not something we were even debating. How Bronny James got into the league is still irrelevant to this conversation.
Lamont, my
this conversation.
Point.
Hold on. But no, at the end of the day, if get to your point. But all I'm saying is,
I just want to get my point off, brother. That's it.
What I'm saying. No. I'm just trying to break down this idiotic talking point of nepotism.
No, I don't care about the nepotism, Lamont.
Hold on. But hold on. This is something you brought up. Hold on, y'all. All I'm doing is trying to talk. And I like when people bring this nepotism thing up because it just exposes how dumb you are. And when you bring up how Bronny got into the league, it just tells me you don't really care about how these players get into the league. You're only focused on how LeBron got his son into the league. If nepotism played a role in it, well, this still goes hand in hand with what we're talking about. What the hell do you think a father does? If I own a construction company and my kid graduates college with a degree in constructional engineering or electrical engineering, well, who do you think is going to get a job with my $1 billion construction company?
Right, but I said that, Lamont.
Hold on 1 second. And he might get elevated to a position over a whole bunch of other people that are more deserving because it's my son. So at the end of the day, they're still like you even bringing that up.
I don't disagree.
No, hold on. I'm just telling you why you bringing this up. I'm just telling
because
you
I'm making up. I'm trying to
hold on. I'm telling you why you bringing it up is one, what you're trying to do is you're trying to implant in people's minds what Stephen A is trying to implant, that Bronny James isn't good enough and doesn't belong. That's what you're trying to do. So now,
but that's a personal opinion. What's the
now that we've gotten past the illogical talking point of you just adding that element in just so you can try to set the groundwork of that Bronny doesn't belong. What is your actual point? Because we all know now that Bronny does belong based on his play. So how he got into the league now, is irrelevant because based on what he's done in the G League and the NBA, we now see he does belong. So how he got there now no longer matters. So what is your point?
Now, can I go for 90 seconds without interruption? Please.
What is your point? On the topic.
Listen, the nepotism was tangential to my overarching point. I was laying the groundwork for the argument that the fatherhood angle is a straw man. So now, to retract, if we all agree that to some degree LeBron uses leverage to get Bronny in the league, if someone criticizes LeBron putting Bronny in a position to get undue criticism, right? Regardless of if the person is wrong or right, that is not an attack on his abilities as a father at all. That's what I'm saying. It's a straw man. That's my argument.
He said, I'm coming to you.
They don't understand that.
He said, hold on, not to cut you off, but he literally got on Stephen A. Snitch literally got on is y'all dumb? He literally said, I'm pleading with you as a father. He came at him as a dad.
Hold on, I gotta play it again for him.
Like, damn, I can't be this fucking stupid. My bad for the
I think they think that we're dumb, right? So if it was a straw man, I just need you to explain what the hell this was. If this was a straw man. Oh, let me put it on the screen.
This is sad. Like, did y'all go to school? He literally got on TV and said he pleading with him as a dad. Y'all said, well, it was a straw man. He didn't come. Like, he literally said, I'm pleading with you as a dad. Stop this. Stop this. Like, damn. Y'all over here trying to just justify.
Hold on. Here it is right here. So maybe we were wrong. So let's hear it again. Maybe he wasn't talking about fatherhood. Maybe Stephen A. was talking about something else. Maybe he wasn't talking about LeBron as a father. Maybe Stephen A. Smith didn't say I'm pleading with you as a father because he didn't say I'm pleading with you as a basketball player, a GM, or all this other stuff. Let's hear what Stephen A. Smith said. So maybe we're just all dumb, but let's hear what he said.
All right, so JJ trying some things out there. Stephen A. in Philadelphia, giving Bronny first quarter playing time. Why the face or the hand or the everything that's happening?
I'm really, really trying to be as respectful as I possibly can be towards LeBron James. One of the top 2 or 3 players in the history of basketball, number 2 in my eyes. A treasure to the game of basketball that we should and will all miss when he is gone. I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this.
As a what? As a what? Hold on, LeBron James. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Did LeBron James mishear this? Because I mean, let's just act like maybe LeBron James heard it wrong. Maybe we all heard it wrong. So Stephen A. Smith said he's pleading with LeBron as a basketball player.
Play it one more time, because you know something.
Maybe I'm playing.
I don't want to speak out of turn.
Maybe we're all hard of hearing. Let's
hear it one more time. Let me turn the volume up too. I'm gonna turn the volume up too. Maybe I'm
gonna go on mute.
Oh, let me go to the volume real quick. Let me turn this volume up. Maybe the volume ain't loud enough.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this. We all know that Bronny James is in the NBA because.
So he's pleading with him as GM?
Bro, listen. Bro, you gotta listen. He didn't. There's no take. Wait a minute. So there's no take.
Oh, that's Enki?
Yeah.
What's up, Enki?
What's going on, brother? Listen. So wait, there's no take of Stephen A. saying I'm pleading with Michael Jordan as a father to stop this when Marcus is getting pulled over at 3 a.m. with a prostitute and a lap full of cocaine?
That is idiotic. You are idiotic, brother, to be bringing up Marcus Jordan when they talking about Bronny.
George, I'm gonna let you go
That
next,
is
George.
wild, bro.
George, I'm gonna let you go next, George.
Hey, Lamont, I want to rebut. I want to rebut before you guys move on.
Hold on, let Inky go, and I'm gonna come back to you.
Listen, in reality, Stephen A. Smith should just come out the closet and say, listen, he's the biggest LeBron fan of all time because he's made way more money off of LeBron James's name than he has ever made by associating himself with Michael Jordan. That whole $100 million contract that he just got, he damn near owe LeBron PC off of that. He damn near supposed to give LeBron at least 10-15% because his comment, his take is
What the hell?
Exactly. Listen, this is what happens. This is what happens.
Feds are coming after you, man.
This is what happened from the Michael Jordan family. Listen.
Now, why is that? Why is this irrelevant?
I'm gonna tell you why.
Why is that irrelevant, bro?
Let me tell you why.
You doing the same thing that Stephen A. did.
Wealth is passed. Wealth is passed by bloodline. People inherit wealth by bloodline, and what we're looking at is wealth building. And as a father, right? As a father, we talk about building up our children. Like this is literally no greater example of building up your child. When you're a father, the only thing you can try to do is share your wealth with your children and hope that they'll be able to add on to what you give them. We're looking at that with LeBron, and we're seeing Stephen A. try to cut that down, brother. You have to stop trying to justify this. All of y'all have to stop trying to justify this, especially when we know LeBron came from a household where he didn't have an example of how to lead or how to be a father. He's trying to do the best that he can do, and we're seeing him being cut down in the media for being a good father. That's literally all he's doing is being a good father and being cut down. And we're saying we're not having it. That's all we're saying. We're saying do your basketball thing, do your Zesty Jeffrey thing, but when you cross the line and start critiquing him as a father, we don't even have enough good examples of fatherhood like this. And passing your wealth down to your child is what you're supposed to do as a father. So critiquing Bron for getting Bronny in the league is also another way of critiquing him as a father, outside of the fact that he said,
no, it's not
with you as a father. Absolutely. As a father, that's what you're supposed to do. Literally.
All right, Enki, real quick. Let me rebut real quick. So let me say this. Pleading to somebody saying, hey, as a father, you're making a personal plea. I don't equate that to somebody saying that you are a bad father. And it certainly doesn't arise to shut up. It doesn't arise to a heinous enough indictment on your fatherhood. Shut up. It doesn't arise to a heinous indictment on your fatherhood to where you got to run down on somebody. That I don't think that was Stephen A's intent.
And I'm going to low next.
Haskell, if that's the case,
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to low next. And all I was going to say is, Haskell, what we've been saying the whole time is you don't get to dictate what other people feel is disrespect.
Thank you.
If LeBron feels it's disrespect, then LeBron is on him as a man to handle the disrespect. And as most of us agree, you might be one of the few people in the world that don't consider it some type of disrespect. And also, before Stephen A. started his soliloquy, he said, I'm going to try to say this in the most respectful way as possible because it was disrespect. And he knew it was disrespect. That's why he started his statement by saying, I'm going to try to say it in a respectful way. So how you going to try to lie to us and pretend, oh, it's not disrespect? And Stephen A. prefaced his whole statement by saying it can be disrespect. Go ahead, Lo.
And that's I'm so confused by how you're going to dictate someone and how they're going to interpret something that can easily be interpreted as disrespect. I don't understand that whatsoever. Regardless if you deem it not disrespectful or not, doesn't really matter. When you start inviting this conversation about me as a father, bro, that we are now beyond the means of what can be easily interpreted as fair criticism. Or you are criticizing it could easily be interpreted as you criticizing me as a father. But the furthering the point, to make it even worse, it's the criticism at that point in time wasn't even fair. It wasn't as if like Bronny was not going out there and actually performing well in the G League as a second round pick to even justify where he was at. A lot of what Stephen A. Smith is doing right now, it would have been understandable if he came to those conclusions in the beginning of the season or during the summer. But we're at a point right now where there's so much evidence pointing to the fact that Bronny actually does belong in the NBA that it's a moot point. You have to just stop criticizing someone or pushing this idea that he doesn't belong, or the only reason why he's in the league is because of his father. Because even if he went undrafted and then somebody picked him up and signed him and he went into the G League and he's doing what he's doing right now, he would have been on a contract by now. So the idea
not true.
Well, if you believe that's on you, I don't think there's not that many players who are under the age of 20 and younger doing what Bronny's doing in the G League. They're just not. But this idea that he wouldn't belong, I think we're way beyond that at this point.
No, I wanted to say I didn't want to cut you off, but it's sad you got people having debates of if he's a basketball player, if he should be in the G League or the NBA or not. He scored 17 points in the NBA game. All these clowns on these panels and all these podcasts talking, he doesn't belong in the NBA. Let's see how y'all would be in the NBA game. Since you trying to dictate who belongs in the NBA.
That's not even the point. That's not even the point.
Here's the scariest part of what Lo said. Here's the scariest part about what Lo said. Hold on one second. This is the scariest part about what Lo said and with Stephen A. If this is how the scariest part is, I think Stephen A. out of all the stuff that he exposed, he exposed that he just attaches himself to talking points without being informed. Yeah. Because what Lo pointed out was this. Mm-hmm. By the time Stephen A. even did that impassioned plea, Bronny was already cooking in the G League.
Yes.
He had already had multiple 30-point games. Some of y'all already know because I've been putting them all on my community feed. Every time he drops 30, 25, triple doubles, all these good games leading up to that Philly moment, he's having so many good games in the G League. JJ Redick's like, okay, let's see what he looks like in a game where Philly was down, the Lakers were down pieces, and you have an opportunity. Okay, we can try to work him into the rotation, see how he looks, so we can get him a few reps. Didn't go right the first time, but at the end of the day, he was playing well enough in the G League to at least justify at least getting a few minutes there. Stephen A. was so uninformed about what he was doing in the G League, how good he was in the G League, that he thought, like Stephen A., if you listen to how he talks, he thinks Bronny's been on the Laker roster for the entire year.
Time, which is why he only used the fourth quarter blowout numbers instead of actually using his actual G League numbers that would have justified. To even further the point, bro, JJ Redick and that coaching staff have been given opportunity to G League players all season long. Bro, they're giving minutes to Jemison. They're giving that's how Goodwin is now on the team because they've been giving him minutes and trying him out. They gave minutes to Quincy, what's his name earlier this season? They gave Loco, they've been doing that all season long. It is nothing new at all.
Before just this season, the Lakers have been doing that for the last.
Can I say something now, Lamont?
The Lakers have been doing that for the last few seasons. The Lakers look like the luckiest team of all time with the G League because year after year we keep coming up with these players that give us these like undrafted or G League players. So the Lakers literally is the heaviest team when it comes to G League.
Oh my God, boy, the Glaze. Can I say something?
I was like Glaze though, but wait,
I can't say the heaviest. OKC.
Does LeBron give me a second. Does LeBron James not have the same right as anyone else to feel some type of way?
Two people talking. I can't hear. Two people talking. Go ahead.
Does LeBron James not have the right to feel some type of way when someone challenges him as a father, just like anyone else would? Does he just lose that right because he's a celebrity?
But they're saying that it doesn't.
It's LeBron. It's LeBron. He's the only person who is not allowed to have feelings. You know how?
Yeah, like he's the only person that doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't get to be treated like as a person.
Yeah, but I don't even think that matters. It's just it goes back to what Lo said, and my whole premise is once you cross a certain threshold. And Stephen A. knew what he was saying was kind of tricky and could get him into trouble because he tried to say, I'm going to try to say it in a respectful manner. That's how you know it's disrespectful. once you cross that line and you open your mouth and you say whatever you got to say after that, your interpretation of what you think disrespect means goes in the garbage can. Now there's only one person that can determine if it was disrespectful. That's LeBron. And then LeBron now has to determine, how do I handle your disrespect? Do I ignore you? When I see you, do I pull up on you and slap you in your mouth? Do I check you? How do I handle it? And see, and there's a lot of people just getting mad because, one, they don't like how LeBron interpreted it, which there's a lot of people with a brain that have interpreted it as disrespect, rightfully so. And it's not a straw man for anything else because we literally heard what Stephen A. Smith said. And Stephen A. is the one that basically said, I'm at the games, pull up on me. And so all he did was cash a check that Stephen A. was not ready he was not ready to have that check cashed. He was not prepared. And he looked like a fool. So
before George go, I want to just finish up real quick. Then not only did that occur, then they actually text and communicated with Stephen A. Smith behind the scenes for him to then use that moment to then basically call, oh, that's soft. Y'all just sitting here texting me like that. That's soft. He did that exact same thing and then doubled down on it on his own personal platform. But then finally, more importantly, the reason why we know he don't watch is because he's now had a whole 180, a revelation. Maybe I was wrong on Bronny. Less than 2 months after he made this statement, talking about, oh, he's actually looking good. He actually got his confidence. Bro, Bronny has been playing confident basketball for like 4 or 5 months now. This has been going on for a while. But you won't know that, though, if you don't actually cover and talk about who Bronny is as a second-round pick. Because, truth be told, y'all don't talk about second-round picks anyway, right? Matter of fact, y'all don't even talk about draft picks regardless because you're not talking about anybody else in this entire draft class. But if you're going to sit here and discuss what's going on with Bronny, you using fourth quarter blowout numbers and a bad game of his as a depiction of who Bronny may or may not be as an NBA player is a gross depiction of what he was producing at that point. And it's the reason why he's had to do a complete 180 within less than 2 months. That's the reason why.
Can I add this part to it too?
Oh my God! Can I? Lamar, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Aren't these guys doing the same exact thing to Michael Jordan that Stephen A. did to LeBron on this panel by bringing up Marcus? How old is Marcus Jordan?
Too old to be doing whatever the hell he doing.
I didn't ask you that. Ask how old is he?
Hold on.
I'm answering it. He is too old to be doing whatever.
George,
are you
asking
was Marcus Jordan doing this stuff while he was in college, or did he do it right after college?
Don't get ran
Marcus
down
Jordan is a grown man.
It don't matter.
Y'all is crazy.
Hey,
and
Lo,
for
don't
you to
get
sit up
ran
there and
down on
let
by
them
MJ, bro.
say these things, and they doing the exact same thing.
Hold on, George. So us making a comparison on how Stephen A. Smith ignores the fatherhood of Jordan versus how he's hyper-focused on the fatherhood of LeBron, where in one case, as a father, Jordan's sons quit basketball, kicked out of University of Illinois, was rebellious at Central Florida, didn't want to wear Nike products. There's a plethora of stories from when they were in college to now. Dating Larsa Pippen. Hold on, George. Hold on. So at the end of the day, I know none of this really matters because we don't, even when all this stuff came out with Jordan, I didn't go live and cover it like it was breaking news. I thought it was funny. It is what it is. So at the end of the day, and also my platform is not comparable to sitting on national TV telling the world. So of course, Stephen A. Smith, who is supposedly the face of sports talk on a nationally syndicated show in front of millions and millions of people, him saying something on ESPN is much different from me or Lo saying something on our podcast.
But it doesn't make sense for you all to go and do the same thing.
Hold on, George. When did we criticize Jordan? When did I do a live stream? When did Lo do a live stream?
Yeah. Did I say that? I said your panel.
Hold on, George. Us making the comparison about how Stephen A. ignores his friend, because Jordan is a guy that Stephen A. can pick up the phone and text. He talks about it all the time. He ignores the fatherhood of Michael Jordan. He ignores the fatherhood of a whole bunch of other people. He's only hyper-focused on the fatherhood of LeBron, where LeBron is just trying to mold his son into an NBA player.
Does anybody on here have any kids?
It doesn't matter. You're mad at us for making a comparison, basically calling Stephen A for being biased. We're not talking about Jordan in the sense that he needs to be talked about. We're talking about it in the sense that you have another figure in sports, Michael Jordan, who is one of the top figures in basketball history, would be the perfect example of being the bad father. Divorced, cheated on his wife, gambled his whole career. I mean, bad after example after bad example.
Oh my God.
Hold on, George. But see, you say, oh my God, but then all of a sudden, we're just supposed to accept the fact that Bron is a bad father because he has Bronny in the league. We're supposed to accept that. You say, oh my God, but when we talk about Jordan and all his deficiencies as a father, we can run down the list.
I want to make a quick point, George, before you go.
And the thing is, even with Jordan, all of Jordan's deficiencies as a father, even though his kids flopped in college, quit basketball, did a whole bunch of stuff that was from college on up that we can gripe and complain about, there were no breaking news stories. Stephen A. Smith never did any of these crazy stories, these passion pleas to Jordan. And he has a 20-year history of incidents where he could have really got on Jordan as a father from when his kids were in college being entitled to now as grown adults, where one of his sons got accused, is actually facing civil and criminal charges for illegally selling Jordan products behind Nike's back. So there's a whole bunch of stuff we could really get on, but we don't see these impassioned pleas to anybody else. But LeBron, like you said, we're supposed to accept that Bron is a bad father because he has his son hooping in the NBA, trying to be an NBA player.
All right, check this out, right? If I'm a ringside commentator in a boxing match, right? And Mayweather is fighting, and Mayweather's father is his corner man, right? I'm the ringside guy, I'm commentating. Mayweather's taking a beating. And I say, oh man, Mr. Mayweather, man, as a father, you gotta stop this, right? Then by some means, Floyd Mayweather catches a second win because his father knows that about him being a trainer, right? He comes back, wins the fight. Did I shit, or did that ringside commentator shit on Roger Mayweather or whatever? No, Roger's his uncle. I forgot what the father's name is. Did he shit on Mayweather's father? Am I making an analogy?
Hold on.
Wait, if I make
hold on. Yeah, bro, we understand your question. You don't have to repeat it a million times. We've actually already answered this. Once you cross that line and you ask somebody, if you make that statement, as a father, I'm asking you to do this, it's on the person that you're talking to dictate if that's disrespect or not. My opinion on it, Lowe's opinion on it, everybody on the outside opinion on it don't matter. But if that person that you talking to, if you're looking up and you saying, man, as a father, man, throw the towel in, and he turns around and slaps you across your mouth saying, shut the hell up, I know what to do with my son, that's on him. So at the end of the day, how any individual person takes what you say, and if they say it's disrespect and they act on it, well, then your mouth got you in a situation that you couldn't get out of. Go ahead.
Can I defend myself real quick? Hold on. Let me defend myself because everybody's making these statements, and because they don't know my name is Inky, they just saying your panel. So let me just say this, because even that boxing analogy, right? That boxing analogy doesn't fit because it would be a difference between the commentator saying your son is getting whooped, throwing the towel, versus, oh my God, as a father, why did you allow your son to become a boxer? You did a hard. Why do you have your son even boxing in the first place? He doesn't deserve to be a boxer. He's only boxing because blah, 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 blah. So that would be the correct analogy.
No, Stephen A. never said anything like that.
Wait a minute. Yes, he did. We literally saw
he quite literally said the reason why he's in the NBA is because he quite literally said that. He quite literally said the reason why he is in the NBA.
Just watched video.
That's a true statement, though, right?
I'm not here to refute it, but at least get the analogy correct.
No, that's not the same thing, Lo.
Now wait, look. Here's the ultimate truth. Wait a minute. Here's the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is that we as fans judge the game differently than owners do. Owners judge the value of players based on the revenue that the players create. So there's a whole nother conversation that's being completely ignored. Bronny has generated more revenue on his own than any other single player in the draft. Like, there are literally people buying Tubi subscriptions just to watch the G League game. The G League games are selling out. Like, that's a whole, like, the G League is now being treated as if its own whole basketball, like, universe.
So is that called media hype?
Hold on. And in the NBA, Bronny's jersey is selling like an all-star. So
is that called media hype?
That's
Doesn't
not
matter.
media hype.
That's fan hype.
What does that have anything to do? What does that have anything to do with LeBron?
Everybody is able to have a fan based on. Hold on. Everybody develops their fans however they develop their fans. Nobody is saying that LaMelo Ball don't deserve whatever fanfare he's getting, or his brother with his little fake rap songs and all that. Like LeVar did all that for his sons. LeVar did all that for his sons. Nobody is challenging that. They got their money and all that from reality TV.
And what did media do to LeVar Ball?
Listen,
they did critique him as a father.
You cannot discredit Bronny's ability to sell out arenas, his ability to do what he's doing, his ability to sell them jerseys. Like, you can't just create narratives on top of narratives. If we're looking at this from a bottom line, from the owner's perspective, Bronny is made the best return on investment as far as the owners are concerned. He's probably the only player in the draft that he was in, no matter what the position, that made a good return on his investment. Return on investment. We got to think about it from the owner perspective. So I'm just saying, on every single level, Bronny is solid in terms of proving that he belongs in the game. He has scored. He's played defense on both sides. And in terms of the finance, which is important to the ownership, Bronny has delivered on that level as well. So,
Okay, Doc. Check this out.
How come you don't never mute these people, Lamont? It's always us getting me.
So once LeBron leaves and the Lakers get rid of Bronny, I'm just saying, hypothetically, what are you going to say then?
Yo, how much you want to make a bet? Hold on. How much you want to make a bet that LeBron get Bronny a ring before he go?
I bet 100.
I'll take that bet.
Hey, I wanted to address Low. Listen, there's a difference between saying that a guy leverages power to get his son in the league, which is what Stephen A. said, and I agree with that, and you agree with it too, and saying that a guy is completely inviable or doesn't have any viability as an NBA player. I never heard Stephen A. Smith say that. What I've heard him say is, hold on, no, let me finish. What I've heard him say is, keep him in the G League and let him develop for a year.
Play the clip.
I've never heard him say, yo, he don't belong in the league.
Okay. Let him play the clip. Let him play the clip.
I'll play the clip.
He literally said it in that exact same clip. He literally said, we know the reason why he's in the league is because he literally said that.
I agree with that. That's not what I'm arguing. No. You're conflating two things, right? Him getting him in the league is everybody know he did that. That's a fact. Now, whether it's saying that, he don't belong here and get rid of him, and that's the part I'm speaking to. I've never heard Stephen A. say that. If you have that on tape, I'll take my word.
For everything that's happening.
As Lamont used to say, consensus, people said,
really trying to be as respectful as I possibly can be towards LeBron James. One of the top 2 or 3 players in the history of basketball, number 2 in my eyes. A treasure to the game of basketball that we should and will all miss when he is gone. I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. We all know that Bronny James is in the NBA because of his dad. The first game of the season,
opening night, the Griffeys in attendance, father-son duo playing in an NBA game for first time, an absolutely positively wonderful story. And then reality sets in. We love what we're seeing from him in the G League because that's where you belong. As you hone your skills and you get better and you legitimately earn, which I believe he has the potential to do. I am rooting for Bronny James.
Boom!
It would be cruel to root against him. It's a wonderful kid. I wish him nothing but the best.
That's a lie.
And that's how we know. And that's how we know. And that's how we know he don't watch. Hold on one second, Delta Nerd.
I'm about to say.
That's how we know he don't. That he's saying all this stuff about the G League when at that moment Bronny had already dominated the G League. He was already dominating. And at the end of the day, it gets to a point you have to make a decision. When do we start trying to remember? This is a guy that's under contract. It has to get to a point where you have to start developing, moving him up, seeing how he does at the higher level. And when you get an opportunity, guys under contract who are first priority, if you're paying them money, you have to start developing talent. So if this never even happens, we never even get here if Stephen A. Smith actually watched, right? And he says, and I believe he's saying all this stuff. He's being extremely disingenuous because at this stage, and Lo is right, if he says this back in October, August, okay, maybe I can give you some grace there because we don't have a sample size big enough in the G League. But by this time, he had already started killing in the G League. He had already shown us he could dominate at that level. The only other thing he can do from that point forward is go up to the NBA and see if it's starting to translate. That's the only thing we can do. And that's why I say, this is why I call Stephen A. Smith fake. Yes, and when I say dominate seven figures, dominating. When you're able to drop multiple 30-point games in the G League, when you're able to be the best player on the South Bay Lakers for multiple games, yes, that's dominating. When you're in the MVP consideration for G League MVP, that's dominating. I don't know what else you call it. When you're MVP of any league, or if you're in consideration for MVP of any league, you must be dominating. So, Jesus Christ, I don't know how much more he has to do before it's okay for the Lakers to give him a shot at a higher level. And then you guys are so dumb, like Stephen A. Smith, you expect when he comes up to the higher level that he's supposed to look like Chris Paul in his prime or something. God damn,
Hey,
like
Lamar,
Jesus.
Can I say this real quick, Lamar? Because one, I say for the 76ers game, I don't know, maybe I might disagree with me, but I felt like some of those shots that Maxey was hitting over him, Maxey, that's what he does. He trains, he practices that shot. He hit him over everybody. It's not just Bronny. It's just that it get exposed more because it's Bronny.
But even none of that matters.
I'm not saying he played good, but it was like some of those shots, it was good defense. It just went in. That's one. Two, Stephen A. snitched. I want y'all to peep how fake he is, right? He's over here talking about I wish the best for Bronny, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't wish the best for Bronny because he knows, now is maybe at that point, you know that the more times that Bronny, if he was playing like trash, that's more clicks, more attention, more views for him. So he doesn't wish Bronny the best because if Bronny starts cooking, if he gets to the NBA, start cooking, then he basically gonna make Stephen A. Snitch look bad. But if Bronny he keep playing shitty, then okay, he gonna go on TV with all his fake. He trying to put his hand on his face, trying to look like he actually cares. Like whenever Bronny plays bad, that brings him more attention, more likes, more clicks. The people like Ms. Winters and all the Zesty Jeffries, they get to tune into his show. But if Bronny plays good, it is gonna make him look like an idiot, which he already is.
No, when he plays good, they just say, like my comments is filled with it. When he plays good, and Mr. Winters and all those guys are all included.
It's just the G League.
They say it's just a G League, or when he scores 17 against the Bucks, they say, it was a blowout. So there is nowhere where Bronny can play. There is no avenue unless Bronny becomes a top 10 player in the league and leads the Lakers to a championship, and he's the Finals MVP. That's the only way they will give Bronny credit. Because even if he turns into the best player,
they're gonna still find a way. They're gonna still find a way to hate him. They're gonna say that he turned the ball
like at the end of the day, the people that hate Bronny don't have any tipping point to where they're gonna stop trying to move the goalposts. He can do one thing. He can overcome one element. They're gonna push it even farther. he can overcome another element, they're going to push it even farther. And so at the end of the day, they've proven to me, people like Stephen A. Smith and a multitude of people, they've already proven to me that there's nothing Bronny can do that's going to justify him being a good player. Their minds are made up.
Lamont,
he's not a good player.
Stephen A. relented. He did what you
No,
asked.
he didn't relent. His opening statement his opening statement was that Bronny is only in the league because of his father.
No, Enki. I'm saying now. He said I was wrong. Isn't that relenting?
Okay, but let's stop. Let's stop for a second. That is then acknowledging that your assessment on him
was wrong.
Was just okay. But
Right.
how we got here is based off of what you did 2 months ago. What we're saying now about how he's admitting that he's wrong is already after everything has already occurred. So after everything has already occurred, and you finally coming to that conclusion because of one game, to me, is just as odd when you come
clownish.
That's what I'm saying.
Stephen A. is a clown. We all know that.
Here's my point of everything. Stephen A. Smith playing victim while playing in the clown show, that was his prerogative, because he did not have to go to the game and clap alongside him if he really felt that way. He didn't have to sit here and say all the things he said if he really and truly felt that way. So don't get upset now or back when they had the Philly game. Don't be sitting there, I'm pleading with you as a father, because you now have to say something about it because you decided to be a part of the clown show the entire time. No one asked you to do that. And to even further it, even if you didn't deem it necessary to do it, you then took the same talking points to your own show and did it. So you can't even say somebody at ESPN made me do it. This is something that you have been doing. And if you want to play a part of it, then you play playing a part of it.
I'm trying to figure out who has background noise. Somebody has background noise. But
that's not me.
Bronny's still a scrub, but go ahead.
If you feel that way, he's a second overall pick, showing more promise than most second overall picks do. And he's a late second round pick on top of that.
So no, my Mr. Winner. Hold on 1 second, Mr. Winner. When you say Bronny's a scrub, he's a scrub in what sense? As compared to what?
Compared to NBA standards, he's not a good player.
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Hold on, y'all. Let's not confuse them, because when y'all start talking, they get rattled, they get flustered, man. All I'm saying is this, Mr. Winters. He's a second round pick. So, for example, if we're looking at a number one draft pick and we say a number one draft pick's a scrub, we're generally comparing them to the other top 10 picks. Who are you comparing Bronny to, and what standard are you holding him to cement him as a scrub?
He's averaging 4 points. No.
Okay, so no, that's not what I'm asking you, his stat line. I'm asking you for you to say he's a scrub, because there's a plenty of players with not astounding stat lines, but they're still really good players. So what I'm saying is, for you to say he's a scrub, in comparison to who is he a scrub?
I don't need to compare him to anybody.
Because most people compare, you get compared to your contemporaries, which is your other people who are drafted in a similar area as you. So if you look at the second, we could just take the entire second round. If you look at the entire second round, can you name 10 players that are outplaying Bronny in the G League and NBA?
Okay, that's
can you name?
Too.
Hold on, can you name 3?
Too.
Okay, so hold on. So what I'm saying is this: can you name any 3 players in the second round that are outplaying Bronny? I can give you one to help you out, Tyler Kolek. But outside of that, can you name 2 more?
What does that have to do with Bronny being a scrub?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, so basically you're just saying he's a scrub just because you want to say it, but you don't have any justification for it.
Because he just didn't make a single shot in an NBA game after he had the 17.
Okay,
and they
missing shots don't, as we know, as Jordan showed us when he went 3 for 18, missing shots don't make you a scrub.
He missed every shot.
Okay, so
again, Jordan stuff again.
Hold on. No, what I use Jordan as an example. Hold on, y'all. Hold on just a second, y'all. I use Jordan as an example because he's considered by many to be the GOAT, and he's missed more shots than most people will ever miss in their entire lifetime. So if your standard is missing shots, that's a very stupid standard to say, oh, he missed shots and that's what makes him a scrub. So hold on, y'all. Mr. Winters is doing what Stephen A is doing. He's playing stupid. And playing stupid is basically, you understand my question very well, because you know my question is, we know how we judge guys that get drafted. We judge guys that get drafted based on who they get drafted with, especially early on in their career. And for you to play stupid and act like it's fair to compare Bronny James to bona fide NBA players already and use that as your barometer to say he's a scrub, as opposed to many of you guys when he got drafted, y'all said there were other players better than him that he got drafted
in the second round. Exactly. That's why the goalpost keeps moving. Originally, the argument was that there were players in the second round that deserve the opportunity. Not that even those players were better than anybody in the NBA. They just deserve the opportunity. We are now at a point where the opportunity that is normally given to a second round pick is being given to him. The argument was never that in his rookie season that he was going to be good enough to be an NBA player in rotation. The argument was that is he good enough to justify taking the opportunity from someone else? That was the whole argument.
Lamar, I got a question, Lamar.
As of now,
I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna let everybody else know. Lamar, I'm gonna say this, right? I know this. I know this because I
just get off my phone.
I know this because I be betting and I be watching the games. Lamar, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It's because I know this, like I said, I know this from watching the game and betting. It's been 2 games this year that Tyrese Halliburton, he went 0-8 one game and he went 0-3 one game. Does that make him a scrub?
No.
No, that's what Mr. Winters. They make him a scrub.
I understand. I just want to get the take.
Scrub no more.
No. Hold on.
That's not.
It's Tyrese Halliburton a scrub. Is Tyrese Halliburton a scrub?
That's not what most people said about Bronny. Most people.
You said he missed every
shot.
No,
you're talking about the other guy.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Hold on, y'all. It's not about missed shots, and I don't even want to compare people's missed shots. What we're saying is,
I'm just saying. What I'm doing is he said he missed every shot, so I'm just making him an example. That's all. I'm doing.
No, and even the missed shots. But the thing is, I know Mr. Winters isn't that dumb. I just know I think Mr. Winters threw that out there, trying to use it as an excuse, but it's not even a real excuse. What I'm saying is, it's not even the missed shots. What we look at with young players is we look at development. So for Mr. Winters even if you remove the 17-point game versus the Bucks, he's still been doing well enough in the G League, alone by itself, to justify him being drafted in the second round. Him being arguably a top 15 player in the G League right now supplants where he got drafted. That's development in and of itself, because many of you guys didn't even think he would be a top 100 player in the G League. The fact that we can even say that he's
belonged in the G League.
The fact that we can even say he's a top 15 player in the G League right now it should be amazing in and of itself to you guys, because many people like you, Mr. Winters, started the year off thinking he wasn't even good enough to even be in the G League.
No, that's not true. I always said
that is true, Mr. Winters. You can try to backtrack and lie about
the G League, dude. Nobody.
You don't care about the G League.
I'm going to say y'all saying I ain't gonna lie for people who claim they know about the sport, to say that you don't care about the G League with a second round pick is crazy.
I'm not sitting at the crib watching no G League game.
We know you're not, because you don't have an accurate assessment of what's going on.
99% of Americans ain't doing it either, Lo.
And they don't have accurate assessments either. We know they don't. We know our assessments of what's happening right now isn't going to be based off people who aren't watching the sport. We get that. We know you don't watch the sport either. We understand that is either.
Don't nobody watch no G League, bro.
And so again, the process that most second round picks go through start at the G League. This idea that you would go from a second round pick into a quality NBA player without ever showing any promise in the G League is very rarely ever occurring. So this idea that you just say, I don't care about the G League, the process of how a second round pick gets to where he needs to be is through the G League. That's
what you're saying. You're saying his trajectory. So you're of the opinion that his trajectory and development will eventually make him a rotation player from what you've seen so far. Completely fair.
I'm not even saying. I'm just saying that where his trajectory is at right now would cause for anybody to pause any further criticism of who he is or how he got into the league, because he is at bare minimum checking the box to where he may need to be. So if the criticism was there, if the criticism was there early on, I was all there for it. we're now at a point now where he's doing what he needs to do as a second round pick with a 55th overall selection. Like he's doing what he needs to do.
Right.
Would y'all stop
Yeah,
with the 55th?
That's why your kid was unfollowing
Can I
people.
interject, please? Can I interject? Can I interject? I just wanted to.
You got people getting on, you got so-called basketball fans trying to get on panels say nobody care about the G League. Like that's the problem. Like the scouts care about the G League, the coaches, the people who's around the organization.
No, Del De Niro. Here's the simple answer: is we know they care because the common talking point earlier in the year, and I see it all throughout my comments. I actually replied to a comment yesterday about this. Was somebody stupidly said, "Oh, Quincy Oliveri has been dominating in the G League, and he's been way better than Bronny." And Bronny, but at the end of the day, if you actually watched, if you paid attention, you can clearly see that Bronny is been outclassing Quincy Oliveri. They literally play the same amount of minutes. They have the same opportunity. Bronny has been way better from on
Who putting
both
up the
sides
most
of the floor,
shots?
offense and defense.
Who putting up the most
brother that was
shots?
speaking before Lamont. Who are the top five scorers? Who are the top five scorers in the G League? To the brother who was speaking before Lamont.
How many games do they need to play?
No, it doesn't matter. Low, it doesn't matter. All the guys, low, all the guys you're gonna go look up, low.
Hold on.
He got the echo.
Somebody has an echo.
Listen, low.
That's Small World Kingdom.
Low,
George, hold on. No, it's not. Hold on. Let me tell these stats real quick.
I didn't say nothing to you, Small George. Relax. Low, it doesn't matter who you go look up. They will all be 22, 23, 24 years old.
Some of them are even 35, 36. Like Isaiah.
They won't even be prospects. They won't even be they're not prospects. Again, show us the 20-year-old guy that's in the G League doing what Bronny James is doing.
There is none.
So right now, hold on.
That's where Bronny belongs.
Somebody asked me what's the stats in the G League. Who got the most points? Most of the players got the points.
I got the stats right here.
Yeah, because you sitting up here capping like you watch no G League.
Scouts. Hey, hold on. I got the stats right here, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on.
Bronny still scrubs.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. So Bronny James is shooting in the G League. He's shooting 45%, 8 of 17 from the field. And Quincy Oliveri is shooting 38%, 4 of 13 from the field. Bronny James is averaging 21 points on 5 rebounds and 5 assists. Quincy Oliveri's averaging 16 points on 4 assists and 4 rebounds. So you go across the board. If you go to 3-point percentages, Bronny James is shooting 38% from the 3. Quincy Oliveri is shooting 33% from the 3. So the percentages just divided volume. Bronny James is taking more shots because he's more efficient, and he's just a better scorer right now than Oliveri. You guys were so geeked up on Oliveri because he had a few good games in Summer League that you didn't realize that the whole time Bronny James was just actually better. Which is one of the reasons why Oliveri was at Xavier while Bronny was at USC. And one of the reasons why Bronny James was a McDonald's All-American and a top 20 recruit while Oliveri wasn't. So at the end of the day, there are levels to it. It's starting to show now, and now it's starting to show in the numbers. Now the numbers don't even justify Oliveri being better.
So you're saying that Xavier basketball is not better than USC basketball?
It's not. No.
Are you moving the goalpost again? Are we moving the goalpost?
Yeah, come on, man.
That's what he just said.
That's not the point. I just want to get a take. I just want to be real quick. I wanted to say that I don't think it's a fallacy when you point out that it's disrespectful when you bring up that Stephen A. Smith brings that as a father. Because when I think about it as a father, I don't have children, but when I think of as a father, I think about the fact you're talking about raising and putting your son into to opportunities that can help him. And Bronny James is a grown adult. He's making his own decision. This is what he wants to do. I don't think that LeBron is just pushing it for his own narrative. So I think that it is disrespectful because he's not talking about basketball. You're talking about LeBron James' ability to be able to be a father to Bronny James, and he's just putting him in a position of failure. And so that's what I'm saying. And I think too, to answer the Lowe's point earlier, that Lowe is right that that it wasn't fair criticism of Bronny, because I watched Lakers Nation, and it's true. Like, that's what NBA teams do when players are playing well in the G League. Players play well in the G League, they get brought up, especially if the roster has injuries, which the Lakers did at that time, a lot of injuries, and they get brought up in order to be game ready And when it's time to go, they need to be able to be on the court and play. If they're doing good in the G League, they get brought up and they see what they got. And that's what was happening there. And even in that game, AD got hurt. The game plan was centered around AD. And so, and it's not fair. So it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair criticism at all. And I think that he used that in order to bring more light. Like, that was just not a good, that just showed right there that Stephen A. Smith, it is like the TMZ of sports. He's not really a basketball analyst. He was there to just get like cool, like points on to really just shame LeBron in a way. And so I think that was really bad. The way it was wrong timing for him to do that. I think he's just not aware. And I think it was just pretty much lazy on his point to bring up Bronny's per game stats. When we know players that don't play real minutes, most players, even players that was drafted this year, don't have the production of a regular NBA player. So that's my point on that. That's all I have to say. I think this is a good show, and it brought up some good points, especially of a fan of basketball. So
I got a question for you, Lamont, because I don't know. I want you to answer it. What multitude of players get 10-day contracts?
I don't know, a lot.
Well, like a number, like a percentage, or
I mean, are they coming from not playing, or are they coming from the G League?
They generally come from anywhere. They come from overseas. It depends on what the team's need is. So let's say it's a team pushing to get in the playoffs, and there's a vet, like for example, Mike James was with a team in with Tel Aviv, overseas. He's a really good veteran guard. He gets signed.
They play for the Bulls.
So what I'm saying is, no, that's the different Mike James. I'm talking about another.
Oh.
I'm talking about the light Mike James, not the dark skinned Mike James.
Okay.
So all I'm saying is, so it depends on the team's need. If you're a young team, you're looking to develop players. If you're looking for talent, whatever, for filling holes, injury problems, you might go to the G League. You can sign a guy off the streets to see if he's ready. But 10 days, I don't know why are you asking? Like, what's the point you're trying to make? That would help.
No, I ain't trying to make no points. I didn't know. I wanted to know, was most of them coming from the G League, or most of them retired players or players who just left that got signed back?
Oh, so, well, a lot of players like to go to the G League so they can get back on the NBA. Well, a lot of players like to go to the G League so they can get on the NBA radar, like Isaiah Thomas right now, or even Devontae Graham right now. They're both in the G League because they're trying to stay on the NBA radars so they can get those days. So a lot of times, if you go overseas, you kind of stuck. Like generally, when you go overseas, like what Pat Beverly has done, it's very low likelihood that you come back. Lance Stevenson went overseas, very low likelihood you come back. Dwight Howard went overseas. So Isaiah Thomas and some of these guys are holding off on going overseas because it's kind of like a death sentence to your NBA career, whatever you have left of it. So you want to stay on the NBA radar by staying in the G League. Some players are in the G League for different reasons than some of the young guys. It just depends.
Okay, I'm just trying to gain some knowledge, and you question me like I'm trolling you or something.
I get the question, but usually questions like I thought you had a tape.
Let me ask you this question, Lamont. Can we say that the G League players are hungrier? Can we say they're hungrier?
You could make the case that they are hungrier because they are voluntarily accepting far less pay, because there's a lot of guys in the G League that can easily go make 6-7 figures internationally, but they're sticking around in the G League for that slim opportunity to maybe crack an NBA rotation. And some guys like Pat Beverly, he says, screw it, I'm just going to go collect some checks. Why keep fighting to try to stay on the NBA roster towards the end of my career anyway? I can just go collect some checks, get paid. He's in Israel right now, got injured, so he's not playing. But that's what it turns into. So like Mac McClung right now, with his fame and with his talent, he could easily go to to Australia in their professional league and be a pro and make good money, probably far more than what he's making now. But when it's always that hope, when you got that hope that you could be a NBA player, you sacrifice a ton.
Lamont,
that's what Marbury did, right?
I gotta know something, bro.
He went to China. He didn't have a choice. The NBA didn't want him.
I think the NBA was done with him when he decided to go over there.
Lamont,
I'm gonna say he went to go make the money.
Yeah, he went to go make money, for sure.
Lamont, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
How long we been on this panel?
Don't know.
And you got one of y'all got a picture of Stephen A on your thumbnail of Stephen A in his drawers.
Let's go, James Kingdom. Go talk to him. He's right here. I put him on the
James,
big screen.
bro, what are you doing, man? Salute to you, bro.
What I don't know why y'all always messing with him. I mean, I don't know why y'all always messing with him, and then he be cooking y'all.
He doing what's normal.
I've been very quiet. I've been very, respectful. Just saying, just listening to conversations. First off, shout out to all you brothers here. Peace and blessings.
Yes,
like
sir.
Usual.
Peace. Yes,
Lamont, I think we all missing the two elephants in the room. Because that's how Zesty Jeffries run.
Did y'all see what Stephen A. did?
What he do?
What up? What?
It says right here. It says Stephen A. Smith acknowledged his mistake, clarifying that he misspoke and confirmed that James was in attendance at Kobe's memorial.
I thought you knew that. I thought you knew that.
I thought you knew that already. You didn't know that already?
I didn't see it. No.
He went on Twitter.
He went on Twitter. He had to retract it. He had to retract it. You want me to bring it up, Lamont? I got it. You want me to bring it up, Lamont? I can give it to you. I got it. It's available if you want to, but let me.
And look, what's so funny is this man with that statement, Dreamers Pro immediately went live.
Yes.
Telling everyone, look, I was right. Stephen A. confirmed it. And then this fool backtracked it and had to apologize on air, man. That is crazy.
I mean, can we take down the picture of a grown man in his drawers so somebody else can watch it?
Hold on.
Why?
My apologies.
This is your leader.
Clarification.
This is your leader.
Misspoke today when I intimated that LeBron did not attend Kobe's memorial. I corrected myself when I acknowledged that he was in attendance. My mistake. Should not have even broached that subject. So once again, you disrespected the man again, but this time you were forced to apologize, man. That is crazy. He says, but I do retract nothing else. Man,
that's funny.
And y'all up here hinging y'all takes. Anybody up here hinging y'all takes on defending Stephen A. Smith at this point, man? You guys got to be the ultimate.
Listen. I think everybody can agree that Stephen A. Smith is a court jester. I'm just not buying this idea that LeBron is this persecuted figure, or that Bronny is persecuted, and that their fatherhood was being attacked. I think it's over dramatic and overdone.
Well, it don't matter. I mean, if I say Peter Beckjuice, I can
like girls.
Peter Beckjuice. I'm sure all of us have seen this. I've seen people have. We in Indiana when I was little, we called it jonesing. We would have these little contests where we just getting on each other, and then all of a sudden one dude come with a yo mama joke and he'd get punched in the mouth. Because at the end of the day, that yo mama joke, I might be on the floor laughing, but that other dude, you brought my mom into this, and now we fight. So at the end of the day, what I keep saying is y'all keep trying to be the arbiters of how people take disrespect. Some people, you might be one, Mr. Winters. If somebody run up to you and challenge your fatherhood, you might be cool with it. It ain't disrespect. Your day goes by. There's other people, you might challenge their motherhood or fatherhood, and they ready to go to blows, or they really gonna get up in your face about it.
Well, all I'm saying is this, bro.
So LeBron is basically O-Dog from Menace to Society.
No,
he's
not old dog. Hold on, bro. He's not old dog.
Not old dog. What was Lorenz Tate character?
Wait. When Stephen A. crosses the line from basketball to personal, it is perfectly in bounds, pun intended, for LeBron to. My bad. It's perfectly in bounds for LeBron to approach him man to man and give Stephen A. Smith the opportunity to say in his face the crazy comments that he said on the internet, because in 2025, there's too many people saying things on the internet that they would not say in a person's face.
Oh, you're not gonna stop that, man.
So LeBron is a thug then. He's thugging.
No, he's not. This is a father. This ain't got nothing to do with basketball.
Can I get my take in quick, Lamont, please?
Go ahead, go James. Go ahead, James.
But let me take this back off, because all these SD Jeffries just lying all the damn time. Don't make no damn sense, man.
Oh, somebody a zesty, but I got a picture of a grown man in his drawers. That's wild.
Because I'm very secure in my sexuality.
No, you ain't secure. You ain't secure.
I'm gonna join the show later on.
Unlike George, I don't really worry about a man walking around with his chest out. That don't bother me. I got my own securities as a man. But the real elephants in the building, ladies and gentlemen, is two things. Is that
I respect that, Johnny. I respect that, bro.
Listen, we're not looking for y'all respect. Y'all gotta understand. This is what your leader is about. See, this is what you Zesty Jeffries don't understand. This has always been a war. This has always been a true debate, a true sides at odds here. He joined this battle because y'all wanted him to talk about Bronny James. He should have been a real journalist and said, hey, there's nothing to talk about. I don't cover the G League. I don't cover 55th picks. I don't do this. I'm not entering this conversation. I don't need to, but you guys need something for the GOAT debate. Jordan hasn't played in 25-something years. He hasn't done anything great in over 30. So why should we continually let LeBron be praised? We have to stop this. We can't let the Bron sexuals be all over here screaming LeBron's son is good and could play the game of basketball. That's the problem. And like Lamont said, this man put out plenty of checks that he had to cash. He said, come see me. I'm always at the game sideline. He should have left it as it was. LeBron stepped to me as a father, and this is the other elephant in the room. Are we sitting here trying to really appeal to Zesty Jeffries about fatherhood, ladies and gentlemen? These are men that are not interested in being good fathers. They don't have no idea what a good father is. They'll stand in line for some J's over 24 hours before they're standing in line for some WIC money. I mean, you can't have these type of gentlemen speak on fatherhood. Someone had the nerve to ask, are you a father? Yes, I am a father of 4. Not only am I a father, I'm also a grandfather of 1. So yes, I know what it is to put your life on the line and step up for your seeds. As black men, we should praise this. That's what Stephen A. should have never even touched that subject. He shouldn't have even touched on LeBron James as a father. He shouldn't even got to that point. He should have said exactly what Lowe says and other real basketball fans say. We don't know what Bronny James is going to be. The only person who sit here and thought Bronny James will be a special player is the Lakers front office and LeBron James. That is it. The rest of us are just enjoying the game of basketball and greatness. Because, yeah, it is great for LeBron James to be able to play with his son. That's a great moment. That's a great time in history as black men. We're watching a young man, and that's what he talked about. Like, you guys have been talking about LeBron James for over 20 years. And the guy that you got right here that you say that I shouldn't be putting up here, he wants this. This is what he wants. He wants to be the head leader of the Zesty Jeffries. So if you no longer like what he's been doing, how he's been carrying himself, I suggest you choose a new leader. There's one guy calls himself Cemetery Larry, and then there's another guy maybe that you might want to run to, because right now Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless is over with. They're done. LeBron didn't even mention Skip. Everything was strategic. Everything he did was strategic. Even picking Steve Nash as his co-host, that is a shot at Shaquille O'Neal. He took shots at Barkley, talking about commitment to the game. Lowe will tell you this, he breaks it down all the time. Shaq didn't have no commitment to the game. That's why Kobe didn't like Shaq, because Shaq was sitting here saying, I'll be there in January. Kobe was like, nah, you need to be here in July. Shaq was like, for what? For what? Why should I do that? Who are you, young man? Who are you to tell me this? And then try to get the other veterans against Kobe as well on top of that, when all Kobe wanted to do was play basketball. So again, if we're trying to appeal to Zesty Jeffrey fatherhood, you guys are going to run into a brick wall made by Michael Jordan jump shots in the 80s. And at the end of the day, this is all about the GOAT debate. And Stephen A. Smith is trying to hold his rankings as the leader of the Zesty Jeffrey coalition. And with that said, I'm going to go watch real basketball, which I know
How is Steve Nash a shot at Shaq?
Because Shaq always talks about how he never should have got the MVP.
Should have won MVP. He should have won MVP.
And Shaq talks
That's not a shot at Shaq, bro.
It is that's exactly what he's doing. He's taking a shot at the entire media fan base who are continually keeping the GOAT debate alive, because as long as Michael Jordan is great, then Shaq could always have excuses. Or Shaq can say, I three-peated.
Hey, has LeBron done
I got a question. Y'all, Dreamers Pro deleted his live, man. He was doing a live earlier this afternoon, had titled Stephen A. Smith calls LeBron James out for not attending Kobe's room, man. He deleted the live stream, man, and that's what Stephen A. Smith has these YouTubers doing, man.
I told you
he's running with that.
He's their leader. That's why they need him to speak. You heard McCant said that. We needed you. We were all thinking this. We needed you to validate this. And when you were sitting on this, you made us look stupid. But at the end of the day, you're always going to look stupid because, again, you guys are fucking crack babies. At the end of the day, that's all I got to say.
Hey, is Windhorse?
I got to get up out of here.
Is Brian Windhorse officially a Zesty Jeffrey now, guys? Is Windhorse now in the Legion of Zesty Jeffries, or what's going on? I heard he got casted out. He's off the island.
He was never on the island. Y'all made it seem like he was somebody for y'all. Y'all thought y'all thought he was your connection to LeBron James.
Oh, that's messed up, bro. Y'all gonna do the man like that?
What LeBron James fan running around screaming Brian Windhorse this, Brian Windhorse that? Nobody. That's the Jeffrey
man.
I feel like LeBron was just.
No, hold on. That man is dutifully served. That man is dutifully served as LeBron's liege.
No, he's not. That's what LeBron said. Who said this? From who?
For 20
who gave him that
years.
Title? Who gave him this title?
Hey, y'all did that man dirty, man.
What you're forgetting, what you're forgetting is that Brian Windhorse. Brian Windhorse has been dutifully rewarded by making millions of dollars and having a very long career based on his reporting on LeBron. LeBron doesn't have to reward or acknowledge him. His paycheck does. His career does. Where he got today is because of LeBron James's name. This is why I'm saying Stephen A. owe LeBron some of that $100 million. Skip Bayless and Stephen A. They got started.
How much do you own? Dr. Ink, how much you own? Like 50%?
Now their careers ended.
Let people finish
their careers ended. LeBron has ended their careers by saying on the LeBron versation that him and JJ Redick showed them how to actually cover the game. That's what he said about mind the game. I'm showing them how. I show you how to do this, son. Like Hov said, Bron said he's showing them how to cover the game.
Can we stop pretending?
Wait. So Kobe didn't do it first?
FS1 took Skip off the air to protect him from that lawsuit, bro. It's like they knew the lawsuit was coming, and they said disband everybody. And all
they did Windhorse wrong, bro. A nigga been kissing ass for 2 decades. And you just throw him off the plank. You make him walk the plank and just kick him off the boat. That's fucked up.
How you gonna attach him to us? Who said he was a part of us? But that's your people, bro. Stop.
No, I'm talking about LeBron. He did what he's been doing. What y'all doing.
LeBron? No. Wait. You been listen. LeBron just told you the man has no attachments to me. It's weird. He has none. I don't speak to the man. So anything that he reports on is based on his own. He does not have any source or credibility to speak as he has more knowledge.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, though.
Than anybody else. He's not a part of the LeBron camp. He's not a LeBron advocate or anything.
That's not what I'm saying, Johnny. I'm saying for two. Go ahead.
This is very simple. What LeBron said about Windhorse, and then you got to echo. Hold on, you got to echo Peter Backjuice. What I'm saying, what Bron said about Windhorse is this: the one thing we know about Windhorse is Windhorse has done a lot of reporting on LeBron, and if you're honest about it, in some sense, he's been kind of fair with LeBron. But what he said was there are some elements to your reporting where you lead people to believe that me and you have some type of personal relationship and we don't. And if you sit back and you are honest, before LeBron said that, I even myself thought that Brian Windhorse and LeBron James had some type of relationship where they talk to each other behind the scenes, and because that's how he reports a lot of the news. The only thing LeBron exposed was, I mean, I don't know him like that. And it would be kind of weird to have somebody for 10, 15 years literally reporting on news about you, leading the public on to believe that y'all have some type of personal relationship behind the scenes. So how is he wrong for just saying, did he say Wendy was a bad reporter? Did he say he was inaccurate? Did he call him a liar? No. He just said he thought it was kind of weird.
So y'all just going to let the man
hold on. You keep saying y'all. All we're doing is just using common sense. You want to bundle everybody up into this bag of, y'all killing Brian Windhorse. No, we're just saying it just makes sense.
No, he's saying that he's a part. No, Lamont, he's saying that he's a part of the LeBron camp in this war. How dare y'all just call him a traitor?
No,
he was never part of our camp. That's the point.
It's the
Hold on. Did he use a
You got part of his camp.
He been traveling with LeBron. He was traveling with LeBron since I believe high school. Is that right?
No.
Covering LeBron. Reporting
He
on
was
LeBron since high school.
Didn't he used to be like kind of a beat reporter for the Cavs? Was he a beat?
No. Listen,
he was a beat reporter for the Cavs.
Brian Windhorst was a newspaper editor for the high school. That's what he was. He is being praised for going to high school with LeBron. That's
Hold
like
on, let
you
me go
saying.
look this up.
Yes, he went to high school with LeBron. He's not a reporter for the Cleveland Cavaliers, none of this stuff. He's just somebody that went to high school with him and has journalism background because he was a part of the school paper. That's it. He took that and ran with it. And because people think because he's close to LeBron, because he's from Akron, that he has some kind of connection and can get information on LeBron better than anyone else can because he went to high school with him. Again, it's a Zesty Jeffrey thing. Y'all love high school. Y'all can't let it go. That was the best time of y'all lives. Everything after that was downhill. I'm out of here. Peace.
Hey, peace, bro. But before you go, listen, I just want to say what you said is 1,000% correct. And the problem is LeBron has been saying ever since that comment, I forgot what the lady's name was, but she said basically the equivalent of shut up and dribble. Ever since that time, LeBron has been coming out saying that as athletes, basketball players, but all athletes, they need to be able to speak for themselves. And so all he's saying is, listen, Wendy is not, Maverick or Rich. Like he's doing his thing as a reporter, and it may be cool or not that he's a favorable reporter. He reports on me favorably as the antithesis to Skip and Steven. But what he says is not what I'm saying. And in a world of RICO, we can't be connecting people that's unconnected because basically LeBron then has to answer for the things that Windhorst puts out there.
Yep.
So he's clarifying, saying, listen, whatever he say is what he say. I don't have a connect. Like he's not getting that from me. If I didn't say that, don't hold me to that.
All right, hold on. I got LeBron's words about Windhorst from years ago. Let me say them real quick. And I quote, probably nobody.
What happened?
I don't know. His mic cut off.
Did he freeze? Wait, is that just me or did he freeze?
No, my bad. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So years ago, LeBron said in a press conference that probably nobody knows me better than Brian Windhorst. And he was covering him since high school. So y'all capping.
We agree that no. We agree that he was covering him from high school.
Windhorst,
what we're
he
telling you
said,
is
this
that
is the
he
quote. No, don't do the
LeBron.
politician thing. Let me say the quote again. Probably nobody knows me better than Brian Windhorst. Now, does that mean Windhorst was his best friend? Windhorst ain't never claimed that, right? But for him to act like he was just some weirdo nigga that's hanging out and, looking through the window of the locker room, some weird fat nigga. Nah, he did that boy wrong, man.
Hold on. Let me ask you one question, Peter Backjuice. Before yesterday, did you believe
Did I know about that quote? No, I didn't.
No, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, my guy. Before yesterday, when before we heard the interview with Pat McAfee and LeBron James, just like many of us, did you believe that Windhorst gets insider information directly from LeBron James? And don't lie.
Absolutely.
So all LeBron did was basically clarify, because you got to think, what I said was, based on how Wendy reports the information, he leads people. One of his biggest selling points was that he led people to believe that his information was sourced directly from LeBron.
And
LeBron just came out
statement.
Hold on, my guy. We're talking about two different things. With LeBron saying somebody knows him, or LeBron saying or being a direct source. Two different things. What I'm saying is, all LeBron clarified was, it's kind of weird that the way you report information, albeit to the positive mostly about me, but you report it as if I'm your direct source, and I'm not. And if somebody does that for close to 20 years, and if not more than 20 years, he's been doing it for a long time. LeBron hasn't said nothing for 20 years. And then after 20 years, he finally comes out and says, I don't know him like that. He covers me. I just don't know him like that. And to me, LeBron didn't go overboard with it. He didn't kill him as a reporter. He didn't kill his integrity. He didn't say he lies or makes stuff up. He just says he's basically
he don't know me.
Yeah, he's basically just saying we're not tight like that.
He's basically saying
after 20 years.
Wait, guys.
Hold on, hold on. Somebody's mic got an echo. I think it's you, Peter Backjuice. Your mic is crazy. So all we're saying is, if he comes out and says it's just not sourced directly from me, which is how I took it, it's you guys that are taking it as this, oh, he's killing Wendy. And if you want to take it that way, until Wendy comes out and tells me he feels offended by it, which when I saw Wendy today on First Take, he did not seem to be too bothered about it, because he was still defending LeBron James and really having the same non-biased approach that he typically does anyway. So at the end of the day, I didn't see anything wrong with what he said. He only talked about one element. He cleared some things up. I know now that Wendy's not directly sourced from LeBron like I used to. I can move on from that.
All right, so Lamont
attack on Windhorse, and it's not.
So Lamont and Enki, how do you guys reconcile he don't know me like that with probably nobody knows me better than Brian Windhorse? How do you reconcile those two statements?
Wait, Lamont, let me get that. That's easy work. What he's saying in the context, because you're reading clips. So what he was saying in the context was nobody knows me better. When you go back to that clip, the context of it, as a basketball player, because he's been covering him longer as a basketball player than the other commentators. Now what he's saying on this show is that he doesn't know him as a personal person, because in the context of the show, he was talking about having personal relationships with people. I didn't have a personal relationship with Kobe until the 2012 Olympics. I don't have a personal relationship with MJ. He's clarifying personal relationships versus business relationships or sports relationships. So that's what he's saying.
Okay, can I hear Lamont's rationalization now? Yours was pretty good. Go ahead, Lamont.
I mean, what he said was, and obviously I didn't hear the full clip, because I know a lot of people clipped that, what he said, and they were using that to indict LeBron. And I'll go back and listen it to myself. I'll take Inky's word for it so far, because he's been pretty accurate on everything else. So if in context, if I go back and listen to that clip, if it's contextually applied and that's correct, then I would have to side with what he said. But if you, Peter Backjuice, if you've taken that statement and you've just plucked it and eliminated from what it was contextually used for, then that's a flaw on you. Because now you're plucking stuff to just try to get to a conclusion you want to create.
What happened was Windhorse didn't bend the knee. He didn't bend the knee one time, and LeBron, in Game of Thrones Machiavellian style, got the man decapitated. That's what happened.
Can I say this?
But wait, is it even that
what he said about the Nike thing kind of upset LeBron, for LeBron to come out to say anything about Wemby. He hasn't said anything about Wemby in over how many years? 20? Then after he said something about that Nike contract, that set LeBron off.
Exactly, bro. If some fat funny looking dude was pretending for 10 to 20 years that he know you like that, and you ain't say nothing for 20 years.
Okay, so what does this have to do? Like, what's the point of even talking?
Because it's showing just how much of an a-hole Buddy is, bro.
No, it's not. Listen,
he's
LeBron
an
was
a-hole.
answering. Hold. LeBron is on the show, and the people on the show are asking LeBron literally. The whole idea of the show is, all the things that LeBron has never done an interview. So they're asking everything from the beginning of his career to the end of his career because nobody knows if he's going to give another interview again. So he's literally on there to speak to all the things that he's never spoke. Like, that's the whole idea of this controversy, is that LeBron has never said anything before, and now this fatherhood comment got him coming out and speaking and being more vocal about things. So how are you going to judge him on the premise of the show? Like, if you go back to the questions of the LeBron versation, they was asking him about, like, he was talking about his Olympics career. He was talking about in high school. They asked him about when his moms had the Hummer. Like, they asked him literally about everything that they couldn't get a chance to ask him about all this time and have him answer, instead of us always having to take the word of a Skip, a Steven, or even a Wendy.
Yeah, you ain't making no sense.
He took advantage of the fat, nerdy kid who was enamored with him in high school, and he had him as a little tag-along. He'd feed him information.
Y'all just mad because Stephen A.
Hold on. He did the man wrong.
Y'all trying to change the narrative to some Brian
He did that man wrong.
No, hold on, y'all. This is what, you know what this is. One of the reasons why they have to hinge themselves on this Brian Windhorst build BS is because for the longest time, people like Brian Windhorst, and you see it in the chat, they say he's paid by Clutch. They say he's this, he's that. This is a guy who's been a fierce defender of LeBron. Then all of a sudden, LeBron comes out and says something against him. What happened to that paid by Clutch narrative? Because Windhorst was one of those guys who y'all swore up and down was getting paid by Clutch. So now, hold on. So now this simply proves that Windhorst has just been, in a non-biased fashion, accurately reporting on LeBron James, whether it's to the good or to the bad. Y'all have slammed him as being paid by Clutch all these years because the majority of it's been good. And he's been a fierce. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, now that's one person paid by Clutch that you have to chalk off the list.
No, I disagree.
We said the same thing about Perkins. When Perkins said something bad about LeBron, what happened?
He did to a flunky what happens to flunkies.
LeBron didn't even say anything bad, though.
I don't know what's going on. Hold on. I don't know if it's Fernand Yao or I don't know if it's Peter Bagjuice, but something happens when all three of y'all start talking, but the mic sound like I don't know what the hell's going on.
I think that's Buddy. I don't think that's mine. Yeah, that's Buddy.
Me?
That's Buddy.
Is it me?
Yeah, your mic.
Yeah, that's Buddy. That's Jones.
So what happened with the Perkins?
But real quick, I wanted to say something, bro. Look,
what happened when Perkins said something against Jordan?
Real
I'm just
quick,
saying.
LeBron.
No. Ask you about LeBron. See how you switched it? Why do you keep bringing up Jordan?
I'm just telling you what Perkins said on ESPN.
Why do you keep bringing up Jordan, bro? You had that last point you made. You had 1,000 other players to name, but you named Jordan.
What you mean?
Hey,
the last point you made.
When in them Game of Thrones movies, right? The little funny looking dude that's always talking about master, I'm your loyal servant, and blah 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 blah. And he'll do anything for master. That dude always end up getting effed over. So the fact that he got effed over, that don't mean that, Brian Windhorst had legitimate take. No, he's just a flunky that got done how flunkies get done. And that's what I'm trying to show y'all on the panel. All that little man groupie shit y'all doing. If y'all was to ever meet LeBron, don't think he wouldn't cross y'all ass out the same way. Because that's who he is.
Hold on. I met him.
Wow.
I met LeBron. Hold on, Peter Bagjuice. I met him.
That's right out of Stephen A. Smith. LeBron is a backstabber. Like, y'all literally up here with Stephen A. Smith.
He is.
Peter.
Bro, the man said Windhorst probably nobody knows him, me better than him. And then 20 years later, I ain't never known that nigga. That's some weird fat nigga that be hanging around, and he did the man dirty, bro.
That's not what he said either.
Peter.
All because the man criticized him, dog.
Can y'all hear me? Am I done?
No, my bad, bro.
So Peter's intentionally ignoring me. Okay, I feel you.
Not trying to.
Okay.
Hey, my bad, bro. My bad.
Nah, I feel you. But like, Peter, I'm not gonna lie. You have a very like thespian way of like explaining stuff, brother. I want to let you know I don't know if you're aware of that or not. But in general, Lamar, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I blame you, bro, for this, bro. Cause like, how many times
how many times where like you had numerous topics where it's basic common sense, it's obvious, but you still let these guys keep talking when they don't know it's not the best interest of them. Like it is like Lamar, it's very irresponsible of you, Lamar. It's like it's definitely
another Glazer has joined the panel.
You too low. That's not nice.
So crazy. I thought we were talking about something else. We done pivot to Bronny and a whole bunch of other shit. I don't know what's going on.
But like honestly, I don't care like what Bron and Stephen A got going.
Mr. Winners.
My fault. I thought I was still talking, but I thought I don't care what LeBron and Stephen A going through. I really don't, because let's be honest, like we all see the change coming. Like that type of TMZ way to cover the sport of basketball is fading quickly, eroding fast, expeditiously. So, and you starting to see some of the hires that NBC and Amazon Prime starting to do, especially since they got the contract over Turner Sports. So, Turner Family. So it's not going to last as long. It's just really not. So I don't get the need for entertainment. That's why the sort of thing that you did say on LeBron said way more interesting things besides this Stephen A crap. Like he like I said
that already, because I like the conspiracy talk. That what he talked about.
I like simply put, like players, like the fact that LeBron was just speaking for himself, but his moments he was speaking for other players. He said players did not like how the sport has been covered the last 5 to 10 years. That's facts. That's why we've seen such more influx and more players doing their own podcasts so they can get their own opinions across. And
a lot of them,
and on top of that, because I know
I want to leave.
That's not that. Well, I ain't got to. That's thing, low. You ain't got to address every like obvious
but
point. You know what I'm saying?
So narrative is such a terrible one.
No, it is. But must remember, Peter admits to multiple times. He's a '90s guy. It's a '90s head. They love the narratives, bro. No matter how accurate or inaccurate they are, they love the narratives. But let's get back to the point. No, Lo, you mentioned this in the video, and I heard Johnny said this today in regards to how is he throwing like Barkley? Yes, because LeBron and Barkley does have a history of having personal shots with another. But how is that a shot at Shaq though? Like he was saying, players were just big enough and talented enough, or players didn't love the game like that, or wasn't smart enough to play the game.
I feel like that just sounds like Shaq though. that's the only reason why I say that. It just sounds Shaq. He is the guy who literally was just big enough to just be there. He didn't have. But to be fair, that can also be Barkley as well. I can't. It could be either one of them. But I think it kind of is. I think if he's not speaking about Shaq, in my opinion, it applies to Shaq though.
It applies to Barkley too.
The reason why I say
that's your narrative. That's your narrative.
No. That is a fact.
No, that's a fact.
That's not a fact.
But
that can be Karl Malone.
That is.
That can be Karl Malone.
Hold on, George. Hold on, George. I just got up here, bro.
Being
like
fat, not loving the sport. Yes, that's a fact.
Yeah, but you and I both. Well, if people who have been covering what you did cover the Barkley and LeBron feud, Shaq was defending LeBron. That's why I'm trying to figure out. I don't recall Shaq and LeBron have any personal like shots at each other in the public. That's why I was like, I don't think it's.
Well, I don't.
Barkley, yes, but
I don't think you necessarily have to have a shot at LeBron per se. I just think there needs to be like a disdain for what's happening in the NBA and giving misrepresentation behind it. And part of the reason why I also say this because, like, quite literally just last week, Shaq just got exposed for not knowing who coaches for the Pistons, and he just sitting there running around, don't know what he's talking about. And then there's also they have a series, I believe, on Netflix, and I got to get out of here soon because the game has already started. They have a series on Netflix or somewhere where they literally are telling Shaq that he needs to watch more games behind the scenes on TNT, which to me is like the craziest thing in the world.
Who your boys playing? Who your boys playing?
But the thing is, go ahead.
Bulls.
Yeah. Well, let me. I gotta get here. I want to say this because the argument. This is the reason why the whole thing started is just because players getting tired of people giving inaccurate representation of what's going on. The media coverage is like really, really bad. Like some gentleman try to push his narrative. Oh, they definitive nowadays. That has been an ongoing belief for over 30 years now. 35 years. That is not anything new at all. The difference is that players in today's game have platforms that they have fought for to allow themselves to voice their own perspective of it, regardless of it's fair or not, because I think we all know that some of these other players' perceptions of what occurred, that's also inaccurate.
It's sometimes a little exacerbated from a player standpoint, but I'll say this a lot, low. Like we tend to try to attack the faces of the problem than oppose the source of the actual problem, you know. And we have multiple that's real shit. Like multiple.
No. Like I'm looking at Kobe White. Nigga just dropped the fucking almost a 30-footer. This nigga's fucking.
like most of these like players, especially on these syndicated shows, they get told by executive producers what to say and certain topics to cover. And so I just think sometimes, like, especially like if these players continue to do those things on their own platforms or podcasts, by all means. But I'm saying on the mainstream platform itself, it's the executive producers that's controlling what these players say in the topics. And I do agree with you the fact that like the NBA from a cover standpoint, I thought they were just favoring just large market teams, you know what I'm saying? But they're not even doing that. Like a lot of people didn't know, like a lot of people didn't know, like Josh Hart and Carter Towns, the first Knicks teammates to have a triple double in the same game. A lot of people know that shit. So I'm like, oh, they're not favoring large market teams. They're just favoring like a handful of guys in the league.
Yeah.
So that's why Turner, ESPN, well, not ESPN, but Turner family lost their contract because the way y'all cover the game was so low hanging fruit until your executive producers like, and Shaq literally has an interview of executive abuse of a story of executive abuse telling him like, yo, what are you doing?
Yes.
Stop trying to break down the game, bro. You're on primetime evening television from 8 to 11. I mean, to 8 to 1 a.m. Eastern. No one wants to hear that X and O talk, bro. Entertain us.
Hey, I got
and that's right.
For Low before he go. Do you think LeBron would be more effective as a center or power forward, or rotating around up top with AR and Luka?
I'm assuming from a defensive standpoint.
Yes.
No, power forward and center.
Power forward.
Well,
so real quick, I wanted to say because Sturdy just made an excellent point. The guys like Shaq and Barkley, and this is where I want to give Stephen A. Cut him a little bit of slack.
No, sir. No, sir.
Me.
No,
hold on.
Hold on, man. You gotta let him
slack,
and you've already given him.
Hear me out.
Y'all at least let him get it off, man. Come on, y'all. Come on.
Hear me out. Because listen, because you could get in trouble sometimes overdoing it, right? But him putting his hand on his face and making the faces, we all know that's performative, right? But like Sturdy said, he made an excellent point. These people, they are not running sports shows. We want to see X's and O's, but they want to put the product out there that is going to garner the most amount of casual watchers. That's going to make the most amount of dollars. So there's an entertainment aspect here to factor in.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, that's a lie. Yeah, that's.
I gotta go real quick.
Hold on, y'all.
Only reason why I disagree, and that was the original thought process, but not only when independent media members can come in and have just as impactful as a presence as many of these mainstream medias, but when they start doing that more on the NFL side of things, and their people who are analyzing the game get way more praise and are way more accurate in assessing what's going on because of their ability to talk about X and O's and breaking down the game. The problem is that we all think that this is what's going to occur in terms of ratings, and to be fair, it's because that's the audience that they have cultivated. So yes, there is a subsection of audience members that want to talk about that, but there's also another subsection of audience members that would love to talk more about X and O's, or at least get a little bit more nuance about what's going on outside of just a narrative talk. And that's the reason why many independent content creators have formed and they're just successful.
Let me add
to strengthen that point, Will. To strengthen that point. The point that you just made, Lo. You just made a very good point here, Lo, because the NFL, that's the majority of NFL fan bases, is that they like to watch the X's and O's. They like to be explained how things are going on. Like they like to have it broken down X's and O's style, right? So it has been shown that like
massive amounts of people will watch X's and O's. Right? So I understand why we can't have that for basketball.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Listen, the thing that LeBron is demonstrating is that Stephen A. and some of these guys that you think are the best at covering the game are actually not even qualified to actually cover the game in depth. They cannot even go into the X's and O's of the game because they don't understand the X's and O's of the game. They don't study the game enough to even if the viewership begins to demand that basketball is broken down at that level, some of these guys will be out of jobs. That's the point.
It's not so much the X and O specifically. It's more so, here's the element of it, right? The NBA has intentionally, and no other league is better than this in terms of interacting with their casual fans on a social media standpoint. They're not as stringent. They're not as strict with their content creation. They copyright claims. They literally have segments involving social media posts, and I wish Lo was up here because he knows this for a fact. They literally take Twitter feed posts and makes them primary topics for their segments. So is not so much the X and O's part specifically, is more so, in my opinion, they just got lazy in terms of like providing multiple layers of entertainment. So we all know the NBA, they have the youngest average fan age that all the other major sports, MLB, NFL, NHL, right? They have the youngest, and that's the reason for that, because they try to appeal to more casual, younger people on social media platforms. And in doing so, you have a shorter attention span. Now, what the NBA messed up, they dove too much into the controversial debate lane to help optimize that attention, the short attention span that social media provides, instead of providing more layers of entertainment, like little snippets of historical facts or X and O's or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah.
Well, starting, so what I was going to say is the problem. This is where I think. So I think Stephen A. hates it when the players start saying stuff like this, because I think LeBron and JJ Redick, they were the first ones to talk real basketball and make it entertaining for the masses. And I think even Gil does it to a certain degree. Even I know they goof around over on Gils Arena, but I think what the scary part for some of these guys like Stephen A. is that when these NBA players start having a podcast and they're able to be more entertaining and bring over their own fan bases from their NBA fame, and they start talking X's and O's, and they can do it from a perspective that we can never have, which is inside the locker room, right? And inside the film study rooms, what the coaches said, and then also experiencing it, they're making it more entertaining. And for Stephen A., one, you already don't really watch or study the game to that degree. And JJ Redick proved that to him when JJ Redick was over on ESPN for a very short amount of time. I mean, every other day it was JJ Redick coming over there, literally telling Stephen A. on live shows on First Take how much he don't know.
So Jalen Rose didn't do that.
Yeah, but to me, Lamont, it's not even that, because everyone has their own lane, right? To me, it was more so they got heavy-handed, and let's be honest, and statistically, this is a fact. Like, the person who get the most headlines in ESPN in terms of covering NBA is LeBron, Curry, and who's ever the champion. Like, it's literally that is in that order. So the problem is they got, even if you're like not an X and O's guy, you're more so a narrative guy. You're not even covering different narratives in the league. Like, why aren't you covering more rival narratives? Why aren't you covering something like the position competition that's going on, like with narratives like that? Like, they're not even doing that, Lamont. And so they honestly, Lamont, I think they really fucked.
To be honest, we got too many. I mean, as much as we don't want to accept it, the Jordan fan base still makes up a large portion of fans that actually watch.
Yeah.
And that's not what they want to see.
Yeah, that's on. But you and I both know that's going to change in like what 5 years? Because like they're starting to die. I'm sorry to put it blunt. I'm sorry to put it blunt like that, but like we all know that the cycles of like being a fandom, Lamont. Like that. Yeah, the fandom dictate the ratings of what people want to see. But then when the NBA gets younger, when people start to die off or lose interest for whatever reason, they capitulate to whoever wants the thing next. And right now, you are 100% right. These player podcasts are growing exponentially. And that's where it's going to. That's why, if you don't believe me, Lamont, look at the people that they hired for the Amazon Prime and NBC shows.
Mm-hmm.
Your boy Gil might get a job for NBC.
Well, they're trying to get Gil right now.
Yeah, like they messed up.
Amazon, if they don't already have them, I mean, again, I don't want to speak too much on his business because I know just a little bit, but he has a lot of potentials going on over there. But for the last time I heard, Amazon was one of the people that was trying to get him. So, you know,
so Gil will be better than Mark Jackson and all these other guys who have done the job, so that they're not going back to try to hire
Gil don't
him.
have a podcast. Mark Jackson was color commentary. Gil has a
I'm
podcast.
just saying.
Games. So they have two different jobs. So
it's
not
jobs.
better than Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson was doing live games. He was color commentary with Jeff Van Gundy. That's different from having a podcast.
Yeah.
I'm asking a question. What are they hiring Gil to do?
They're potentially hiring him
to break the game down.
So essentially do what he usually do, but on a syndicated show. Like that's literally it. Yeah. So essentially, George, like what's happening right now, we're seeing a huge transition. And Amazon and being on the front foot of that, they're gonna please more people that's on social media and a younger crowd. And the younger crowd wants perspective from these players, and most importantly, they want to be entertained multiple ways. Because George, you should know more than anything, the younger crowd has a short attention span, so you got to be able to stimulate them with different things.
I don't think people are going to pay for something that they were getting for free.
What are you talking about?
What you mean?
As far as watching Gil,
because they were getting the X's and O's.
Gil's Arena, and all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Amazon is not free.
But the beauty of Amazon is that because so many people already have Amazon Prime for so many other things, it's going to feel free because when you have Amazon Prime for the free delivery, you also now get the Amazon TV and you get all this other stuff free with it.
Bro, that's what it is, George. Like,
at the end of the day, Amazon is just capitalizing on the fact that, well, shit, we can add this benefit in. We can add the free Amazon TV in just to get you in buying that Amazon Prime, which you already have anyway, because most people use Amazon anyway. And so it's just another incentive to get you buying the Amazon Prime. So what happens is, if you see Amazon, they connected with Audible, with the audio books. That's the old people now getting Amazon Prime for the free audio books. When you look at the people who shop every day, the moms who just buy stuff and the delivery and the groceries. So what they doing is Amazon is trying to get everybody under the Amazon flagship. All the sports head that watch Gils Arena, well, shit. You know how many people we can get under the Amazon Prime flagship if we bring Gils Arena over here? And remember, I even do live streams on Amazon right now. So if you see, if you go to Amazon, you type in FYF Sports, my live streams are gonna pop up. So they are smart in what they do. But hey, hold on. Is the Lakers Arena crypto?
It's crypto, yeah.
Crypto.com. I believe they share it with. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they share it with Sacramento too.
Oh shit. Lamont, shit.
What happened?
Lamont got an email from Jeannie Buss, man. Hey, man.
No, not Jeannie Buss. It's not Jeannie Buss, but it's saying, I ain't gonna say the name of the lady. This is a legit email too. Oh shit. It says, I'm reaching out. I'd love to explore an opportunity to collaborate and send you to the Final Four next week in San Antonio in the Alamo Dome. If you're open to discussing the collaboration, please let me know so we can set up a call. This is real.
Do that.
That's the clutch. Hey, that's the clutch money kicking in.
You getting big time on us now? Lamar, you getting big time on us now?
Salute to LeBron James, man. Salute to LeBron James and clutch.
Hey, you don't see it coming, bro. You see all the connection that Lamar be making with Gil and JJ.
Lamar, the comment section.
He been glazing for a minute. He deserve it.
But
I'll take it, man.
Crazy, Lamar. You getting big time on us.
This is from the senior manager, marketing strategy and operations of crypto.com. But this is not Crypto Arena. I think this more so looks like it's from crypto.com, the actual website.
That's still a big deal, Lamont. They still want us,
they still want your intake.
Hey, if I go out there, hey,
that's crazy. Lamar, you getting big time on us now?
See, here's the thing, y'all. If Clutch was paying me, I wouldn't hide it. It would be on everything. I would let you know I'm getting paid, and I wouldn't shy away from it. See, that's the problem. I mean, unless they told me not to tell anybody. But
you've been trying. You've been trying. You've been doing your best.
No, but
how would we know that, Joe Lamont? Lamont, how would we know that? How would we know? Lamont, how would we know if you're not getting paid right now?
George, yeah.
I promise you, George, if Clutch came to you tomorrow and said, we got a bag for you, $500,000 a year, start a podcast, propagate LeBron James, George will have what would George's podcast be named? The LeBronto show or something. I don't know what you're going to do.
Not Kobe.
Something like that. But now, George, let me ask you something. Like, would you pay someone to do something they already doing for free?
Would I pay someone to? It depends on what am I getting out of it.
Those are the best people to hire.
And that's what I'm saying, George. Like,
those are the best people to hire.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If ESPN starts to lose viewership with like Stephen A and stuff like that, and they start hiring guys to break the game down a little bit better, they're gonna give them a giant bag. Like, they'll immediately take that deal. Immediately. There's no reason for them not to.
They did. They had Jalen Rose and let him go.
Wow.
You know what, bro? Jalen Rose
by Stephen A.
If you honestly think about it, if you really think about Jalen Rose, he was kind of boring.
He had a good show with the other dude. I can't remember the white dude's name, but that was a good show, Lamont. It wasn't. It was a good show.
Oh, hold on. Oh, you talking about when he had old boy?
Yeah.
Oh no, that show was fire. That show was fire. I'm talking about when Jalen Rose is like on ESPN First Take.
Oh no, yeah, that was boring.
Jalen is Jacoby.
Jalen's Kobe. Yeah, it was fire. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Jacoby. I keep forgetting his name.
Those are the shows best for Jalen Rose. But if Jalen Rose on First Take suited up and suit and tie proper, that ain't Jalen and Jacoby was fired.
But another thing too, Lamar, I realized if people aren't noticing, they're getting younger. Like, they don't want these 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds coming in their game no more. They're starting to, and you don't believe me, look at the people that NBC are starting to hire. Majority of those guys, athletes they're starting to hire are guys that just retired or retired the decade prior to this decade.
It's but if you look at NFL, for example,
that Jefferson
there's
is
people
more,
in the NFL
more exciting.
Who?
Jefferson.
Richard Jefferson?
Yeah.
No, no one's saying that. We just saying.
Did you see that interview he had with Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
And what did you think of that?
I thought it sounded like two teammates just having fun, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, George, that's nothing too. Tim Duncan's a mild, monotone dude, bro. So if you want to have an interview with him, you're gonna have to pick up in some of that excitement.
I don't understand why the NFL can get exciting people on their panels, but the NBA just can't do that to break the game down. The NFL has Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is
at the
very
same level
entertaining.
as Gil?
Who?
All the smoke.
They got Shannon. They got
the same level.
Newton.
I think All the Smoke still might be bigger. I think matter of fact, George, I think All the Smoke might be a little bit bigger.
But what you got to do is the best thing that NFL is going for is you won't ever come across an NFL fan that has a vested interest in saying that today's NFL is trash.
Yep.
All the NFL heads from the old to the new, I'm talking about no matter how old they are, when they talk about the game, they talk about today's game like they love the shit out of it. And you ain't gonna hear, and if a team is trash, they're gonna call that team is trash. And if a team is really good, they're gonna let that team know their team is really good. And you're not gonna hear this narrative talk about, they're soft and they low managing this and just all the stupid narratives that you hear, even though the football is different and the rules make it a little bit different from the game of the past. These guys that they bring in from old to young to former players, they all have one intent: teach the game, push the game, talk about the game to keep people locked in. Because sometimes I find myself listening in on them pre-games. It make me want to watch football. I'm not even a football guy, but you can tell when somebody loved the game. And when you love the game, they're going to sell you on it. They're going to talk about it. They're going to be happy to talk about it. I don't think Shaq and them sometimes, I don't know if they're happy to talk about the game, the way they complain and cry about certain guys. They don't do no real breakdowns. The only one that I really am interested in hearing sometimes is Kenny when he go up to the board. Boom, now Kenny doing the breakdowns and something. And you could tell Kenny wants to be around people that's really trying to dive into the game and break it down the way the NFL guys break the game down. But he's around two clowns. These two clowns, all they want to do is joke, jive. They falling asleep. They're not watching the game. They really don't want to dive into the meat and bones of the game. And so then he just has to go joke around with them. There's only one guy on that show that wants to talk real basketball. That's it.
The product is bad. The NFL.
But wait, like Lamont, is there a Shannon Sharp for basketball? Is there?
I mean,
Is there somebody that's just like super funny and like knows the game?
Like if you think about the NFL, they don't try to go find the funny people. They just go try to find people because they'll train you up. They just try to find people that love the game. So they'll bring in anybody. They'll spend a year training you if they have to, and then they're going to put you on camera to talk about the game. You just got to love the game and be willing to talk about it and bring your knowledge to it. Some of the guys that they bring in, you have to train them, media train them, so they're not cussing on air and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they're just bringing in people that love football and love the game as it is today, and they got a whole bunch of complaints. They're not going to sit there for 30 minutes telling us why, the NFL bad, man. It's not like that. When I played, look, who wants to hear that bullshit? Like, and that's what they're being stuck on right now.
If it's the truth,
a whole bunch of people.
Nobody. But it makes sense too. It makes sense too. If the NBA players don't even want to watch the game right now, why the hell should I?
No,
Because
it's not that they don't want to watch. No. Basketball is the most egotistical sport of any sport here in America, because even old retired players feel like they can come back and play and do it better. Like these NFL players, they know once my time is up, because the game is so physical, your fucking time is up. Ain't no coming back trying to do this. You can't go to no gym and practice football. That shit is too physical, too hard on the body, and they respect the game because of how physical it is.
That dude on Pittsburgh finna try to do it.
None of these old players, they all still feel like they can still lace them up. They all feel like they come out
Good
here
luck with that.
Le'Veon Bell finna try to come back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about all
Russell
that. What
Wilson's trying to.
Yeah, all I'm saying is this, and I don't want to lose the point. The point is NFL got people that love the game. And I don't care how old they are. I don't care if I know them. Like Lee Corso when he talks college football. Lee Corso old as hell. That motherfucker entertaining than a motherfucker because he entertaining and he talk college football like no other, right? And you got Nick Saban up there. You think Nick Saban is the most entertaining person in the world? No, he kind of boring. But the motherfucker knows how to talk football, right? One of the best to ever do it. They media trained him, put him in front of a camera, one of the best football minds you can have. Why wouldn't I want to hear from a Nick Saban? Football got that element right as far as the fans. And
They literally got Tom Brady. They got Tom Brady to go to the media.
Football
They got
fans,
Tom.
the one thing you have to credit football fans is football fans are probably the best fans in any American sport. That's why their sport is thriving, because they got the best fans, right? They got the best fans.
And their product's good. The product
and it's shown.
It's how you cover the product,
the
bro.
product, the NFL has changed just as much as the NBA with rules. You can easily say that the game is softer based on how they protect the quarterback, how they protect receivers and things of that nature. They could go down that road and making all those same shitty complaints that you make about the NBA. But instead of them crying about rule changes, they understand that a lot of the rule changes is to protect the players, to protect products. They got millions and millions of dollars invested in these guys. And then at the end of the day, they accept the rule changes for what they are. They respect the game and they talk about the game as is. You guys, I hear all these old heads talking about, in the 80s, you could do this and that. First of all, half the stuff y'all say about these old eras is a lie. Right? When you heard the Chris Russo talking about the 70s, sounding dumb up there, talking about, do y'all want to see it? Do y'all want to see that 77 NBA Finals with Bill Walton? And I can play it right now. And you want to tell me Giannis wouldn't jump in that game right now today and drop 75? Sorry, they look sorry. He talking about he watched it when he was 13 and they look so talented. No, that game looks shitty. They look sorry. They look slow. And this is why we say Giannis can go jump down there and kill. Right?
But that's why the NBA.
But
that's
Lamont,
why
Not
the
only
NBA.
that, Lamont, like look at
Lamont,
the time era. Lamont, look at that time era that you just went to. The 70s.
There's no need for that. Hold on. There's no need for that. That's the point. That's the point, bro. There's no need for that. The thief of joy is compare and contrast. You don't appreciate shit when you start. The first thing you do, you start to see, oh, look at the flaws. Look at the flaws. Look at the flaws. Like, no, that's the point. Just leave the error for what it is, for what it was, and appreciate it. That's it. That's it. We all know errors. There's different rule change, different players. That comes with anything that evolves over time. But don't downgrade it. There's no need to compare and contrast it. We can't play time travel basketball. We cannot play time travel basketball. We can't. There's no.
I understand that, but like, why hasn't the NBA?
There's no point. But that's my point. There's no point from an old player saying they can play in the present age. There's no point of saying a present player can play in the past. There's literally no point of it. The only thing it gains is the vision and unappreciation of the history of the game.
Well, I mean,
well, why can the NFL get that though? Like, why can the NFL get old heads that appreciate the game for what it is nowadays and they praise the young guys? Meanwhile, the NBA, all they do is bash them.
No, I told you why. Because
why?
Because the NFL is not a game where you can go to the YMCA and play it. It's too physical. It's too grueling on the body. Right? Sometimes your career can only last 3 years in the NFL because of how physically demanding it is. That's a sport that make you respect the sport. Like, so at the end of the day, as a football player, a lot of these football players, like, and somebody laughed at me when I said this. I was at Purdue and I saw Drew Brees in the offseason, and they was pushing him in a wheelchair at Purdue. They was pushing him in a wheelchair. And I'm like, I see him. I'm like, damn, what, you got injured? What happened? He was like, nah, I'm just sore. Imagine having to get pushed in a goddamn wheelchair just because you sore from the NFL season. Not because you injured, not because you rolled your ankle, because you sore. That's the NFL for you right there. So that's why they respect it. NFL and NBA, they ain't got nothing to make them respect it.
No, you do.
To be fair, the comparisons they do also, like the NBA comparisons and the NFL comparisons, like when they're talking about comparing teams from different eras, like the NFL compares teams, not individual players. So there's none of that toxicity. There's none of that toxicity that I see that the NBA has that the NFL just does not have. You know what I'm saying?
But like I'm saying, like the way what Lamont is alluding to is just the way they cover the game, right? So even when they do compare, because you're always going to compare great historical teams, right? But they keep it in reference to their time. You'll never hear someone say, "Oh, put the '83 Bears in this era. Let's see what they do." No, they'd be like, "Oh, the '83 Bears." They're like, "83 Bears are great. They did because they did this." Like that's it. Like it's just that simple. So and so I do disagree with Lamont in this regard, right? You can make people respect basketball when you remind people how fucking difficult what the hell these players are doing. Like the average person don't even know Lamont. The average NBA player run anywhere from 5 to 7 miles a game.
They won't care, bro. That don't mean nothing to them. I'm telling you.
No,
because and the only reason why I say that, Sturdy, is because the physical skills that you need to go hoop ain't the same physical skills that you need to, for example, go play hockey, or the footwork that you need to go play soccer, the hand-eye coordination that you need to play tennis. Like there's sports out there that force you. Basketball is the sport where literally from bums, like we've even seen, we got a guy playing basketball in college with one arm. It's the sport that allows anybody to hoop. And because everybody feels they can do it, everybody with one leg, wheelchair basketball, it's the only sport where it invites everybody. And once everybody's got invited in, now everybody feels they can do it. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody says this is better. And it's always these weird comparisons. So there's nothing that the only thing that makes people respect it is when an NBA player walks into your neighborhood gym and barbecues your ass. That's the only way you start getting respect.
No, that's a fact, Lamont. Because I was my fault. My answer was more so a perspective, like, man, anybody that you even gotta like meet an NBA player. Just go to a live game. These dudes are fucking freaks of nature, bro. Like this shit.
You know what's so weird? You know what's so weird about NBA games, especially like when you get to the courtside level? Like like even sitting at court, like even it's like when you sit like even close up, it still feel like you can go out there and like even though they all bigger, stronger, faster, it's just like when you watch it in person, it almost looks a little slower, especially like when you're down at the courtside level. And it almost looks like, damn, I could lace them up and go out in there and hoop with them.
Yeah. I can hit that corner shot.
I promise you.
No, Lamont. The close, I disagree with that. The closer you get to that court, man, bro. The sooner you realize these dudes are way bigger than what the TV is showing. Bro.
No, the first thing, hold on. The first thing I realized when I sat courtside is they not as tall as what a lot of the NBA heights report. Like when you see Damian Lillard, that ain't no 6'4". I know the 6'4" is not you. 6'1", Bronny James size. Okay, that sounds about right. So the one thing you see, like the only players who truly match like or their stature are like some of the superstars, like the KDs, Luka, LeBron. But outside of those guys, almost everybody seems to be the measurements seem to be super hyper inflated. And that's also what makes it feel more normal. Because it's like you see somebody, you standing next to one of them, and you the same height, and it's just like you start to get it in the back of your mind, shit, especially when you see it in person and it looks a little slower. Well, shit, fuck it, I could do that. And so it kind of levels itself out. It takes you having to get your ass bust by an NBA player to realize you can't do that shit.
There's only one player that I saw that really didn't look like he did, and that was Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose is bigger than what he looks.
I haven't seen him in person yet. Have I?
You think he's like bigger than 6'2"? He looks like he was 6'2".
I'm talking about far wide shoulders.
The guy for me, Lamont, that I thought was smaller before I went to the game was Cam Johnson. I went to a Nets game last season. That motherfucker Cam Johnson is way bigger than what he looks on TV. Way bigger.
Like as far as stature or like height?
I'm like both. Like he looked like a skinny guard from like college, like on TV, but like in pros, like he's more cut up. He's big, like he looks strong as shit. I'm like, man, and that's nothing.
I'm gonna tell you,
man.
The player that I saw was Luka. When I went to that Phoenix Suns game and I saw Luka, I said, boy, I feel sorry for whoever got to guard this motherfucker because he looks like
when I saw a picture of Jason Tatum standing next to KD, and they told me that JT is like 6'8", I'm like, y'all are lying. This man is 6'10".
Yeah, but JT, his
like
brand hinges on his height. So for players like JT, he has to underreport his height because guards sell shoes, bigs don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay. So that explains why like KD lies about him being like 6'10", right?
Yeah.
Because I look at JT and he's standing next to LeBron. LeBron's reported at 6'9", and like they're standing at the same height. And I'm like, why the hell are they saying JT 6'8"? So that makes sense.
But y'all look, I'm gonna make sure I gotta shut this one down. Sturdy, man, we gotta get you back up here, man. I'm gonna start being live. I'm being more consistent here.
No, I've been, man, Lamont, so many things happened in my personal life the last 8 months, bro. I just had to shake it up, man. I just had to shake it up.
Are you actually not gonna do nothing for the Final Four? You're not gonna do nothing?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, I'm gonna do something. I mean, I'm gonna try to because right now our season's coming to an end. The only thing we got left is our national tournament, and that's not till April 10th to 13th.
Yeah, you should definitely cover the Final Four.
I tell you what, boy, our tournament this year, boy, we gonna have to go through a goddamn gauntlet to win it this year. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey man, repeating ain't easy, Lamont. You'll be all right.
Bro, we just played in like a little
making a
tournament.
dynasty is not easy.
We just played in like a little mini tournament over at ASU. Bro, these teams be treating us like we the goddamn NBA finals.
Y'all the champs. What are you talking about?
Bro, I'm talking about
we
made it to the championship game. It's like a little mini tournament called the Sparky Shootout. So it was San Diego State, Cal Poly, Arizona State. There was some other teams there. And so we played San Diego State the first game in pool play. Okay, they was hitting threes. I'm like, okay. But then we ended up smacking them by 20, doing what we do. I went into a 1-3-1 zone. We shut that shit down. Bro, we saw the motherfuckers again in the championship game. Oh my God. They might have shot like 90% from the 3-point line. Them boys was playing all out, man. That shit was crazy. And so I hate playing over at ASU because anybody that's been over to that campus, they got these loose rims. Like every time you shoot the rim will literally just bounce up and down really hard. So that everything goes in. These boys, they started flaming the shit out of us. They just fucking throwing up anything. I mean, I give it to them. I hand it to them. They won. They got us, but I think every year we need 1 or 2 of them games where a team just comes in and plays. Goddamn, I don't know how to explain it, man. It's like it's crazy how they be playing.
No, that's good. Just something to wake y'all up. And honestly, like stuff like that, Lamont, you just take as a compliment. Like the only way y'all beat us is like some crazy ass, like once in a lifetime performance. You know what I mean? Like,
they had 2 guys. I think when I looked at the stats, I think they shot like 17 or like 27 from the 3. Like it was some crazy percentage that it's just like, God damn. And I'm talking about, like, they didn't play horrible. We fucked up on a lot of stuff defensively, but I mean, they were shooting lights out. It was crazy.
Lamont, have you been watching film on OKC yet?
Yeah, I've done a little bit more watching them, but the problem with OKC, and maybe it's just me tripping, the more I watch them, the less I believe in them. So I could be wrong, but the more I watch them, the less I'm a believer in their defense.
And their defense? I thought you questioned their offense. You said their defense.
And their defense.
I got questions. What?
I got questions in their defense when the game slows down in the playoffs. And then I got questions about their defense against there's been a handful of teams in the league that see them multiple times. And the teams that see them multiple times have been giving them a lot of problems. And teams that you wouldn't expect have been giving them a lot of problems. So their defense can easily be schemed against because they defend one way. And so the true testament of it, and I could be all wrong, the true testament is just going to be how does it adapt to playoff basketball? And I think that's what everybody's waiting to see. And if they can prove it in the playoffs and if they can make the necessary changes, be consistent, I think they can make a run. But I'm not a strong believer in Chet right now as a anchor. I wouldn't say he's their anchor, but maybe Lou Dort could be their anchor. Sometimes Shea. I don't know who their actual anchor is and who leads that defense, but and then I definitely don't believe in their bench. Not in the playoffs.
You nasty, Lamont.
If you had them against Lamont, if you had OKC play my boys in the finals, who would you have them win?
OKC, if this was a one and done NCAA style tournament, OKC would win it. But because it's 7-game series and you can scheme against them for 7 games, it's like, for example, there's so many teams where I don't like them against Denver in 7 games. I don't like them against the Lakers in 7 games. I don't think their defensive scheme is good enough to out scheme. Like their defense is not going to be stout enough to stop Bron and Luka in a 7-game series. I just don't see it. You would have to make me a believer. I don't think their defense is good enough to stop Jokic.
Well, that's the thing. You already lost. Like if you go into the playoff series, like, okay, how are we going to slow down LeBron and Luka offensively? You're done. Like you're supposed to exploit their weaknesses, which is how can we attack them defensively? Like that's the best route you do it because you're not gonna. There's no Lamont. With LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves and the 3-point shooters and the play finishers these niggas have. No team is stopping this team from getting an open shot or Luka and LeBron getting a mismatch they want in the playoffs. No team.
But the playoff basketball is about. If you cannot contain the stars win playoff series. Like my man right here, Nick fan. What's your biggest problem? Y'all lack a star that can go get shit done. Like
it's health.
As good as Brunson is, one of the reasons why y'all went and got Karl Anthony Towns because he has a little bit more star power late game. And sometimes that even falters because they don't give him the goddamn ball. But at the end of the day, like teams like Miami Heat, the Knicks, there's a lot of teams that run into that star element missing. And as good as the Knicks are, it's hard. It's one of the reasons why it's hard to pick the Knicks because you don't have a star. The Pacers missing to me, a bona fide starter can get good shit done. I don't think Siakam's that guy. Go ahead, my guy. Let him know, man.
How dare you forget my name, Lamont? What's wrong with you?
I didn't forget it, Fabian, right?
Yeah, Fabian, All Ball TV in the building.
Yeah, but you thought I forgot, man.
Yeah, he said, "Go ahead, my guy." Listen, I'm from New York. I know what my guy means.
No, Fabian, All Ball TV. Make sure y'all sub up. No, I didn't forget you, man.
Sub up. Listen, man, you helped us climb up. We at 10,000 now on the channel.
Yes, sir.
Over 20,000 combined. All Ball TV. You know, Don Dropper family in the building. Lamont, man, you guys are doing big things. I love your platform. Always have. The LeBron thing, I guess I'm past that. But we jump to the Knicks now, bro. You said it's hard to pick the Knicks. It ain't for me. It's easy to say we're not the same team as last year. The grit and the grind. A choice for what?
You got to rock with the Knicks, man. They're gonna come after you. They'll really pull up on you if you start going against the Knicks. You in the heart of it.
Let me tell you something, Lamar. I'm in New York City, bro. When all these Carmelo Anthony fans, they did the same thing. They're acting like he was LeBron James. I said, bro, do y'all really watch ball? Or this is what the problem was, with the LeBron Stephen A thing. The standum is like really infected people. The cat thing, we were on the live together. I said, I don't like that cat move, man.
I didn't like it either.
I know,
but it's starting to look. It looks better than I thought. I say that much.
Cat is played better than he ever did in his career. His father said the same thing. So I'm arguing with All Ball Flea. Yo, what does soft mean? What do you mean he's soft? And now they're calling him soft. Bro, he is what he is. He's been in for 10 years. He's a great offensive threat, but you can see now with Brunson out, to your point, where's the star scoring power? Where's the go-to scoring power when the going gets tough. With the way Draymond called him out, it was like Draymond calls him out and then he goes, you know what's funny? That's exactly what we wanted to see out of Cat from his whole career, basically. He doesn't have that other intangible that Draymond has. And the messed up part is nobody on the Knicks have it but, Brunson and OG and Josh Hart. But
Brunson kind of got it, but to me, it ain't naturally embedded in his DNA.
What is it?
The star power you need to overcome a tough playoff series.
Oh, come on. He ain't got the DNA. He ain't genetically. He's not 6'6", bro. SGA is 6'6".
Lamont, just say he's not a top 10 player. Like he's just say that. I won't say he wouldn't have. He's a dog.
Brunson,
Jalen Brunson, a dog.
He's a dog.
Jalen Brunson, a dog.
Of course, bro. I'm rocking with him. He's top 6 in MVP, but the MVP thing comes with a lot. Because that ain't just the tangible that Lamont is talking about.
Lamont. Yeah, he's talking about the physical advantages. Like Lamont talking about talent. He's talking about the upper echelon. Typically, when the series get tough, the top 7 guys of the NBA, however you rank them, whatever, they're typically guys that take you over the top.
Or they drop the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's
the ones who take it are usually the Jokic, the Lucas, the LeBrons, the Tatums. Like those guys right there are the ones that usually take it.
And my thing is, teams love to have one of those guys. Now, when you got 2 of those guys, you are now a nightmare in the playoffs. Look at Boston; they got 2 of them. Before the Bucks got hurt, before Lillard's injury, they had 2 of them with Lillard. Obviously, if the Phoenix Suns could get any get right, they would have 2 of them, but they couldn't get no get right. But the Lakers got 2 of them too. And the thing is, you can't tell me that teams are. I don't care where you're seated. You cannot be a number 1 or seed or anything, and you got to walk in the gym. You got to play Brian and Luke on the same team and feel like it's a fair fight. It's just not.
That's why, to your point, that's everything you bring up about the Oklahoma City Thunder is fair game because we're allowed to speculate because we haven't seen it yet. Jalen Williams is the guy that got to do it in the playoffs. He has to answer that challenge and be like, yo, I'm the second option y'all were looking for. And Bill Simmons made a great point. What school did Jalen Williams go to? Not Oregon State.
Arizona State, wasn't it?
Arizona State.
Was it?
Whatever school it was, he said it wasn't a big school. So this is the first time last year he was in the playoffs. It was a big, moment. So now it's even bigger because this is back-to-back years number 1 seed. And now the target is on your back. They're going to go in the playoffs with expectations. They can't not go to the finals. we're gonna talk about, are you really the MVP, SGA? He's gonna have to have an MVP caliber performance in the playoffs when he does have some of that James Harden, you a foul baiter, reputation around him. Is following him. That like when come playoffs, we've seen Steph Curry have to go through that. Nah, all right, maybe I'm a foul baiter, but you still have to operate this offense around me, and it benefits everybody. Now what? That's where SGA is going to separate himself. That's where Jordan separated himself. LeBron eventually separated himself. Joker, all the great ones like you just mentioned. All I see is an avatar. I don't see what your name is. But I think that's what the Knicks are missing. But I think Brunson is that. Because what you just said a little bit earlier, Lamont, Boston has that. But Boston also dressed Tatum and Brown. They had 7-8 years already where they dressed them with the right players to make up for them defensively. Bro, that was Drew Holiday, Derek White, and Jaylen Brown picking up Luka Doncic's 94 feet last year in the championship. That's hell.
And that's why I said that's how hard it is. Because even as good as Tatum and Brown is, it took a hellified team around them just for them to get one, right? They had a couple shots at it. Combination wasn't right. And when they got to the finals, they lost it. Get there again, try again. They finally hit it. That's how, and that's why I say OKC is going to have to do like they are kind of, to me, built similar to how the Celtics were built, where they're going to have to go through some significant growing pains before they get over the because they're going to have to go through the gauntlet. Like, and until they beat one of these teams
convincingly,
you're going to have, like, to me, they got to show me. Because if I had to bet money, Laker OKC today in a 7-game series, my mind will not let me pick against two non-pattern players, Bron and Luka. Like, they already had enough time trying to stop Bron by itself. You got to tell me you got to deal with Bron and Luka, and I just can't picture that in a 7-game series.
Yeah, but you're referring to two tried and tested dudes. Like, as much as, because I criticize Luka all day long with the defense, and we saw him crying in the championship. He folded a lot, right? But you're still looking and going, oh yeah, but he still went to a conference finals. He's been to 2 conference finals minimum, right? Maybe a third, definitely 2. So that means he's been past that first and second round already. He knows what that killer instinct is. We know he's clutch. So and Boston couldn't really stop him. They stopped Kyrie. And that wasn't just one series. It wasn't a fluke. They stopped Kyrie in 2 series, the Boston Celtics did. Again, going back to your point about Brunson. You could be nice as hell all you want to as that little guy, but at some point, that physicality is needed in the playoffs, and Luka is physical.
As good as Kyrie is, I don't consider him one of them guys.
Wait, why isn't OKC, they don't do some of that? They don't have that guy when going gets tough, he can, show up. They don't have like the personnel around them, but they definitely play physical. They don't got some of the best role players in the league. Like, and we talk about experience.
Okay, they do. They just don't have. They just don't have that finals experience.
This is for example. Let's say the Lakers match up with OKC second round or something like that. It's all strategy, because this is how Bron's approach is going to be. First 2 games, all we got to do is steal 1 to shift the entire series. Because if you go into OKC, which is very doable, they can win 1 and send the second game. They could just send the second game, maybe go for broke, maybe try to hit a home run. Because once you win 1, now you change how OKC plays for the rest of the playoffs. They're playing backs to the wall for the rest of the playoffs. And so that's why I say the dynamics are different. The strategy is different. How teams are going to defend you is different. Like, how is OKC going to react if the Lakers do something defensively to completely take Shea out the game and Jalen Williams has to be the guy to bring it home? Can he be that guy in the playoffs? I don't believe in that.
Well, who's to say? Why does it come down to that when you and I both?
Because it will come down to that.
I'm saying LeBron, right? Like, because you and I both know, like, sometimes offense can be generated and not just in those situations, Like, and this is what OKC does a lot. When J-Dub doesn't show up in the clutch, they force and get extra possession with their defense. They want the best deflected. They got active hands. I've never seen a team like this, Lamont. When they got guys 1 through 8, that's willing to be that disruptive defensively.
When you get into the playoffs and they turn that game into one of the nastiest half-court games you've seen all year, and every possession now matters. Every missed shot feels like 5 missed shots. Every turnover, light ball turnover, feel like 5 turnovers. When you get into the playoffs, and you got to know, how does OKC handle the pressure of knowing if we give up any one of these first 2 home games, we in trouble? How do they know? Do they know how to play when they lose home court advantage? Do they know how to maintain that?
Sometimes
do they have discipline. Ain't no. I'm telling you, playoff basketball in the NBA, when they say experience matters, at least at the NBA level, playoff experience matters a ton. Which is why I feel like the Knicks this year, Jalen Brunson's playoff experience can carry him far. Cat, even though they haven't really got over the hump a lot on his teams, his experience can help them out. And some of the other guys there who've been through those playoff battles, that can help them. But I just think that, bro, I just don't see the playoff experience. It's a different game.
No, it is a different game. It's more physical. It slows down. But that's why I'm saying, like, sometimes youth make you naive, and naive mitigates the expectations. Like, we talk about that word pressure and expectation. That's something really based upon how the team feels about themselves. Like, it don't matter how we feel on the outside, it's how they feel about themselves confidently. And you and I both know, Lamont, when you have a young team that's confident within themselves, it's kind of hard. You got to do a lot to waver that confidence. And
it's different. See, it's different because if they were an 8 seed, that's different from being like, you could be an 8 seed being naive, because now you could just go out with no expectation. Fuck it. We could throw everything at the kitchen sink at you. And if we win, still hold court advantage, is kudos to us. But now when you got to play as the top dog, because I just talked about this, the first year we're playing as the national champs. It's a different game now because we getting literally everybody's best of the best shot. And it's just like, do they know how to play when your back is to the wall? You've given up 1 game to the Lakers at home. You got to win this game too. And you got Luka Doncic, one of the best playoff performers in NBA history, and LeBron James, one of the best playoff NBA history, walking into the gym looking to put you at a significant disadvantage. You could be potentially go down 0-2 at home. And you telling me that the defense they played in a regular season can get over the nerve and the jitters and the pressure that situation creates. The regular season cannot create the pressure and the tension of what you will see in the playoff environment and the pressure you will face until you in that hot pot.
I got a question, Lamont.
At that point, you're putting a lot of pressure on that series.
Damn, George.
I was putting a lot of pressure for Shea to finish.
You just don't believe in number 1 seed. You did the same thing to Denver 2 years ago.
Let's play this pressure game, right? No, thank you. Matchup, Lamont. Like, there's a litany of things that can make up some of that for that experience. If I have multiple advantages, if my team had multiple advantages over your team, I get it. Experience is definitely a factor, but it's not the end all be all. We all know this.
Okay, so when's the last time you seen a young team in the finals?
It was 2020. I believe 20. Yeah, Celtics.
They were not young.
What you mean?
What team?
Marcus Smart was not young.
No, not last year. Not last year.
Not young.
But what about the rest of the team? Yeah, outside Al Horford, yeah, I get it. But how old was Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum? Like, Drew Holiday wasn't there. I'm referring to when they lost to the Warriors.
Roster, or we're just talking about the starting 5?
No, but that's what I'm saying. 22? We all, 22. They were young.
What are you saying?
I'm saying they were young.
Who was young? It was who was young? Who's young?
Al Horford wasn't young.
I know.
Marcus Smart wasn't young.
No.
Blake Griffin was young.
Oh, we went to the 13th man. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's keep going.
Oh my God.
y'all deliberately avoiding the key players for a reason. I see it. Like, let's not play this game.
I'll admit that. Jalen and Jason are young. Yes. Jalen and Jason are young. Yes.
Who's the other starter, sir?
Hold on. Jaylen Brown.
22.
Hold on. I got it right here. Jaylen Brown was in his 5th year. Jason Tatum was in year
6. Either year 4 or year 6.
5,
one of those 2.
Yeah.
No. If
it was year
Jalen got
5
drafted
because
before
he
Tatum,
became year after.
it's year 5. Yeah,
Yeah,
he got
he
drafted
did.
after
Yes, it was year
Tatum, after
5.
Brown. He got drafted after Brown.
Salute everybody. Salute. Can y'all
What
hear
was
me?
that
Okay,
story?
so
What
okay,
was
Hold
that
on. I'm gonna
story?
tell you their roster. You had Enes Kanter was in year 10. Al Horford
Oh, we
was year
doing this.
14.
It's easy.
Joe Johnson was in year 17. CJ Miles year 15.
Oh.
You have Dennis
You said the
Schroeder.
whole team.
Hold
Sturdy,
on.
you said the whole team. That's the whole team.
Hold on 1 second. Dennis Schroeder was year 8. Marcus Smart was year 7. We can say Nick Scousis was year 5. Josh Richardson was year 6. Tatum was year 4. Brown was year 5. I could go to the other guys that didn't play, like Romeo Langford, Keelan Martin didn't play. Jabari Parker didn't play, but he was in year 7. If you go to their core had experience.
No, that's the thing. When we have a different interpretation of young. You was more so referring to the NBA experience, which is about majority of their key role players that got most of this.
Hold on.
About
what?
6
not
years?
Key role players.
That's the average.
Their leaders had experience. Their leaders, when you talk about Al Horford at the time, who was playing much better basketball, had a shit ton of playoff experience. Marcus Smart, shit ton of experience, been in the league. Enes Kanter, for what you want to say about him defensively, shit ton of league. Your 2 stars who were in year 4 and year 5, right? Young, but they were this team wasn't filled with a whole bunch of young talent. That was a vet team. Josh Richardson was a vet. Dennis Schroeder was a vet. Marcus Smart was a vet. These are all vets.
Was Williams a vet?
Can I not make
no? Williams was not a vet. No. I believe Williams was like in year 1 or year 2. No, he was not a vet. Yeah.
And when you look at why they lost, everybody says they lost because of the lack of inexperience. Because really, to be honest,
they had no finals.
In all reality, that year they were the better team. Like they were the better team than Golden State. Golden State beat them in the finals.
It's just the game plan was bad.
They lost because of turnovers and
they lost. That turnovers is experience.
No, Lamar, we covered that series, bro. You literally broke down why the Celtics lost.
Golden State did not have a better roster that year.
I didn't say that.
The more talented team was Boston.
Right.
The more experienced team was Golden State.
And Draymond,
the more experienced team won.
They lost because they didn't play the same type of defense they played against the Nets.
Thank you.
That's experience. That's experience.
That's coaching.
Hold on. What we're talking about is
but that was how many years did Ime have in the game?
They only got past the Nets, dude. First of all, if the Nets were whole, they probably don't beat the Nets. Let's just be honest. If the Nets were whole.
What?
You get no, they still beat them.
Man, they still beat them. KD and Kyrie.
Come on.
And then
I was riding with you,
the white boy wasn't even making a shot.
Come on now.
Who were they missing?
Remember how Tatum was in that playoff series?
Harden. People forget Harden got traded when they faced early in the year before they even got to the playoffs. So full strength.
Yeah, they got traded.
Figure out what you mean by that, Lamar.
What is Ben Simmons gonna do for them?
Right,
man. Look, the way they played KD and Kyrie, the physicality they put on them two, they did not do the same to the Golden State Warriors, to Steph, and to the rest of them.
Yeah, but that was because of game plan. It goes back.
They did not
to
play
what
the
Sturdy
same
said. It was
way.
game plan.
Tatum did not lock up.
Yeah, they didn't. They let Steph Curry wide open. They dared Steph Curry to shoot threes. Like, how do you expect to win when you do that?
They were playing drop coverage on Steph Curry. It was horrible. I couldn't believe it in real time.
No, that's what happened. No, that's what literally happened. Like literally. That's why I was on the panel when Lamont was making predictions for the series.
Hold on.
And then
hold on.
What's my man's name with the cartoon avatar?
No, it started.
It started. Yo, how do you not get physical in an NBA championship with Steph Curry and Draymond?
They were trying.
Draymond quit.
They were trying.
They didn't, bro.
They were trying. They were definitely trying.
Curry, because of Steph Curry's experience, because even Draymond Green applauded Steph because he says we won this championship because Steph hit the weight room. It was one of the first times Steph could handle the physicality. And so they weren't prepared. So if you're a physical defense and your defense isn't prepared for things like for other players who've made significant adjustments to their game, who can adapt and change their style of play like night and day. You have to go to gimmick defensive schemes like drop coverage, which is the worst defensive scheme in basketball history.
Especially with Steph Curry.
At the end of the day,
hold on, Lamar. And what do the Knicks play? Drop coverage. Drop coverage on the night.
They're hard-headed. They're hard-headed.
No, that's what we were saying. Like literally before that series, me, Lamont, and another content Shooter King going back and forth on how the Warriors can break the switch heavy defense of the Celtics, which was doing all Eastern Conference until the first 2 or 3 games of the finals. That's really cooked them.
Let's just be honest. Anybody that picked the Warriors that year, you picked the Warriors because you believed it was their experience that was going to win it for them. Nobody looked at the talent and was like,
it was.
Yeah,
it's not talent. Stop saying talent, Lamont.
But Lamont, they were the number 1 or 2 defense in the league along with
Boston.
Yeah, they were tough.
There was no
bro. You can look this up. Lamont got multiple reasons why. Lamont got multiple reasons why he predicted
22. I remember this. I remember this. In 22, Boston had the
deepest team in the league that year. They had the best talent-wise. They had the best team in the NBA.
So Lamont, why did you pick?
Hold on. He mentioned the Nets missing their
Boston.
No, you picked the Warriors. But Lamont, we had a whole stream about it. It wasn't just experience.
Bro, what I'm saying is this, Sturdy.
No, that was experience.
We can break down the X's and O's as much as we want. But if you have to summarize why the Warriors were going to win that series into just in one sentence, is because Warriors just had far more experience. Draymond's experience.
That's nasty, Lamont.
That's what it came down to. The
mistakes too nasty for that, Lamont.
Mistakes that Boston came down to experience, because when we saw Boston win it, they weren't making those same mistakes that they made against Golden State because they had more experience.
And having Jordan Poole around and Andrew Wiggins having his best year of his career, that was the experience of that locker room, those teammates, and Klay Thompson there, Steve Kerr, that Draymond, that all makes sense. Also, real quick, I send you a private chat, Lamont. This is to add to your point. The youngest team in the last 60 years that won a title is the 2014-2015 Golden State Warriors at 26.3 years old.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Everybody else on this top 10 list is 24 years old with them Blazers in 77. The Philadelphia Warriors from 1956, the Lakers of 1980, the Syracuse Nationals with 1955, Lakers 52, Bucks 71, Warriors 75, Lakers 53, the Celtics 1957. So that is what Lamar's point is. I totally understand that. But the only thing I got to push back on you, Lamar, in the Western Conference, I don't see them Golden State Warriors in 2022 where they're waiting for OKC now. You're right about everything that they're facing. You're right about everything that they're up against. You're absolutely right about that. But I don't believe in a 7-game series, everything you're saying, because the other thing to that is JJ Redick is more than what everybody made him out to be. He beat expectations.
No, he's not.
All right. I don't
yes,
know.
he is. He's doing a lot.
About to take all my
if he was everything you thought, if he was everything you thought he was to be, why didn't Duke hire him as a coach?
Hold on, George. You might disagree, but I want to go into a JJ Redick conversation. Let him finish his point. I'm gonna come right back to you, George. I just want to know where he's going
with JJ Redick. Okay. That's another guy who could add to this, regardless of what you think, George. You still got a guy who's thinking as a coach of a new game plan tomorrow to adjust, like Lamont just said, if you could steal a game 1 or whatever it is. But that's not going to win you in 7 games. That shit is going to be tiring for them. Can I curse? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, you good. Bro, we like 6 hours in.
Yeah. I think the Lakers don't have enough. Golden State doesn't have enough. Them boys in OKC, they're 3, 4, 5 deep on the perimeter.
And since we talking about experience, Lamont, since we talking about playoff experience, we don't know how JJ Redick is going to react, because it's the first time of him being a head coach in the playoffs.
Yeah. But that coach, when you got Bron and Luke on the court, that's like 2 coaches.
Oh my God, bro, Lamont, you being disingenuous, bro.
Hold on, I'm not being disingenuous. What I'm telling you is this right here. This is what here's the problem with game plans. You walk into any game when Luka Doncic's on the other side, and you essentially have to walk into the game with the assumption Luka's going to blow up the game plan no matter what we try to do anyway. Now you're walking into the game, and another one of those guys, even at 40, is LeBron. When LeBron walks in, even with AD, half our game plan in the garbage can, because LeBron's talent and brain alone is going to blow up half our game plan anyway. Now, what I'm saying is Now you got two of those game plan blower-uppers on one team. So as a coach, I got to walk into games knowing that 95% of everything that I've planned is probably going to go into the garbage can because I don't know what the hell Luka and Bron are going to do. Luka liable to drop 50 at any time. You never know when he's going to get hot. Luka liable to drop 18 assists and get 12 rebounds on your head, and there's nothing you can do about it, and there's no game plan that's going to stop it if you shut down his scoring. LeBron is odd like that too, because we've seen him have some games in the playoffs. We've seen him have a half of basketball. We watched him drop 30 in one half versus Denver before he ran out of gas. So what I'm saying is, as a coach, if you feel like, I mean, this might be the coach of the decade. If he walks around talking about confidently walking around talking about, yeah, I like our chances against Bron and Luka in a 7-game series where the game is completely different. This is not regular season. It's slower. Possessions mean more. And so a good luck if you think like the Lakers right now. I promise you the only thing that they're worried about right now is getting in the playoffs. They don't give a damn about Matt. They don't give a damn what team it is, who it is. They're just trying to stay away from that 7 seed. They're just trying to be 6 and up and get into the playoffs healthy. Matchups is going to fuck every team up because you got Bron and Luka. It makes too many guys better. It's too hard to defend. They're too non-pattern. It's too unpredictable. And really, you can only hope for one of them to get hurt. That's really
or you go to the other side of the ball where there's also game plan as well, Lamont, because them two phenomenal offensive players, we all know have limitations defensively.
Man, the Pacers almost scored 170 points.
What the playoffs has shown us, the playoffs has shown us that you cannot outscore a team and expect to win.
No, we're not talking about scoring. You talking about offense, Lamont. You being slick.
You said they got to defend.
Yeah.
The Lakers with Bron and Luka have been top 5 defense in the NBA.
Actually, you should double check that. You should double check that, bro. You should double check that. Bro. Actually, since Lamont, here's the facts. Lamont, when Luka's first game with the Lakers till now, they went from the best.
Listen to what I said. What? With Bron and Luka on the floor. I'm not talking about when Luka's just there. Or if you're counting every single game, even with Bron's injuries, even with Luka out sometimes, I'm talking about specifically, if you only look at the games where Bron and Luka played, they are an extremely difficult team to beat.
What is that, like 7 games, 8 games? How many games is that, Lamont?
How many games do I need to see before I see? You think I need to see a 80 games before I believe that Bron and Luka?
No, you need at least a good more than 8 for a sample size of 1,000%.
The scariest part to me, Fabian, is this. Them two on the court together are giving the role players way too much confidence. Dorian Finney-Smith is just taking these threes like he actually a bona fide sniper with confidence. Jackson Hayes out there really playing with swagger like he a true lob threat in this league. And he playing with the problem is too much confidence getting doled out to the role players. And Bron and Luka are still Bron and Luka. I mean, they match up I'll make that bet willingly. But
yeah. You know, Lamont, you know me. I'm willing. If they match up in the series, I'm willing to put my money down. But baby, you from the city, you understand a smooth talker and a deflector when you hear one. And Lamont is slick. You know what I'm saying? These typical tactics work for a casual. But I've been here since day one, Lamont. I'm one of your killers. I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm familiar with this.
So I told him that the first 5 minutes that we spoke, I said you a smooth talking Southern. We already seen you a mile away, bro. You ain't fooling us.
He trying to treat me like OKC. Well, rarely I'm LeBron with this experience, Lamont. I know your game already, Lamont. You can't. There's a reason why you haven't addressed my only point, which was how is the Lakers going to maintain defensively against these teams that exploit them on the other end?
Oh, because they got two of the best. They got two of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA. That's how they contain. When you got DFS and Vandy healthy, this is why they keep sitting Vandy, because they need to ensure that he's healthy for the playoffs. When you got two of the best perimeter defenders and two of the best players at blowing up pick and rolls, you can defend anybody. We just see, look at how Vandy just being healthy by himself impacts that Laker defense.
I bet Vandy fouled out three of the 7 games they played.
Yo,
Good luck with that.
Hold on, didn't you
That's what
just
you're banking
see this?
on, and you're gonna lose.
5 years of Anthony Davis banking and wishing. You got your championship in the bubble ring, cool. You got it. You came through. But you went through this with a bigger talent, Anthony Davis, and now you're relying on Vanderbilt.
No, Vanderbilt was the anchor when AD was there. If you think about it like this, the Laker defense only looked good when AD was there, when Vandy was on the court. Whenever Vandy went down with injury, the Laker defense looked bad. Because remember when they made their first run, when they first acquired Vandy, they made a hell of a fight run. They got to the Western Conference Finals. That next year, Vandy's hurt. The defense don't look right. But then Vandy came back for a short amount of time. Defense looks good again. Vandy gets hurt again. Now they defense. Vandy was always the anchor because in today's NBA, it's not the rim protector that makes you look good. It's the perimeter defense that makes you look good.
Point of attack, 1,000%.
See, that's
So Lamar, would this change your mind?
You go put
Lamar, if
Vandy
they
on
played OKC, they're gonna play
and you
OKC
gonna
in
foul
April.
out.
Is it gonna change your mind if OKC blows out? If OKC blows out the Lakers in this regular season, because they play them in April 8th.
They sending a message. They're gonna send an April 8th message.
That would be like me. That would be like you. That would be like telling me. And let me tell you this: in 1994 or the 1995, when Orlando Magic made the NBA Finals, they smacked the Rockets twice that year. Getting to the finals in the playoff, that young team going up against the vet-laden team. What happened? They got worked.
Once again, you talking about a one-time champion already.
I'm talking about a vet team versus a non-vet.
But you talking about
Fabian, let's go to
years over 40 years ago. That was over 40 years ago, Lamont. 40 years ago.
Lamont. See, that's a problem, Lamont. See, you fell for the trap, Lamont. You took the pawn. I wanted you to take the pawn, Lamont. Now you fucked up. Now I'm about to get you in check. Here's the thing, Lamont. It's a catch-22 when it comes to the Bando, right? Yes, he plays phenomenal defense. He helps on the boards. Absolutely. But the problem is, and the reason why the Lakers always had to limit their minutes with Vandy is because what he lacks on offensive end. See, when you have Vandy on the floor, your defense goes up, but it makes it more easier to defend those guys like Bron. For example, when they have Vandy sitting in the corner or sitting on the break of the wing on the weak side, it helps a guy, especially teams like OKC, sag off them. Let's take away the lobs. Let's take away the role that Luka loves to get Jackson Hayes. We can take that out because now Vando's on the offensive end. Oh, there ain't gonna be another shooter on the floor. So LeBron, there's less of a shooter for Bron and Luka to work with.
What was my point before? I said one of the scariest things about Bron and Luka is they give guys confidence that they're not supposed to fucking have. When Bron and Luka on the floor, makes Vandy a better offensive player, makes Hayes a better offensive player. So the scary part is that now Jackson Hayes goes from normally giving you 4 points a game, now 12 points a game because he's more active offensively. He's more of an offensive threat than he normally would be without 2 elite playmakers on the court. The same happens with Vandy. DFS gets enhanced. Austin Reeves is enhanced because of it. So they enhance guys to levels that they're not supposed to be because of their own greatness. That's what makes them scary. So Vandy, who normally gives you 6 points a game, in some of these games, and you don't expect them to do it every game, but don't be surprised if in a meaningful game you see Vandy with like 12 to 15 points off junk points because he's been facilitated through the 2 of the greatest facilitators we've seen in NBA history. They make the game easy for everybody else. They simplify.
Three card Monty Lamont. Go ahead.
But wait, Lamont, you're giving the Lakers a lot of leeway here, right? Because I feel like you could also say the same thing for OKC.
Hold on. At the end of the day,
but you could say the same.
History is still on my side. Young teams don't win it. So at the end of the day, you're banking on for OKC to win it. You guys have to have something historically that's never happened before happen, which that means a young team has to overcome and get through a gauntlet of great players in the West. And I'm just basically betting on history to just kick in. The vet-laden teams, the experience always shines somewhere, shape, or form. So at the end of the day, go ahead and go against the grain. Take the young team. But at the end of the day,
it might be another vet team that's not going to be the Lakers.
You know what? This is starting to make sense because if you think about it, last year the Lakers were worse last year than they are now, and they even still managed to beat OKC. So This is starting to make a lot more sense.
What about OKC in 2012?
What about them?
What
They
about
lost in the finals?
Yeah, but they reached the finals.
They were
We're talking
young and
about
they
the
lost
Western
to
Conference.
Miami,
What was
right?
the average? Hold on, what was the average age of that team?
They were young as hell, man. Maybe 24.
Hold on.
Oh, Kendrick Perkins was there.
Yeah, but Kendrick Perkins was 28 years old, if I remember. But by the way, what I'm saying is that the Lakers will not come out from the Western Conference. I'm not saying that
the average age of the OKC Thunder in 2012 was 26 years old.
Okay, man, but OKC is 6-12.
That's not the youngest team.
It's not the youngest team, but I'm just saying I'm not saying that OKC will win the title. I'm saying that they will came out from the Western
team to reach the
Conference.
finals was the 1986 Houston Rockets.
That was tough. Elijah won second.
No. And no, the 1977 Portland Trail Blazers.
That's what I said.
4 years old. Yeah, you said
Your boys.
So at the end of the day, do
Your
y'all see
boys,
where
Lamar.
history's really kicking y'all in the ass? We got to go back to 77 and 86 and then to 2012.
Hold on, where's my man at? Is my man at? Like he said, you somehow keep moving the goalposts because we ain't talking championships. The Lakers ain't gonna see them in the championship. Lakers gonna see them in the playoffs in the west side, Lamont.
Yeah, I'm saying that we'll reach the finals, Solomon.
I don't know where they match up. But
I believe the Celtics are still the favorite.
I'm saying is we've never seen a Western Conference. Has there ever been a Western Conference? Has there ever in NBA history?
Agreed.
Have we ever seen a number one seed have to go up against a team with 2 top 10 players on that roster? And
I have a different question because they will probably finish with 68 wins. I'm talking about OKC. How many times you saw a 68 win team not reaching the finals?
Hold on.
Can I answer Lamont's question? Hold on.
I say how many times we saw a 68 team wins not reaching the finals?
Oh, what?
This is just history, Lamont. This is just history.
How many times? How many? I got you. I understood it. How many times have you seen a 68 win team not reach the finals?
Not reaching the finals, yeah, man. How many times you saw that? I know the answer. It was just just happened once with the Celtics in 1973. I checked that because I didn't remember.
If that's your formula for who gets to the finals, rock out with that.
Man, this is history.
I'm still siding with.
If you want to go by history,
this year is unprecedented because this is why I say it's unprecedented. It's a reason why people are saying that this was the worst trade in NBA history. Because this trade was so unbalanced and so odd that it's paired together 2 players that normally we would never. This Luka and LeBron on the same team only happens on NBA 2K when you finesse, you turn off sliders, you turn ratings down just to make the trade work. We're not supposed to see this. So this is an unnatural pairing. Luka, who's already proven to be one of the best playoff performers in NBA history, averages more points per game in the playoffs than Jordan. LeBron, we already know what he does in the playoffs, and his only problem has been that he runs out of gas now that he's older. So now you have LeBron, who will no longer run out of gas because Luka's there. AD needed LeBron to be at full strength because LeBron was the only one that could facilitate the AD. You don't have that big handicap sitting in the paint that needs LeBron. Now when I get tired, I can not only just go to the bench, or I can just go off ball and I can be that corner guy. I could be that corner boy to get my extra rest. It's a different attack. It's a different style of play. LeBron and Luka combined have more playoff experience than the OKC Thunder team. You can duplicate them and combine all their playoff experience twice, and it's not going to equal up to the experience Brian and Luka have. And at the end of the day, I'm just siding with experience. If you telling me a bunch of young guys are going to beat Brian and Luka, you have at it. Good luck with that.
Let's go back to your original question, Lamont.
Wait. This is actually I can easily bring up a team. There's a team you can bring up that did not have the postseason experience that actually did end up winning. That would be Denver Nuggets. They did not have no finals experience, Lamont, and they still ended up winning. So what's the counter to that?
I didn't say finals experience. I said playoff experience. So when I talk about playoff experience, you don't have to get to the finals to have playoff experience. Most teams, you have to have a lot of battles in the playoffs. You have to feel the pressure of being down in the series, or feel the pressure of being up in the series and not choking away the series lead. It's those like Luka. I mean, not Luka, but Jokic had some help in the bubble when they made a decent run with Jamal Murray. They played good. They gained a lot of experience from that. So they've had experience through multiple various playoff matchups to where when they made their run, albeit there was some luck involved in that run where they ran into some cupcakes, but you can't take nothing away from it. They made the run. They got to the finals. They did what they're supposed to do versus the Miami Heat. That's all you can give them credit for.
And you go back to your original
I don't think Bron 80 cupcakes with my. I feel you.
Who's beating a team with 2 top 10 players? Somebody in the Dion Reed said Shaq and Kobe, and I was gonna say Dirk. The Dirk run that he had 2010 was maybe the best playoff run ever. But to your point,
I agree.
Yeah, to your point, that's 8 years of Dirk, flaming out, choking. Everything we accuse LeBron of doing, Dirk was choking.
And he was surrounded by hellified vets in playoff.
Look, what was the question? The question was when was a team to win without 2 top 10 players?
No, they beat a team with 2 top 10 players in the playoffs in a 7-game
last year with the Nuggets.
Top 10 players? Who the fuck you talking about?
Wasn't AD LeBron top 10 when they got no? Well, hold on. Okay. Are the top 10 players losing or winning? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they losing or winning?
They're losing.
Hold on. But Denver wasn't a young team. We don't look at Denver as a young team. I said, when was the last time a young team has been able to do that? Young teams don't walk around just eliminating these veteran-laden teams with ease.
Yeah, that's
OKC is there too. The 2012.
2012. I was gonna say 2012. Yeah. 2012.
With all the respect, they are winning.
They beat the Spurs. They beat the Spurs being down 0-2, and
who were the 2 top players on the Spurs? 2 top.
No, there was no top 10 players. But I'm trying to think.
Because
they are winning too much. OKC is winning too much. How can we not?
First of all, how many teams that got 2 top 10 players?
Regular season can be fool's gold like a motherfucker. I tell you.
Yeah, I know, man.
We've already seen the regular season can be fool's gold. That the NBA's proven that. The regular season is fool's gold if you don't have the star power and the experience to get through the playoffs. It's fool's gold. The Atlanta Hawks proved it. The Utah Jazz proved it. There's a lot of teams that hit that 60-game barometer, and we didn't believe in them because they lack the experience and or star power to make a significant run. Now, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we don't see it and we don't believe in it until it happens. And then other times, like with the Utah Jazz and the Atlanta Hawks, we saw it early. They got their ass bounced out because they ran into vet-laden, star-laden teams.
Yeah, but they're not pushing so much during the regular season. I'm talking about OKC. We saw teams reaching more than 60-plus win during the regular season. But again, you have to see how much effort they are putting during the regular season. We saw that with, for example, and I'm not saying that to trash LeBron, but we saw that in 2009 when the Cavs, I think they won 66, and they lose so badly against the Magic in the playoffs.
So you're telling me this OKC Thunder team, if they make the finals, will be the youngest team in NBA history to make the finals.
To make the finals, yeah. Youngest team.
So how old they are? I'm sorry.
No, they won't be.
Yes, they will, because the average age of this team right now is 24 years old.
Yeah, they'll be the youngest. Yeah, they'll be the youngest.
Sure, it's 24. I think it's 24.
The person that's raising the age is Caruso. But Jordan,
hold on. The average age of their starters is 23.
Yeah,
that's the average age of their starters. So it's like at the end of the day, y'all are really if you want one of those people that think OKC can make this run, you are not just battling the other team. You're literally battling NBA history.
And what would you think?
That's how history is made, ain't it?
What would you exactly? What would you think?
So Lamont, then the finals is going to be like Boston and who else?
I don't know.
I mean, maybe Cavs, but I'm worried about the Cavs. They are not looking so good lately.
I mean,
I don't think the Cavs. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I don't think the Cavs can get past us.
I respect the Celtics. I didn't know you are a Celtics fan.
Of course, Lamar going to go with the business.
That can beat to the Celtics or the Cavs.
I'm just going with talent. Like you got too much star power to me.
That's two players. Lamont. I get it. Luka, LeBron, they're incredible, but like they're you telling me their talent, those two players, such talent, such abundance, they're supposed to make up the lack of talent of the other. All right,
yes.
The problem is not Luka and LeBron. The problem is that
Lamar,
they
this
don't
ain't
have
Lamar. This ain't the 2000s no more, bro. They ain't gonna fly in this era.
They
ain't gonna fly in this era.
Luka defensively.
It wasn't the 2000s when they beat him last year. Sturdy, it wasn't the 2000s when they beat him last year. What are you talking about?
Dallas had the worst defensive backcourt in the NBA last year and got to the NBA Finals.
Hold
all
on,
that defense stuff, throw it in the garbage can.
No.
Oh, that hold on. You try to be slick. You try to be slick.
6'8"
This nigga slick.
Yeah. Once they got once they got
so hold on, Lamar. Just like you said, Dallas beat OKC, right? So they gained no experience in that.
They gained some. Not
enough. No, I'm going, Lamar. I'll talk to you, brother.
Hey, look, y'all. Hold on, look, y'all. Hold on. We can make two bets with everybody here. My first bet: OKC is not gonna make it. They're not gonna win it all this year. Anybody want to take that?
Nah, I ain't got
no, because I don't believe they will win the title.
Second
but I believe that
OKC is not gonna make the NBA Finals.
How much your opponent?
Do you want it? No. How you call it?
I have another bet.
Make a light of yourself, Lamar. $250.
I'll take the Western.
I just said it. $250.
Listen, somebody got a man up. I'll take the Western Conference bet.
I'll take it.
And my mic. Thank you. Let's that's easy bird. Man, god damn.
What's the bet? Sorry, I had to go do something. What was that bet? What's the bet? What's the bet?
No. Hold on, Jay. I'm sorry. No. Do the Laker bet. Lakers
no. I already locked this in.
I got the Lakers bet, guys. I got the Lakers bet.
What's the bet? I didn't hear the bet. What was the bet?
No, because now it's OKC versus the field.
Nope.
No. You've been over here, as the kids say.
No, I said I had
glazing LeBron and Luka. The double L.
Multiple bets. I said I had multiple bets. So let me cycle down to that one. Because
that was way too corny, man. That's what I said. You are Michael Bazin. That's what I said about you.
Oh, I said I got multiple bets. The
98.7.
first one was, did they make the did they win the NBA Finals? Nobody took that. Second one was get to the NBA Finals.
Right.
All right. So Sturdy took the get to the NBA Finals for $250.
That's easy.
Okay. So my next bet is if they match it with the Lakers, who wins that series?
You going with who wins when picking games?
Who wins the series, Fabian? Straight up.
OKC in 6.
Okay, name the price.
No.
Just name the price, baby.
Just win the series.
Nah, listen, I'm parlaying. What you doing, Lamont?
I can't. Hold on. I can't tell you how many games they're gonna win it in. I just can tell you they're gonna lose.
Okay.
Lakers will not play the conference finals. Lamont, Lakers will
not
play the conference finals. I'm ready to bet. I'm ready to bet. The Lakers will not play the
conference
finals.
money line. Okay, fair enough. You going money line. All right, so Sturdy. Can we hold on, Lamont? We doubling up? I'll take that. They beat the Lakers. They beat the Lakers.
What is the amount?
You got to name the amount first, baby.
Yo, you put 250 up, man. I got to put that up. I got a match at least. What are you talking about?
Hold on. So what do we? Hold on.
What?
Lamont, hold on. Guys, say this real quick. Lamont, no payment plans when I win. No payment plans.
Hold on. That was me and Sturdy bet.
Okay.
So me and your bet, it could be any number. Any number.
We just said 250, big dog. I've been working overtime lately. What we talking
about?
Hold on.
What's the bet? Hold on. If the Lakers match up with OKC,
yeah,
I'll do that. Let's go.
Let's do
Lamont, when I win, no payment plans. No payment plans. We ain't doing that. No payment plans.
Yo, Sturdy, he's ass betting out here on the internet. You can't.
No. He pays up. He pays up. But like McDuff.
No, McDuff. The only reason I did that McDuff because that was due to a technicality.
No. His baby. His last. He tried to do it to. Hold on. Real quick. He tried. No, baby. He tried to do it to Bees, and Bees started taxing his ass. He's like, "Oh no, I ain't playing this game with you." Like,
No. I was just joking with Bees. No, with McDuff, that was a technicality that really should have avoided the bet, but I said, "Fuck it." Should have been.
You should have fought it, Lamont. You can rewind the tape. Don't do that to yourself.
No,
you've been on here for 6 hours, man. You earned it.
I definitely tell you it was a technicality. He knows it was.
No, he lost on the technicality, but he still lost. So it is what it is.
It was a bullshit technicality, but I lost it. But
somebody
no.
Somebody took the OKC bet on winning the championship.
Steve, did I have anything with you, Steve? Because I heard Steve said you had 2 bets, but I didn't remember making a bet with you.
I don't know. You talking to me or you talking to?
You're Steve too. Your name is Steve too.
No.
Okay, so Lamont, listen. I text you many times in the chat about this bet.
Wow.
And I don't want money from you. I want any money. I want zero money. I bet you. Well, you didn't read me, but it's okay. I tell you right now. I give you $200 to your team if I lose.
Hold on, to the team?
To his team. I will give $200, and if I win, I will host the show for one night. If I believe the Lakers will not play the conference final, are you ready to bet?
We can do that. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, Lamont, you got you in the bind here.
The first round, they will smash.
Hold on, I didn't hear what you said. You said if the Lakers play okay.
No, bro, don't play with me.
What's
I
the
said my bet is very simple. I believe the Lakers will not play the conference finals. I believe the Lakers will not play the conference finals.
You said the Lakers won't make the conference finals. I'll take that bet.
I take it. I will host the show if I win, man. But
that's fine. I'm not tripping on that. I mean,
Lamont, he said, don't play with me.
First of all, I have to take it because it could be money that goes to our team. So
$200.
Anything.
You can.
Yo, Sturdy, you heard how Steve was talking to you earlier, bud?
Oh, you don't pay the bet, you can talk about me.
Steve, where you from, Steve?
Sorry, guys, for my English. I'm Italian. Sorry, guys.
Now, hold on, y'all said
Italiano. All right.
Good, man.
Now, Steve, you said they have to get to the Western Conference Finals or win it?
No, I said they will not reach the conference finals.
Okay, so they just got to get second round. Oh, yeah.
No, it's not a weird bet. I didn't try to say that they will not reach the finals.
The Lakers.
No, the Lakers. No, I'm not going to cap. Out of all three bets, Steve, I'm not going to cap. You got yours is the most likely to happen. I'm not going to cap.
No, Sturdy. Me and your first bet, OKC hold on. Our bet was OKC
got to get to the finals. That's it. That's all they got to do.
You're done.
Okay.
Literally, they gotta have to make history. That's what you
just get to the finals. They did already this year. Why not?
No one's saying that they will win the title. We believe that they will reach the finals, but no one's saying
not getting to the finals. They will get to
the finals.
All right, hold on, real quick, Lamont.
And Jalen Williams not healthy, they definitely not.
All right, Lamont. Since I'm going against, hold on, Lamont. Since I'm going against the conference, you gonna give me the injury case or what?
No.
You nasty nigga. All right, that's all good. I already set the bet.
Hold
on. Nah, bro, you got me in the middle. If Shea go down, nah, bro.
Any of your top three players go down with injury, bet off.
I bet. I'll bet. Shaq,
J-Dub, or Shea. Good. Shaq,
yeah.
Jay, or Shea. If any three of them go down, that's all.
Okay, so so who's the top three for the Lakers?
Yeah. So
Reeves, Luka, LeBron.
Oh, okay, Reeves. Okay, my bad. I forgot.
I got an injury out for the Lakers too, right?
Yeah, Reeves. Who you?
My team is more likely. My team is more likely to get injured than any of y'all teams.
Nah, Chet is
no. Bronny 40, man.
Yeah, Bronny, yo, man. Congrats to him. I'm 42 years old. Congrats to LeBron for, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, he wake up and roll out the wrong side of the bed, and his injury happens sometimes, man. So
I can't believe he's doing. I don't
care. I don't know, man. I know about this bet, Sturdy. Lamont's got more insurance on this bet. I don't know about it. I don't know.
Nah, I know Lamont, man.
Lamont's got more insurance, man.
I can tell when Lamont bluffing. I can tell when Lamont bluffing. I can tell when Lamont bluffing.
If you want an injury exception, I'll give you one as long as you give me one.
1,000%. I can't. I wouldn't even feel right taking. I can't do that.
Do we both want to do top three players?
Absolutely. Because even if Reeves gets hurt, that's crazy, bro. That's definitely not hurt.
Okay, I'll take that.
Caruso, they're dogs out there in OKC, man. Cason Wallace is a dog too. Them guys, Caruso, they switch, bro. And you forgetting, Chet is a game changer. That's the guy I think is really their MVP on the defensive end. They don't talk about him enough. He changes too many shots, too many passes. He's gonna go crazy. He's gonna go crazy, Lamont. Yo,
man, I don't even care about either of these teams, man. I know my boys in green about to get it. My boys in green about to hang banner 19. I don't even care.
I gotta go work out.
My boys in green about to be chilling.
I'm with you, Jay. Yo, Jay, it was good to meet you, Steve-O. Hey, ciao. With my guy 30. Sturdy.
Let's go,
I like
Knicks.
your
Let's
name.
go, Knicks.
Ciao,
Yo, Faze.
Nice meeting you, bro.
Nah, I don't really cheer for any
That's-
team, but he's from New York, so I hope the Knicks will do good in the playoffs.
Yeah, let's go, Lamont. We're turning
I
everybody
hate
against
the
you.
Celtics. I hate the way the Celtics play for real. I just want the Celtics to lose, man. They play so bad. I hate that.
bro, come on, man. Don't do my team. Don't do my squad.
Sorry, man.
Bro.
It's not about the Celtics. It's about the
hey,
game. The Matsula offense sucks, man.
You gotta believe green, bro. You gotta believe green.
Tell him in Italian.
I like the Celtics with Bird. I like the Celtics with Russell. I don't like the Celtics with Tatum. It's
with
Tatum.
Russell.
Tatum is a
come on,
bitch.
man.
You sound like the Bill Russell Celtics. This guy's what?
Man, come on, man.
So how do you
gonna make me start? You gonna make me start talking crazy, bro? You better cut that
You
out.
can
Bro.
talk shit if you want.
Jay.
I'm not offended if you get angry about the Celtics. But
Steve, how do you
real,
say
like
fuck ball? How do you say?
Nah,
fuck
man, I can't.
Boston?
But he's hurt right now, so there's really nothing to say. He's hurt right now. He's hurt.
Yeah, but even if he's not hurt,
He's not
he's
playing
not
right
a
now.
star. That's the problem. He cannot take.
He is a star. He's a first team All Pro. Isn't a star.
Bro, you gotta jump on our channel, man.
Gotta shut it down.
Lamar, you gotta jump on our
All
channel.
right, Lamar, you have a good one, man.
I got you, man. When you go live normally? What's your live schedule?
After all the Knicks games usually, and then we just set whatever up every other day because we got to start.
I actually seen y'all live the other day, and I didn't even pull up. I didn't say nothing in the chat. I saw y'all live.
That's cool. The ghost watching is amazing. Today was the first time I got to jump on your joint when I was driving. I seen it pop up. I seen the LeBron thing. I wanted to comment on it, but I'm like, let me let them rock. I seen Legend of Winning up here. I love, by the way, Legend of Winning's video on Kobe. Anybody that wants to watch anything about Kobe, what he said about Kobe Bryant with the field goal percentage and all that, like he was a chucker. Yes, he was a chucker. He was a volume shooter, but he was the best of them. And he broke that down well.
And you know what? I gave Kobe a pass on that because I was like, when I saw what Phil Jackson said, Phil Jackson in his book, he was like, when he looked at the numbers and he was looking at the landscape, he was like, the only way we could win was by asking Kobe to take bad shots. And so their offense by design only worked when Kobe took bad shots. And so it's just like, how can I punish you for taking bad shots if the coach is basically saying we can't win if you're not taking bad shots and you got to take them?
Now,
you see what I'm saying?
I'm going to follow this. Shout out to my guy, Ryan, from my block. He always said this. The Lakers, because nobody wants to say this, but they were a super team, right? Andrew, whatever was his name, Andrew Bynum, Lamar Odom, Kobe Bryant, and Pau Gasol, all first round draft picks, basically, right? But their strength, their super weapon was the rebounding. So if Kobe's taking bad shots and you got to do offense, all three guys 7 feet that can offensive rebound and kick the ball out and could pass like Gasol and Odom, that changes everything. We're keeping possessions. Like, so to your point, I never even heard that before in my life. Their offense is Kobe taking bad shots. That's the wildest shit I heard. That's actually how Tibbs runs his offenses usually. That's, Lamont, we got to talk. You don't even know how pissed I am. They still trying to tell me that this year's team was better than last year's on the Knicks. I'm like, how do you watch basketball and say that? Yeah.
Last year, man, it was something about that team with Randall. With him, like, I don't know how to, like, obviously it's a big talent gap between Anthony Townsend, but Randall just had that big game it factor to me. Like, if it's a big game and I got to go with Randall or Cat, I might have to rock with Randall.
And I can't believe, I couldn't believe that he had me saying that in Jan. I'm like, I'm rooting for Randall. What the hell's going on here?
I know it sounds crazy, but Randall just had that, like, that it was like an edge he had to where I could trust you more in late game. I don't know why, because he has a whole bunch of deficiencies, but it was something about him that just made him harder to beat.
Can I tell you what our bench was looking like?
They feel beatable this year. They feel beatable this year.
Totally beatable. Can I tell you what our bench was before we go last year? Who was on our bench?
Okay.
Josh Hart, Deuce McBride,
that's good.
Mitchell Robinson, Ochua, right? Yeah. And Quentin Grimes.
And I like that too. Look how he looking right now.
I mean, I don't know why we had to make the trade, but we talking about
Grimes go again
because they wanted to shoot him for bogey. I wasn't mad at it in real time. And Grimes, it was tough for him to adjust to be a bench player, bro. Now he's on Philly now. He wasn't doing this in Philly what he was doing in Dallas, Lamont.
Yeah, but
so I understand it.
For 1 year rental and bogey
not at
for
all.
Quentin Grimes.
Not at all.
I would have to eat that one and just keep Grimes because man,
that started all their bad trades.
I mean,
in theory,
Mikal
Bridges trade.
Like in theory, the Bogey trade is to me it was like, okay, I like it, but without a superstar on the team, it don't make no sense.
We were good, bro. We were going 1-4 flat, 5 and out. Randall out there, iHeart. We were to me, we could have beaten anybody because we were just defensively, we were just as good as anybody. And Randall, like you said, we were competitive damn near every single game when Randall was here against the Celtics throughout his whole tenure here. It is what he has an ugly game. You don't want to watch it, you don't want to pay for that, but you're gonna pay the root for that kind of winning, bro.
Something. It was him, like especially in the Garden when they played. The Knicks fans loved him. They gravitated to him. He gravitated back with his play, and it's just like sometimes when you have players like that have that connection, you just got to say, look, we got to hold on to it, even though there's a talent gap difference. But I mean, you can't be mad at him for getting Karl Anthony Towns because I mean he is good, but he's just not New York. He don't represent. He don't reflect New York, and he don't reflect Tom Thibodeau.
So here's my other thing with that, right? You traded Karl Anthony. Basically, this is the trade. It's Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges for Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, and iHeart. That was the trade because you lost iHeart in free agency.
And that was your meat and bones. Like that's the meat and bones of your team. DiVincenzo. I wouldn't see, and that's where I would have parted ways with that trade. Like once you asked for DiVincenzo. I mean, maybe I can rock with that trade if you give up anybody but DiVincenzo, but then you have to add him in.
You lost depth, bro. You lost it. So now look what we're missing right now. If he was still here and with Randall still here, you got 6-7 guys that can roll, and you have to have a 6-7 8-man rotation that could definitely play with Tibbs because he's crazy. He really is a lunatic. Lamont, it was great. Always appreciate the love, bro. Definitely,
I'm gonna pull up though,
something.
for sure.
Please.
Oh yeah, we got you. Hold on, let me put my number for you in the private chat.
I got
you have it already. Well,
yeah, I got it in another joint. I got you.
Yeah, make sure we text, and then because we can, if we set something up, because we definitely got to set something up. Because I was wanting to hit you up to see if you was wanting a dual stream on your stream in FYF Sports.
Hell yeah, we've been talking about that. That's no problem.
I don't know if you seen what Go James Kingdom does, how he does it. When he goes live, he goes live on his channel, but he also goes live over here on FYF. Because for me, because I'm coaching, it's hard for me to consistently, kick out. I be just needing quality content creators. Is like, if you want to add a little motion to your show, you can run it the same. You don't have to change nothing, but it just helps me keep the channel afloat a little bit.
Now we got the same idea in mind, but I was keep it 1,000. I look at it just having a basketball network like. If the same dudes that own BET own MTV, they own they're Viacom. So why not? And then when Michael Jackson came out with a video, they streamed that shit on all the channels. So we're gonna have a bunch of Michael Jackson videos. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that was a bad comparison, but when I tell you this shit is all love, like we looking. I don't know how you're doing with the sponsorships and all that, but I'm looking for that. You know what I'm saying? Like
I got a few in the back burner. Like a lot of times, what they do is they will sit back and they will watch the different shows that I have on here. Like there was a guy on here, Herm. I don't know if his name is Hollywood Herm.
No, that's my guy. I love Herm.
Yeah. So Herm, he might have had one of the best shows because we had a sponsor. They was trying to, where your show at? Like Herm just couldn't be consistent. We had a sponsor ready to cash out Herm, but Herm just couldn't be consistent, keep his show going. So a lot of the people that reach out, they like look at the different shows we have and they like, okay, can you put us in contact with them? We want to sponsor with them when they go live over here on FYF Sports. So
maybe we got to talk offline. Maybe it's the same people, but
with Herm. What company was it with Herm? It was a drink company. It might have been it was some company, energy. It was an energy drink company. I forgot the name of the energy drink. Might have been C4 or something like that, but it was an energy drink company with Herm because Herm be all crazy and hyped up. So they was just trying to do something with him but Herm,
and you were just connecting them.
Well, they just hit me up in the email. They was like, "Who is such and such? Who has this show?" And so really, that was kind of the compensation because I don't charge people, and I just let you do your thing. If you got anything you want to promo, your social media, your own channel, whatever you're trying to grow, you can just pull from my base to make whatever you got pop. And in turn, it just helps me keep everything afloat over here until I can get back on live consistently. Because it's just like a network. I want every day of the week, I want something different because I already know that people ain't trying to see me every day on live. You know, they want different. They want to see something different.
But don't sell yourself short because you are like, I'm listening to you talk, and this is not an easy thing to do, to have something to say and then just continuously do it for a couple of minutes. This is 6 hours, bro. You are natural at this. So for me, I guess we talk more about the particulars later on, but it ain't nothing. We talked about it before. Ain't nothing to put next rehab. Every time we go live on next rehab.
Let's lock it in. We can figure it out. It ain't gonna be too crazy.
First episode tomorrow. You kidding me? Yo, listen, our sponsors would love to hear that shit.
I'm all
yo, I'm gonna up it on them, Lamar. I'm like, yo, listen, I got 200,000 subscribers, but matter of fact, we got 20,000 because we are doubling up. Now what? That thing got to go up. So we got to talk offline because maybe you could put me on to something as well.
And so what I do is over here to keep consistency. What I normally do is we'll talk about it. We'll figure it out. I'll let you know what we got going on.
Listen, I want to make it happen by tomorrow night, man. Because that's
just call. If you can call me. I'm not gonna be doing that. Just hit me up tonight or tomorrow morning. Sure, we can make it happen. I'm not hard to work with.
Hold on, you got the going back to that bet. You got the iPhone. You got the Apple Cash.
I got Galaxy. I got
Android,
and Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal.
Zelle is all right. Apple Cash is the safest thing out here, man. I ain't playing.
I got access to Apple Cash if I needed to. So
okay,
I don't expect to be paying out, so I'm not tripping.
Yeah, okay. Get ready. Listen, get your Apple Cash in order. Like, get the email. I don't hear no excuses when them Lakers go down. Yo, listen. You said tonight.
Because because you can hit me up in about 30 minutes. I'm just gonna be starting my workout. So I'm just about to hit my garage and start my workout real quick.
Okay.
So I gotta do leg day today. So I gotta get these legs going. So I don't like it.
So I'm gonna I'll hit you up in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just hit me up in like 30 minutes.
Got you.
All right, man.
Peace out.
All right, y'all, man. FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, y'all. That was All Ball TV, man. If y'all haven't checked him out, man, some of his best content, man. He he had his toe-to-toe with Gilbert Arenas and that quality content over there too. And they consistent, y'all. Quality content, man. Yeah, we say I see you in the Dreamers Pro, man, y'all. And you know what? As much as we want to clown Dreamers Pro, what we got to do, y'all, is we got to commend Dreamers Pro for doing this. Dreamers Pro saw he was wrong. He took his video down. I mean, obviously, we know he called a LeBron a joker, but Dreamers Pro had a live going on today. And he was like, yeah, Stephen A. said LeBron wasn't there. And when Stephen A. apologized, Stephen A., now you're responsible for shutting his whole live stream down. Like, are you going to send that man his check? Dreamers Pro probably making at least $8,000 to $1,000 per live stream, man. I think Stephen A. owes Dreamers Pro about $800 to $1,000 check, man. You making him take his live down because of misinformation, which is crazy, man. So salute to Dreamers Pro, man, for correcting that, not just standing on being wrong, man. That's because that's what this whole stream was about, man. But y'all, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode, y'all. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Make sure y'all tune in, but we're gonna have a lot of shows rocking for you guys. That's gonna be the biggest thing for us. We're gonna try to be more consistent, try to add more flavor. Hopefully we can get All Ball TV over here. We'll see what we can do going forward in the future, y'all. But FYF Sports, great show today. Hopefully y'all clip it up, edit it out. I'm gonna be clipping from this. Salute to Inky. Inky, man. I didn't even get to tell him, man. I've already known about him, I believe, from Sinetta TV. So I've always seen him. I love the way he debates, the way he cooks on stuff over there. I'm not super hyper into a lot of the stuff they talk about, but I like hearing different perspectives on religion and culture and history, man. And those guys be debating it up. So that's where I first heard of him. So it was surprising to me to see him pop up on this channel and then really dive into the conversation. So we're gonna be clipping that up, man. Make sure we give him his shout out as well. Salute to Goat James Kingdom, man. As y'all know, on Fridays, the Friday Night Exposure, Y'all tuning in for GOAT James Kingdom. He's always doing his thing, man. I know y'all hate him, but I know y'all love him too, because y'all always pulling up, messing with the man. Y'all always talking about him when we live. So, GOAT James Kingdom. Make sure y'all tune in Fridays and Sundays, man. FYF Sports, another great podcast episode. Y'all, we're going to be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. Here we are.